We are live.
Welcome, everybody, to Plat Chat episode 275, where you're going to be told what to think about the VCT teams by two people whose teams weren't good enough to get seeded into playoffs, one person whose team consistently disappoints at international 1-2 record, and one person whose favorite team is now officially worse than their least favorite team. Achilles, how do you feel about that new change in life? How's it going?
You know, you roll with the punches, you take it as it comes, and you try to not go out the window. you try to not defenestrate. You stay indoors.
Yeah, that sounds about good, especially with the heat we've had as well in Seoul. It's been getting out here in Korea as well. You guys all sent it over from EMEA, slinging in TMV. What did you guys do to make that happen?
Me, I don't know about that. I'm
that's
sitting
true.
I'm sitting at a cool 13. Tempted to put the shorts on, but decided against it.
Yeah.
It's not too bad here now. It's only 20 here as I sit here. So
that sounds nice.
we're chilling.
Yeah,
we're chilling.
It cooled down the last like 2 days in Korea. There's that like typhoon that's about to hit in China, and it's like
this is what everyone's here for, by the way. The weather talk.
Yeah. Yes. That's what you tuned into.
We're really expanding our horizons. All right.
You guys are here for Valorant. What the hell?
Yeah, you guys want to talk about? Fine, we can talk about some Valorant. In fact, we have some curious people that are members of Plat Chat, and you too can support the show and potentially ask your curious questions if you become a member of Plat Chat. And this week, our member question is from Autumn, and the question is: should teams invest more in academy teams?
It's the EDG coach.
I was going to say, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're trying to get some answers.
Looking for an answer? Is he looking for some answer?
No, it's the global player.
It's the global player trying to figure out how to get more teammates. But basically talking about, I mean, Lev, of course, kind of the prime example right now, mentioning EG before as well, with academy players coming to main roster, seeing success. And is that kind of, a sign that more teams should be doing this?
Should we just run TMV's rant about academy teams
Look,
from years ago?
Man, I've always been a big fan of academy teams. Not just because the problem is though, like, I'm not in an org to say, like, looking at their finances and being like, oh yeah, well, we just can't afford it, right? So that's always the big thing. And also, I think orgs in general are just, having academy is quite a long-term plan. It's a long-term kind of investment, and I think a lot of orgs, they just are, especially with the current system, especially right now, of course, when teams don't know if they'll even be a partnered org or not, right? Like, long time investing. Maybe if you're like EDG, for instance, you could probably be pretty sure that you're probably going to be involved in Valorant for quite some time. So maybe for an org like that, but for a lot of them, maybe it's not nearly as clear. But I do think there are advantages to it, and I think Lev have shown that, like, if you can find some good players in your academy team, then and have them definitely come up to your main roster if they are good. And we've seen with the EMEA tier 2 teams as well. There's talent in tier 2. There are young, talented players in tier 2 that you will perhaps want.
Yeah, I would say that's like the best way to use them. Like, if you had asked me this question a year ago, I'd say, yeah, you should do it. But now, I mean, we can't have academy teams next year, so it's pretty much over. But they were definitely underutilized. I would say, like, the best way to do it would kind of be like a one experienced player with 4 up-and-comers that are hopefully between the age of like 15 to 18 that has ranked potential. Teams, yeah, that's like the best way of doing it. But I wouldn't invest now instead.
Yeah, it's only it's
talking about the game, by the way.
It's only not the best time for it. But
yeah, not the best time.
I think historically looking back, it probably would have been a pretty good idea for most teams to do it. I mean, and especially if you want to, I don't know, like, have like a different player playing in your Sentinel role or your Initiator or Duelist role every single week and just keep changing it over and over again. Then, I think having an academy team would be a really, really good idea. But I mean, ultimately, like, your academy team is only going to be as good as like if your scouting is just kind of like genuinely not that good anyway, then you getting an academy team is not going to fix it for you. So you do need good scouting.
That is very true. That's probably the main part, to be honest. Like, if you don't have good scouting, it's essentially pointless. And honestly, that's not many people do good scouting, I would say. But I also agree with something that Killer said there as well. I think at the moment in like tier 1, there's a lot of people that would just go, this guy has good stats, let's put him in the team in an off role. And I think this has been a great year to realize that that doesn't work. There's actually like 3 very strong examples right now.
Yeah, I do think perhaps, just to give a little bit of bail to some teams and works, if you had an academy team, perhaps you could also be a bit more liberal with your scouting, though, or at least like have room to experiment with the scouting, right? So you can like build, you can iterate
You're
on your
casting a
scouting
wider
as
net,
well.
Yeah.
If you've got somebody
yeah.
who is like maybe like a fringe case that you wouldn't pick up
Yeah.
for your main team, then yeah, it's like, well, we can give this guy a shot over here and see how he develops. So you can be looser with it, but if it's ass, it's ass.
True. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. It's a good idea 3 years ago, but perhaps not anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. I mean, it is cool stories, especially with Lev. I mean, the way the EG worked out as well, but we'll see how it goes through, though. I mean, history can be rewritten depending on the results moving on towards the rest of the year, so we'll still have to wait to see how that happens. Now let's talk about some actual games instead of all this theoretical stuff. Let's talk about Pacific. We wrapped up the group stage. We have our play-in and playoff brackets and seeds ready to go. And it starts off with a team, as you're seeing the records here, that very narrowly missed out on playoffs. It's DFM. They so desperately wanted to finally see the light at the end of the tunnel, but the tunnel has just been extended just a bit further. Their match went well, though, against Secret.
The match did go good. Yeah. They got unlucky that they played the triple duelist fast time, because that's the only time that it's probably gonna work. So they got a little unlucky that they it's like old school K-Corp 2023. Like, they do the same thing over and over again, but the first time you go up against it, it's not too bad. So yeah, they're a little unlucky on that. But in terms of like their actual skill, I think they'll be fine in plans from what we've seen, because they looked very nice here. They got good game plans. They're working well together. The calling's looking good. They fight well together. They farm orbs well when they're playing Phoenix. It's nice. They probably should have lost this split, personally. I actually thought Team Secret played better, to be honest, on the split. But other than that, I'm still like feeling good about them.
Yeah, the split was old school DFM.
May take over.
To a victory there, whilst maybe the rest of the team isn't playing as well. But yeah, I think overall, see, this is the thing with DFM, because I remember when, like, at the start of the stage, like, you know, obviously our hopes for this team were pretty low. And I was trying to cope. It was cope at the time, being like, well, they actually were pretty good in kickoff. You know, like they were a decent team. I feel like they have definitely gotten back to that, and maybe even a bit more, because I think that this split game was like probably the first time that I remember thinking, like, it was notable to me on split that it was like, this was the first time I felt like, oh, May is just carrying you this map, but they haven't needed that necessarily in like their other wins as much. Whereas, you know, back in the past, a lot of their wins were basically May is just carrying you.
Yeah, I would say 80% of their wins.
Yeah, exactly.
In the day,
So this was like maybe the, you know, first time that it's really happened here. But I think that was, obviously that's good, right? It's good that May can still do it, but it's also good that they don't need him to do it all the time like he did in the past. So, I mean, the thing is, you know, it's still a long road, as you said, Jobra. It's a long road for them, but they're at least at least I can go to a DFM game and be like, well, at least it'll be a good game. You know, I can. I'm looking forward to their games. I'm not like, oh god.
I think it's the best. I mean, I don't think it's that difficult of a statement to make, but I think this is the best that they've ever looked across the board. Like you said, this was the kind of like maybe the standout map, but like every other time that DFM has played so far in this stage, I mean, they just look so improved compared to anything else that they did this year. Like Yatsuka shifting over and playing like secondary duelist alongside May has worked way better than I would have thought. Akame continues to look like one of the best initiators that we have in the league, and he's doing like more side calling as well, it seems. And it seems like that's like heavily contributing to just overall like their strategic depth getting like even deeper. But good God, Cess, like what a glow up from him. He has just looked insane. I mean, every time like in between the last game that they played, I was casting with like paper thin. We'd get off the cast and like go walk to use the bathroom, and he'd just be like, what is gotten into Cess? He just keeps just shitting on them, and I'm just like, dude, I don't know, but it's great to see, because he always felt like a little bit of you know, kind of like your classic like IGL excuse, you know, like bottom fragger for the team, which is like, well, you know, he's the IGL, so He's maybe not going to be able to put up the same numbers. He's just doing so much. So even if it's just like the slight little bit of increased like side calling that Akame's doing, that is kind of unlocking Cess's ability to frag the way he is, keep going, guys, because this is looking so sick.
Yeah, it's nice to have hope for this team.
Yeah, side note trivia, because you were mentioning Akame calling, and obviously we've seen and heard him calming in Japanese just fine. He's been doing it for a while now. But I learned that he can't read Japanese, though. He can't read like kanji or hiragana or anything, because he was on my co-stream. Yeah, and then someone was like typing, someone sent a message in Japanese, and I was like, well, I can't read it, but Akame, this is for you. And he just sat there and was like, I can't read it either. So we're like, okay, you can speak it, though. That's good. That's good to know. But he's been, I mean, I think in some ways he's been kind of shining as perhaps one of the better Korean initiators that we've had in Pacific this stage, for sure, in terms of ethnicity, right, and Korean players. So looking good. Now, before we move on from DFM, and we'll talk about play-in chances and how the outlook looks at the end when we look at the entire bracket. But are you feeling better about this team because the individuals simply just look better and more comfortable, in their mechanics, etc., or are there team level things that you're liking as well, whether it's the comps, the map theory, the movement, how you guys mentioned like ult orbs earlier, like that seems a little better. They're a little bit more focused. How far are we going here, Sliggy, in terms of how much they've improved?
I'm pretty on board with them getting they are good at what works in the meta at the moment. Like, they're very good at snowballing. They're very good at, we have an ult, this is a big round, let's use it. They're very good at team fighting. Like, they're always making like little micro plans of, okay, swing off my contact, or we're going to double swing here and everyone's just swinging wide. If you're good at that, you're good enough to go far. So I think that's the main thing when I look at the moment. I'm just like, damn, they can upset anyone. They can play anyone. They can upset them just because they have everything that is important right now. They're not trying to do like, even when like so they like lose map control. There was a round on Split where Team Secret pushed over towards A and they just insta react over towards B. Like, even though like most teams would go back and re-clear, like at least they're like fast reacting. Like, they don't need to do everything perfect as long as they're together and they're all just fighting well. I think that they're so fine. So that's like the main things. Micro fights, ult stuff. They got it down.
Yeah, just the basics of fighting, sticking together.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Well, DFM fans, you'll have more games to have hope for them. So we'll look forward to see how the bracket turns out later
technically everyone does.
Well, I mean, yes, but like
more
than you expect.
No, some teams. When we get to EMEA, we'll talk about some teams that don't have hope.
Okay, EMEA is going to be a little different tone today. But we'll talk about Pacific first. Let's move on to the other side. As everyone expected, Gen.G, perfect scoreline, 5-0, undefeated. TMV, they're going to champs. Are they going to champs?
Yeah, they might go to champs. They might go to champs. I accept. They might go to champs. If they do go to champs, that is when it will be. No.
In the grand finals,
this is the incredible. They will not win a map if they go to champs. That's the thing. Right. Here's the thing about
they won't.
Game.
Hang on. You said they won't win a map.
Yeah. Well, that's about.
They
won't win a game.
Okay.
They won't win a game.
I will pull this clip back up.
If they go, that's still a big if.
When Gen.G goes to champs and they eliminate Foot, I will pull this clip back up.
Oh God, if they played Foot, I'd love that.
Yeah. I'm just kidding. That. Foot's not going to make it. Anyway, you were saying?
Sorry, what were we saying?
Right. Let me tell you about this game. Because this, again, like, people have asked me, oh, if Gen.G are frauds, on this team frauds, on this team frauds. No, to be a fraud, like T1 or DRX, whatever, they're not frauds right now because they're 3-2. They're 1-4. They're reflecting how good they actually are right now, which is like, okay or bad.
Yeah.
Gen.G are 5-0. This is how you be frauds. You're 5-0 when you shouldn't be 5-0. Because here's the thing. Look, they won 5 out of 6 pistols in this one, and the one that they lost, they won the second round and won a very close game in it. Are there things like, look, they put Karen back on smokes. Good for you. You did the most obvious fucking thing in the world, and it worked. Like, good for you. That's great. I'm glad that you figured out that you were absolutely trolling before. Yeah, no shit. Texture again. I still don't think he's in like peak texture form. Oh, there apparently is the best neon in the world as well, with a below 1 rating. But here's the thing. I actually want to talk about Full Sense a bit more, if you don't mind, Choba, just quickly. Because Frost has been getting some shit for this game because he didn't take any timeouts in a game that they lost, obviously. And a lot of people have been giving some shit. Kurt, I don't know if you could just go on like the VLR and just go on Sunset and Split. if you just put up Sunset and Split, because I want to stream some bail, okay? Because you look at this Sunset timeline here, and you're saying, when would you take a timeout? You'd probably say, you take a timeout maybe when you're 4-0 down. He didn't. They then won 6 in a row. You take a timeout when they've won 3 in a row and they've gone from 10-7 to 10-10. He didn't. They then won 3 in a row, right? If you go on the next map as well, on Split, similar sort of things are happening,
I
right?
don't know about that.
Well, okay.
I mean, this one's a little
First
different.
half-
I
first
feel
half-
like within the first 10 rounds, when I'm 8-1 down, I'm probably calling a timeout.
But he didn't, and they won 4. And then you might be like, oh, 18, it's 12,
No,
6,
but
they won
it's-
5.
It was a 2-round difference. So if they had called a timeout, they might have won 6 in the first half.
When you're 5-1 down, 6-1 down, you gotta call a timeout. What are you getting? What are you there for?
Yeah, but there's no guarantee it'll work. They still ended up with an
Sure,
8-1
but,
half.
you won't know unless you do it.
then you're just accepting that you're
No.
shit. Like you're just
You know
going,
that
oh, I
if-
better not call a
it's
timeout
you've come
because
up
I'm
with this theory
shit.
before of like, oh, you don't want to give a timeout to them. What
Yeah,
if that,
no,
well, if you think
I-
that their coach is
I
gonna
agree,
come up with a
but
better
they're
timeout
doing
plan
everything
than you.
right already.
But if it's literally like a 6-1, you should probably try and help your team out. Not gonna go,
Doesn't
oh,
cost,
mate,
like, 5
they
grand
might get
to
a little
call
bit
fucking
better.
timeout.
What are they gonna do
give
better?
I'm
They're
shooting
already
some
wrecking
bail. I'm
you.
shooting him some
Oh,
bail.
no, yeah. To give,
I think
to
that's
side
fucking
with
crazy.
TMZ,
You guys,
little
no,
bit.
you guys are. It's crazy.
Well, 'cause I remember
Any other
during
coach does
this
this,
game-
you guys aren't like sticking up for
Well,
him. It's fucking.
Well, I
madness.
wasn't sticking up for when he did this last week, because that I think was a little more ridiculous. But I think this
What was
one when I
last
was
week?
watching, because I had people asking the same question as well, and I was like, I mean, honestly, I don't know where you call it, other than for like just to stop momentum, and that
Guys,
that
you
was
call
like
it
a,
you call it a
no,
5-1.
yeah, sure, but like the other thing I had said though was that given the press conference, now I remember given the press conference from the week before, where maybe some of it was tongue in cheek, whatever, but like basically Cruz and Frost were kind of describing different problems that they were having with the team.
Sure.
I wondered if Cruz was adamant about what he was doing as well. And not saying Cruz is wrong, but right, I wonder if there was some sort of like, no, like I got this, or like this is what we're doing, etc. Who knows? Obviously, we can't read into that, but
Sure,
on the
I think
split at least, yeah.
I mean, you guys are trying to shoot him. I can understand the sunset. That's it. But the other 2 maps, bro, Kurt, bring up the first map. You tell me here that you shouldn't be first. Like, mate, you gotta do a timeout in that second half somewhere. You gotta do a timeout somewhere here. Like that.
Yeah,
that's
probably.
That's
I would
crazy.
say most people probably should. But my point is, like, you're saying, oh, you got to take a timeout somewhere in that first half. But then on second map, when it works, you say, oh, well, you got away with it. But the thing is that like one works, one doesn't, and you're just picking the one that doesn't work and saying, so
Sure.
you should have taken a
That's
timeout.
like gambler's fallacy, though. That's
Yeah,
just
like you would hope that your team can win some games without you doing it, but like
wasn't
now's
this a meaningless game?
now's,
Well, I guess
now's
that
not
was
the time for limit testing. You need to
But is it
win
not?
it,
Is
so.
this not a meaningless game?
They
Could they have
champ points.
finished not-
They could now draw
Yeah, they
with
have.
GE and they end up not going because are GE not above?
I can't remember.
They
terms
should
of
be
champ
above
points?
now, I think.
Can't remember.
Yeah,
the
well,
Is
they
it not
also-
9 and 8? Yeah,
Or
they
10
now
and
have
9?
9 and they have 8. So if they both
Okay,
fail,
and they have the head-to-head.
then but all they had to do was win a couple of games in groups. This is where you had to lock
Yeah.
in my opinion.
True.
I don't think we should be shooting them some bail, to be honest with you. I think it's madness.
It
I do. I
was
think it's madness.
weird.
If this was like a Termi or something, I feel like we'd be going all in. I
You
want
might.
to. I want to treat them evenly.
Well, the fucking the thing is,
I mean, if it was
the
Termi, it'd
other
be more
coaches.
expected.
Well, this is the thing. They
That's
get away
true,
with
yeah,
this
I
shit.
agree,
That's true.
that's
It's
true,
the
yeah.
precedent that you said. That's the
They
real
get away with this
thing.
shit because they take a timeout at fucking 12-5 and think that it's gonna, and then fucking lose 13-5. You take a dinner order timeout, is what I've started calling all these Korean coaches.
But
What do you want
I
for
would.
dinner?
At least
It's not
like,
much.
that
It's no
was the-
better.
that-
You're 12-5 down.
Wait,
The game's
wait,
That
over.
on
was
that
the
note-
original. It was Termi. When,
yeah.
Versus Frost, when he called
Versus
the timeout
Frost.
after they hit 12, it was like a 12-3, 12-4 scoreline. And then he called a timeout to just fuck with them. And then he just asked the players, like, what do you guys want to eat when this is done?
Exactly.
Yeah, he legitimately told the players, I don't actually have anything to say, but I just thought it'd be great to call a timeout. What do you guys want for dinner? which is crazy.
That was
Toxic trash talk.
2024 when the beef
yeah.
began.
Yeah, that was a moment. But okay, sidebar. Would you
Yeah.
rather a team call a timeout at match point when you're losing like 12-5, whatever, or would you rather they have just not called a timeout and accept that it was already too late?
nah, I
The
would want you
question,
to
have
fight.
they called a timeout before that point?
They haven't.
You haven't called a timeout before that point. Oh,
Yeah. So,
Then
but,
I-
but now
Cut
you're
it.
thinking.
Cut it.
No, no, no. But now
wasting
you're
my
thinking.
time. You are wasting
No, now
my
you're.
time.
But now you're
That-
thinking
that
I'm
is-
already too late. Like, you know what I mean?
no, yeah,
like,
you
it's
are
already
thinking
done.
I'm too late. But I would prefer
Yeah.
you to just do it than not do it. Full stop. But I
Still-
would
still
like
at
it
12.
to be
Okay.
earlier, ideally. Yeah.
Well, sure. Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering. All right. Well,
Nongshim do this as well, by the way, Choba. They're quite
Oh,
often on the dinner all the
I'm
time.
literally asking because someone in my chat was like, "I'm so done with this team. Can you please tell Silkanon to stop calling timeouts when the other team has match point?" And I was like,
It happens a lot.
I listen. You think I'm
12-6
happy with this, man?
guaranteed,
Like,
brother.
I'm not happy with this, man. So, all right. Well, is there anything else we want to say about Gen.G other than they're fraudulent? I mean, they are 5-0. I feel like we should.
Not fraudulent.
Yeah, I wanna say that I'm leaning. I'm still on the fence in terms of if it's like a fraudulent 5-0. It's not as obvious as like the DRX one. I think the main thing that I got from this one was like Rascal actually like looked sick, and this is my first game where I've felt like, oh, this guy belongs. So that's good,
Yes.
and he's getting some confidence. So that's where I'm like teetering on the edge because I was kind of agreeing with TMB. I was like, I kind of think that it doesn't
See,
look
the
like
thing is, like,
it's not,
I'm
it's
just
not
dug in at this
convincing
point.
4-0.
I'm dug in.
No, yeah,
I
you are,
can't
you are.
change now.
But Roscoe
They
had
went-
such a good week that I'm like, well, if he's like this, then actually they're pretty guns.
They went 5-0 and Texture isn't in peak form. Like,
Yeah, that's why you
impressive.
gotta think about it.
The rest of the team is looking pretty.
See, that's
damn
the
good.
sunny side of
Afina
phrasing it. I could just say they're 5-0 fraudulent, and Texture isn't in good form and won't be.
Mhm.
Like if Texture was in good
cursing-
form, you'd be saying,
cursing a
"Oh,
man's
Texture is
career."
in amazing form."
I
they're so
cannot
good."
wait to see. Oh God, he's just gonna snipe the ever loving shit out of Sop. Fucking. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Anyway, like Afina had some really good moments in the series. Like he was putting up some good clutches, and I think that is a very positive sign because I mean, Afina continues to be, I think, the biggest question mark for the team. But I think he's shown that the vibes that he brings to the squad, fucking immense. Like something that they really, really needed. He's constantly keeping the energy up, and he also does have good ideas in the rounds. And I think that he's also very good at taking what Solo is giving him and then just immediately just like pushing that through. Like I used to get PTSD when I would see Gen.G hit like 11 or 12 round wins because they would just kind of like choke and they'd start running out of ideas, and it feels like it's that has been alleviated. I think that if Afina can continue to improve in the calling department as well as fragging, then yeah, they have a very strong chance of making it to champs, where they will shit on foot.
I will just point out. I'll
Specifically.
just point out again that
If
they
it's
are
the
likely
only
to,
win they get at champs and
in
they
their
get
first game,
eliminated,
they are likely to play.
It will still be a victory. It will still be a massive
likely to
victory.
play Paper X.
Yeah,
in
they
their
will
first
have
game.
to win.
And-
that
And
game.
yeah,
they
it is the
always.
bracket.
And who is Paper X's father, if not Gen.G?
It's
Let's
Foxy
check.
9.
Let us check
It's
the
Foxy
lineage.
9, yeah.
It's Foxy 9.
It actually is Foxy
That
9.
could be Foxy.
It actually is.
My-
Yeah.
my
We have a new
goodness.
lineage. We've discovered a deeper part of the family tree. Oh man.
I
But
think
yeah,
it's
I
more
think
about Solo. Solo just owning Alex like he did in CS.
damn. Okay. Well.
Alex will admit to that. I'm
It's
not
true,
saying anything.
True. No, Alex
crazy.
would very joyfully admit to that actually. But all right, I think Gen.G. I agree with what you guys said. Raxcool I think was the final key for me because even Afina's calling I think is like it's good enough for what the team needs. It's not like I'm not rating him as like a top IGL, but you know it's good enough for what the team needs. So, all right, we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Listen, we're not going to see them for 2 weeks, so who knows how different.
But
they look
that's a good
in
thing
2
as well.
weeks.
Yeah, so much time for them to get better.
Yeah.
I think
To,
that's
to
good for
iron
them.
things out.
Mm.
All right.
Enough time to bring Lockyer back in.
Please don't change anything.
Yeah,
else.
Please
just
do,
enough
please
time.
do. I will be rubbing my hands in glee and watch Seth squirm.
And then we see just Afina take the place on the Korean analyst desk where Lockyer has
Yep.
been the
Just
stage
swapping
trade
over.
places. All right, let's talk about some other Korean teams. Let's talk about KRX.
Do we have to?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of meaningful. They're on a loss streak, but they made another roster change, Achilles. Isn't that exciting?
I was wondering what you were going to say,
From-
like as the
in
hopeful
fact-
thing.
In fact, from their academy team that we just talked about was a
That-
good idea.
That window is
Yeah.
just 4 feet away. It's I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. It was, I think, the change that needed to happen,
Mhm.
but not at all when it should have happened. I think that if you came into the stage and you did this, it'd make a lot more sense. I think a lot of people were kind of, you know, wanting to see Young. He had a pretty good chamber. Like, oh, why not bring this guy back? Why are they having freeing playing chamber for the first time, which he clearly is uncomfortable doing, and this, that, and the other thing. Why now, with like 4 days notice, did they decide to make this change?
Sliggy roasted him last week on Plat
I did
Chat.
roast him.
That was the thing. Oh shit! Even Sliggy.
This is just
Flicker,
grasping at straws. It's literally just grasping at straws, like just exhausting every single option that you have while giving none of them time to like simmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you bring up that, but when they announced the Young was playing, I was like, oh, I do feel bad now for flaming him. So I was like, I've kind of kicked the guy when he's down. Essentially, he's been replaced. But did they go back to their Lotus and they playing the same? I think we started C with the chamber at the beginning on Lotus, and I was like, oh, maybe they changed it up. No, he's going over towards A every single time. And Meteor's just popping everyone.
Meteor was just fucking him up.
Dude, I do think the new Lotus, because normally what used to happen on Lotus when you get chamber comps, they would like get 5 on attack at the moment, like it used to, and then they changed Lotus, and now you have like more freedom at the beginning of A. It looks like you can't actually block. There's one smoke that a team is doing close where you could block all the angles, but no one's really doing it at the moment. So they're doing like normal smoke, and you can always go on the ledge above it. So I feel like the chambers now have 2, maybe even 3 options of like pathing. So the chambers are just popping everyone that goes over towards A, and I'm seeing chamber comps get like 8 on attack and stuff.
Bro, I was watching. I mean, we'll talk about FNATIC. Alpha against Enterprise on Lotus was absolutely popping off over towards A. And you know what I was saying? Yeah. I was thinking about that game that we played in the Plat Chat thing. And you were on chamber on Lotus, and I was like, why wasn't Sliggy doing this? I'm watching Sliggy walk out there and just TP, not get a single kill every single time. Say, no, I'll get it next time. Don't worry.
Don't worry about it. I'll hit it next time. Oh, they've terminated me. But I didn't have the extra bit. I didn't have the extra bit of pathing. Give me some options. That was old Lotus. All I can do is go there, eat some util. This one, maybe I'll go left. Probably still miss the shot, but at least I got an option. At least I got an option. I do. This was a good week though to see like the chambers on attack kind of just dominate over towards A. It does make me think that the chambers have way more viability on Lotus than maybe I thought. But mate, it's just like I just feel bad for Young these days as well, because it's just like sometimes they don't even give him util to set him up over towards A. They're like, yeah, if they make sound over there, then you should go try and get it. And like someone might have lucked out to rubble anyway. And it's like we're just guessing at this point. Like we've got to help him out. I don't know. They're just slowly trying to recover from their initial mistake of triple duelist, and it's like this is what you get, man. You tried something that was so dumb. This is deserved.
I have a question, Achilles. I don't know if you would know or if you've been told. They haven't said anything about their IGLing.
Comms, yep. Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay.
No idea. I knew exactly what you were going to ask, though, because it's a question that I've been asking myself every day.
So for those who don't know, like the first week in the interview, Bane was like, yeah, we like got rid of IGLing and we're just calling together. And we were like,
going for the hive minds.
Yeah, for triple duelist. And then it hasn't. So there were some questions, but I guess we don't know.
Yeah. I am curious about it. I'm wondering. I think that they will have, if they're going to revert all of the comps, etc. I think they'll probably revert it back to Bane calling.
Yeah.
But right now he and Mako are both kind of like suffering in the frag department. Whereas when they were doing triple duels, Bane was kind of thriving. And he was their best player in that little 3-match stint. I think that they just go back to Mako calling and just like. Because he's already not doing super great in their last couple games. So just let him call, let Hjelman keep doing what he's doing, and then like try to unleash Bane a little bit more, and maybe it'll work in the play-ins.
I do want to talk about T1 a little bit, Chobra. And
Yeah,
that they are now the latest. They are the latest example of another team that has played Yoru, and this agent is fucking insane. And I'm watching teams across the world, different teams start to pick it up Yoru, and it's like, hold on a second, we're kind of popping off. And I'm watching other teams like KRX look at Yoru and be like, what the fuck is this agent? It looked like they'd never seen Yoru before. Some of the things that Meteor was getting away with. And so I'm glad that they've kind of gone in that direction. I mean, the thing is, people might not know. Also, we're talking about DRX exchanges. Stax is back. for DH. I mean, we've got to talk
Yeah.
about that as well, because that's a
Yeah.
gigantic change. And although he didn't like have a great fragging game, I guess, he is going to add in terms of, a lot more in terms of the comms and stuff. And DH wasn't
He's-
having a great stage.
I mean, they
So
said
he's
he's IGLing. Right?
IGLing.
He's
Yeah.
IGLing,
So
which is
he's the reason he's back in is because he's back to IGLing, and he explained that it was because Munchkin had also said it was like when he was calling, Munchkin basically admitted that like if things were going bad, he would start to just micromanage too much and demand too much, and his teammates couldn't really digest all of it, which goes in line with what they've been saying for the whole year. And then so the way Stax does it is a little bit better, they found out, for the rest of the team, and this way Munchkin can now focus on his game as well. So that's why they made that roster changes, so that Stax could IGL.
I mean, in terms of just like the roles, if we ignore Stacks, everyone looked pretty comfy, I would say.
Yeah.
Buzz was like happy to be back on the Rays, it was popping off. Meteor's killing everyone with a chamber, which was cool. I did like their so they took the 100 Thieves comp and they took out the Phoenix and put the Yoru in, and I do like it. It's very so my way of describing it to my chat was like it's a lot better on defense, but it's a little bit worse on attack, because obviously you can't like get all the Phoenix orbs and stuff like. But the whole thing where, because you got a harbor, right, so you fight one site, you retake the other, having a Yoru that can just be on the site that you're retaking and that can just TP out, and again the angles are all good for you to just sit on site and do another TP when you feel like they're going to be hitting. Like that's really cool, and it's very hard to kind of clear the site that that they're a retake, because there's a Yoru defending, there's probably a Cypher that's spamming through smokes, and then you got to deal with the trips. So I really like their breeze. I thought their breeze was cool. Just took what was working for 100 Thieves and then just made it maybe better, at least better on defense. I still don't know on attack. But yeah, I thought it was really cool. I liked it a lot.
Stax's reaction from round 16 of Breeze when he died.
Oh yeah, his
This was during the comms, right?
His headbutt.
Where you like almost like just slammed his face on the desk. Like it's
The
so
best
good.
part, so this is during the voice comms as well, and right about here you hear Stax like talking. He's like, all right, this is what we're gonna do, let's do this.
It's
do
just
this.
so
And he
much
goes-
common.
And then he's like, and then he dies. And literally, and then he just slams down. Yeah, just watch at the bottom of your screen.
The delay is perfect. He kind of does it as his agent falls to the ground. Yeah.
We like, thank God we have cough buttons on the English desk now, because like, I mean, it would have been
cracking up.
fine if we were just, but yeah, like I'm just sat there and I'm just holding the cough button. Paperton and I just losing our minds, just watching Stacks almost go full long legs on his fucking desk there. It was great, because I mean, like, if nothing else, the Stacks is always going to be emotive. He's always going to be doing something. I mean, we got an echo back to the mouse kiss, which we'll get to in a little bit. When we get over to VARREL as well. But yeah, it's good to see Stacks back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It was a fun
T1
game.
on the up and up. Yeah. KRX.
Yeah, I like the T1 stuff. It gave me, I don't know, man. This team, you always have to like believe in this team a little bit just because of what's happened in the
Who's
past.
there?
Yeah. So it's I don't know, man. I got belief. I feel like they make champs. I've been telling my chat they're a top 8 team, and then every time they lose, I'm like, oh god, they look awful. And like that, I looked at this one here, and I was like, honestly, they might just be able to scrape a top 8 if they keep doing this. So
Yeah. I mean, they're also in terms of champs, they're okay on points. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
it's-
again, there's so
it's
many
doable.
options in Pacific, but it is doable as long as they just kind of hold their ground.
it's nice to see Stacks back as well. To be honest, I do like Stacks. I like DH as well, but he did struggle a little bit. But that's also because he wasn't playing the role that maybe he was playing for most of the year, which they kind of wrecked him with. But
All right.
it's nice to see Stacks back.
Before we move on, for KRX, I just want to say Hyunmin's continuing to frag though on that Phoenix, so there is a bright spot. The star player is still keeping up his.
But he's had
moves.
a well. I mean, I think
he
it's
had
not
a
his
one-
fault.
The one
No,
bit of
Bass-
light that has been able to escape the black hole. He has made it past the event horizon,
Yes.
where there is nothing but darkness. He's the one little glint in the sky.
Escape
It
is the
does-
right term because he wasn't fragging the first couple weeks. but
Yeah,
he's getting into it.
But it makes it more depressing because it's like this guy's so good. He's like one of the best
Yeah.
aims in the game,
Yeah.
and your team's playing triple duelist and not setting.
He's got to
up
lock
properly.
in. KRX is gonna.
He's gonna
look,
lock in.
Here's
He's
the
gonna
code.
lock in.
Here's the code. The team is gonna. They're gonna lock in. Oni Pixels going to champs.
Yeah, there you
Yum
go.
Yum's got to be there.
Yum yums.
Yeah.
They gotta
Mate.
reunite.
He
You might
ain't
wanna
making it,
start
bro.
ripping up a contract if that's the case.
Yeah, the only way he gets there is if someone else picks him up, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, at least he keeps fragging because that's always fun to see. All right, let's talk about now back to Group Alpha, GE and Zeta. Now, this was a really important match because whoever won this was able to keep their hopes alive until to the results of the next day, and GE are able to close it out against a Zeta who mostly has been looking better this stage, but GE just comes out stronger, 2-0. Now, you would think, looking at the score, that it's just a shutout. It was dicey. It got
That was
pretty
close.
dicey. Yeah, there was overtime on that split. But
It was a
GE
mess at times. This
it
was a mess at times.
Yes.
Like the ult management on split from Zeta, I mean, was atrocious. Honestly, it was so atrocious. They had like
Yeah.
all of their ults for, I don't know, 4 rounds, 5 rounds.
Now I
and just,
remember, yeah.
just not using any of them. I was losing my mind. I mean, there was another example, I think, in the next thing we're going to talk about with VARREL, where LP just had a Sage Res from like round 5.
Yes.
Just didn't use it on attack.
Yeah.
Didn't use a Sage Res on attack somehow. Like, but Zeta, this was so bad. And like, I was losing my mind at Patman as well, because Global's defense split
Bruh.
setup. I don't know if you can bring up round 25 of split, because it's a good example of Pat. Like, obviously, Patman is an amazing player, right? He is an amazing player, but the amount of times that he's not even doing the normal Viper setup of like, the orb in mid. He's doing the wall across mid, right, from like A, and like the more aggressive wall across mid. And then I'm going to say about half of their rounds, he is just start of the round solo walking out mid with no one else, and just this wall that is much deeper, so you would think is easier to kind of get past, and he's just doing this on his own.
Yep.
At the start of like, I'm going to say half of their rounds. Now he gets 2 kills, I think, in this
He gets the
round.
kill here, right?
No, he gets
Yeah,
double,
like so
yeah.
he's Patman, he's still doing it, but I was just thinking like, bro, surely someone's watching this VOD and just going, we can just kill this guy every single round, and their Viper's just gone and mid is ours. I was losing my mind, and Zeta just weren't good enough to punish him. But yeah, he's just sticking around in mid like the whole round. He doesn't have any fuel at this point, and here he goes, he's just doming people. Look,
And then he doesn't leave, and he's like,
he doesn't leave. He's
yeah,
a
he's like, I'm
madman.
committed.
He was
This was
he was
feast
kind of
and famine. Like,
Yes.
yeah. It was,
Patman
it
would
was.
go out, he would feast, he'd kill 1 or 2 people, and then he would die every fucking round.
It was crazy.
There was like a similar thing on attack as well, where he's like taking a lot of space. He'll maybe kill like 2, he'll win the round for them. Maybe there's like a kill somewhere else on the map, and then he'll like go push even more and just lose all the space. I'm like, mate, you've won the round. You're just trying to do more and more and more and more. I will say, I do think he won more rounds than he lost.
Yeah.
So
Yes, yeah.
normally when you have a player like that, you do kind of just let them do their own thing. But it's definitely the most I've seen him do this ever, where it's just like,
I mean,
I need to win this game for my team kind of vibe. Like playing to win.
yeah,
like
I mean, I guess the vibe.
thinks he's
yeah.
the
I
win
would-
condition. for sure.
I was gonna say because the way you were talking about it is it's very reminiscent of how they used to play Breeze. Was that he would just push up to double doors every time on attack, and then eventually the teams that figured that out would just punish him, and then G would just lose map control. But and then they adapted to it. But it is definitely punishable. It is definitely punishable.
Yeah, and it's so hard to find that thin line. But I do think that if he found like a little bit of a better line, it's more so on attack where he's just like, if he holds map control, he's won. Where he's already won the round, but then he oversteps. Like I think if he can just minimize those ones where he's overstepping, like he'll still lose some rounds, but it will go up so drastically in terms of the rounds that he wins. But I still think it's like he's winning 60, losing 40 from being over aggro. So I think it's okay. But it's just weird to see, to be honest, because it is some of the stuff he's doing is just absolutely mad. You're just watching the minimap, like, holy hell, this guy wants to take on everyone. Like he wants to fight. It's like a ranked player that's like angry. He just wants to fight, and I just want to duel. It's like, mate, just cure TDM. But he's just out here in the middle just fighting.
If I want to actually give credit to Paper Thin, because
Whoa.
I think
You okay?
as per usual. Look, as per usual. Not biased in his commentary. He always keeps it clean. He he knows that he's got to be objective, and he did a good job in this series But Jesus Christ, glancing over at him in this game whenever Zeta was doing stupid shit or misusing their ultimates, I could just see the frustration. They would do something dumb. Like Absol would maybe just like try to slide out of the corner, he'd die, there's like no assisting util. And I just see him out of the corner of my eye, I'm like, just fucking losing it over it. It was so funny.
I
There
felt
was a particularly egregious example where I think they did a B. Did they do a B exec and they have like all their ults and they didn't use like a single, or they just used like an Omen ult as a part of their like B exec and they had like all of them full gun round. Oh my
They like
God.
come out of it and they have just like a bunch of different stuff. It's just like, why did none of this get committed in?
I felt bad
Yeah.
for Shota because I felt like Shota he had a pretty good
Oh,
performance.
dude, that first is especially like
Oh,
what
yeah,
the
it's
first
it's
match
round
was-
6 on cut.
Yeah.
Split round 6. They do a B exec and they have every ult apart from a
Dude,
Viper's
Kurt
Pit.
just wants to show this round on Breeze and
Sorry,
every
sorry,
time he
sorry,
puts it up,
sorry,
he's
sorry.
recording
Yeah,
it, so
every
watch
time.
us on
This round.
Split.
I'm just giving proof. Proof. We need a paper
Yeah.
bin can on this one.
While we're watching the clip, I think part of it is also what an unfortunate time for Eco to have a rough game because
Yeah.
he was the shining star of this team, and it was not a great game for him. And he had a very tough time.
He was when they were playing on Breeze and they were like trying to play retake on a site, he was getting caught out quite a lot, like playing on the
Yeah.
site. It's like as they were leaving. I think they understand the theory of the
Oh,
harbor. I
God,
think
yeah,
just
this
the
one.
execution is not good.
I
Hey, the Omen
remember
ult
this
worked, though.
one.
You know?
He didn't even use the ult. He
Oh,
double
he didn't even
TP'd.
use it. He just
No,
double
double
TP'd.
Yeah,
TP, yeah.
Oh.
But they have Seekers and die to a guy in the close corner.
I mean, it was criminal that the Reese was able to stay alive as long as he did. I mean, Yonatan just sat there, like just blast packing himself deeper into the corner on top of those boxes at the garage exit, and they just couldn't kill him fast enough.
Yeah.
Dude, I will say that Sage wall is pretty outdated. As well, the Sage wall is
that
outdated.
too.
You've at least got to go on top of it these days, I think, or you leave a gap on the right. But here we
Well, again, nobody's knocked out. They got time.
Mini's
They
fault.
did-
It's Mini's fault.
Listen,
are.
yeah, there you go. This was
He's
me.
an
He didn't tell
outdated
them about
tech.
the wall. Yeah,
Yeah.
he didn't tell them about the outdated tech. All right, well, let's move on. We'll get back to these teams about their play-in chances and their brackets. Now we mentioned them earlier. Now this, I want to know what TMV has to say about this team because they have an incredible record, 4-1, first place. Ascension team though, are they frauds or are they not?
Not frauds.
Giga frauds. No, I'm
Don't you dust.
Barrel or giga frauds?
Oh.
Clip it, ship it.
Instantly rage bait.
Where did we rank VARREL when we did the power rankings preseason? Because we were high on them.
Stage 2. We were,
No, like,
we
in
were
the
over
in the
kickoff.
preseason, like before
Oh, in
kickoff, yeah,
preseason
it would have
we were
been
high.
like
we
mid-table.
were high on them.
Yeah.
I feel like we put them like maybe top,
They
like,
did-
7 or 6.
They did underperform for sure.
Yes.
Because
yes.
they kind of like they weren't
But-
fragging as hard and they lost their identity a little bit.
I'd be curious to look back at that and see how closely everything's starting to slot in where we judge teams at the beginning of
You're
the
saying, yeah.
year to where they're starting to end up now. I'd be very curious to see that again because I know that we were pretty high on VARREL and it feels like that it's finally being earned.
We might have
Red
actually got that
runtime.
one pretty good. Yeah.
Mm.
That might be the only region, to be honest.
I mean, Paper X would have been up there.
Yeah,
True,
yeah,
but
no.
we probably would have been maybe a little bit lower on Gen.G. But we'll have to see how everything. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Hold on.
RQ
Hold
is
Oh
on.
the
no!
only
Turn it
one.
off! Turn it.
Oh, DRX.
Oh, God.
Oh Jesus.
Yep, that
Okay, so
that about
this-
sums it up. Yep.
We have an anomaly. We have an anomaly.
No, but I think that's still good for the context of like
For-
where
yeah.
DRX were. How did
Can we
you,
actually
how
pull
did
it
you,
back up?
how did you fuck up that
Guys,
bad?
I got bad news. Check this out.
Been
Uh-oh.
demonetized?
No,
Look at
but
them.
look at this. I didn't show the end of it. Let me
Oh,
fast
no.
forward a
What
bit.
Did we
Oh
switch?
no.
Oh no.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair,
What?
if we're swapping with
I mean,
full
no,
sense,
but
I mean, full
yeah,
sense
for the
is-
full year. Yeah, full
the
sense.
full
did.
year.
Yeah,
Full
they
sense.
got
I
to
mean,
they got to a
there we go.
masters.
Okay.
I don't know.
So a little bit. So I was right thinking that we had him at 7 at one point.
Oh my God, who was
Oh.
that? Who did that? Who's talking?
Chober's not happy with it.
It's probably
Can't be
just
you.
plain
Yeah, it
Josh.
wasn't me.
I mean, I'm not in there, so yeah. This.
Ah, it's gotta
Fucking
be
hell, you
Josh.
three are stupid.
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
Either way, though, Farrell
Nice try.
Either way.
looking great. Very
Looking good.
Convinced.
Yeah.
Not non frauds. Very
Foxy,
legitimate.
Foxy 9, what a legend, man.
Dude.
Dude, if you look at if you go onto
He was crying
VARREL's,
after the win.
yeah, man, dude,
mean,
his
yeah.
celebration after the win's awesome. So, Kurt, go down and do see more results, and basically, where the green stops, that's where, yeah, dude, that's where he joined EWC
Yep.
qualifiers. He joins here.
Yep.
Look at the difference, man. We're getting some green out here.
Huge.
It's a 2-1 instead of just a Palmer Red Sea that was essentially happening before. Dude, what a turnaround this guy made. And just, I will say, like, Zuna played so well in this game as
He's
well.
so back.
Holy, bro, every time I was watching them, Zuna was just getting multi-kills. I was like, man, this was like, when I was watching the Ascension team and they were doing that stuff, that's when I was like, man, I'm so excited for this guy. I was getting my VFL all the time because I was like, this guy's incredible. And then I was like, where's this guy gone? And then here he is. He's back.
Was it Sunset where he? I remember. I mean, he had like a lot of clutches, but he had
I
like
mean, there was
that
so
one
many insane
monster
rounds.
clutch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
Where he was
brain won't-
saturated?
Yes,
Was
there
that-
yeah,
Yep.
there was that. That was
Oh, that was sick.
Dude,
yeah.
the saturated one was, that was sick.
It's just he's one of those guys you just cannot give him that opportunity because he takes it. And I've said this so many times on the broadcast. I've said it so many times on this show, but like him at the SVL was just
Yeah.
fucking insane. The number of like 1v3s. He'd get him. He'd be 1v3, and after like maybe the third time, Chober and I were just like, he's probably good for it, and then he would just win. Like
Yep.
he's such a smart player.
I felt
Yeah,
like this was a
he's
pretty
really good.
legit win, by the way. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
Paperx are like the game does come down to
They
who
threw
wants it
some
more
horrendous
for
rounds.
sure.
Oh, this was a
But-
crazy
yeah.
game. This was
Yeah,
an
okay.
insane.
Oh, this was an
batshit
insane
game. Like
game.
every round, like Device got a sheriff. Oh, that
was
doesn't. That's a
nuts.
4K.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah.
a guaranteed 4K.
And he
By
does
the
it
way,
again.
for Device with the sheriff.
And again.
And then next round, VARREL on Nico. Oh, it doesn't matter. Here's Juna or Foxy or whoever the fuck is now popping off. Every round, there was no predicting any round. It was a true Paper X classic game of just chaos everywhere. Insane to watch. This was an insane game to watch. Like, if you enjoy Valorant, it was the game of the week in terms of just like
Yeah.
nonsense, madness, excitement. Foxy 9 popping off. Everything you could want from this game was there.
Divide from here is just so.
Look at
Dude.
this stuff. He was,
Well,
he
that's
was
like
trying
every
his
round.
best.
Incredible
No,
game.
well, it was every other round. He's getting like 3
Yeah.
or 4. It was kind of insane. But I kind of looked at it, and again, I don't think PaperX obviously playing at full power, but I still feel like they were still a lot of the ideas and stuff they were doing made a lot of sense. Definitely like some of Jing's ults and stuff were like a little weird.
Well,
But-
the old-
Dude, he could not hit a
It's
rocket.
crazy how many hours on radio.
Intentionally,
It's
he
so
could
bad,
not
isn't it?
hit a rocket.
yeah, the ults were unfortunate, man. They were not great.
Dude, I think it
that's-
was on Split where he was ulting into B Heaven, and then he saw, I think, Foxy, whiffed the rocket, sent it to stairs, and then just happened to kill Zuna because he was around the corner.
Yeah,
It's like you were just
yeah,
wrong place, wrong time for Zuna. Just
yeah. On Split, yeah.
unlucky.
Is this the clutch? No, I think this is a different one. But either way, the thing about Paper X I wanted to say was, so when they're joined me at the arena afterwards on stream, and we were talking a little bit, and one thing that I thought was interesting that he mentioned was, I asked about, like, so obviously you guys were in a unique position. You think you got what you needed from this group stage, being able to, whether it's change roles, test things out. And he was basically saying, to nobody's own fault necessarily, he thinks it was actually unfortunate. He would rate their, the practice and training they got as like a 6 out of 10, because he doesn't think they were actually challenged properly until this match. Because whether it was like other rosters having, someone sick, or, people doing silly things with triple duelist and barely coming back to their comps, whatever. And so he was like, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't think we got the data we wanted. But this was like the true first match where one team is like, the other team is also playing legitimately. So we know like what we're up against. And then, we paid for it. So I do think in that sense, like, yeah, they're testing stuff, but they're not trolling. Like they wanted like proper matches, and they wanted to try it out, and they got told by VARREL and Foxy 9. So that's something that they'll have to take home with them.
Yep.
So
a lot.
The only concern I have though, still going forward for VARREL, is, I mean, it's like you'll like this, the 6-man roster stuff, like
it's
Klaus.
successful.
Well,
Well-
yes, but I am still a bit.
Yeah.
I'm still a bit worried about like Klaus, like, because I still, like, during this game I was like trying to like watch closely like some of his reactions and stuff. Like when he's on the other side of the map, I just find like he's late with things, right? Like if something is happening not where he is, like if they need a smoke there, he's not proactively thinking, oh, there's a lot of pressure there, I need to just instantly do this. It feels more like he needs to get told, like, all the time, like, oh, can we have this? And so then it's sometimes just like a little bit late. And, sometimes like that cost them, I think, in a couple scenarios. And if, like, for instance, he didn't have a great game, obviously, like, he's coming in cold to like an insane game against Paper Rex, and so then like he didn't have a great game on Sunset. Like, if you do get into that spot, I'm just a little concerned about it. But they have Foxy9 to carry them, so it's fine.
It is something that,
Yeah.
like, if they qualify to champs, I would like to see abandoned. But for now, I don't know if they just have this feeling.
Do you know? By the way, Seth or Chober, do you know? Like, is it like a map thing? Is it a map thing? Or?
No, I don't
it's
know.
definitely
for
map
sure.
dependent at the moment.
Yeah,
just
but
based on when they're subbed in, when they're subbed out, it does seem that it is related to the maps. Whether or not that's just because they're practicing different maps.
Well,
I
my
don't know.
theory was that they're easing Klaus into it per map. Because originally he only played one map, and then the next week they played, I forget which map it was, but the previous
Haven,
week
right?
it was Cinder playing, and then it was Haven, and then Klaus comes in. So it's like, okay, you're like expanding his map pool. So I assume it's one of those things where it's like, let's not try to fix it all at once. Let's just stick with this for now. And then
So if they've now got 2 weeks, would you expect?
They've got 2 weeks.
Would you
Yeah,
expect
I-
that?
they
would
might
be
be able to move
surprised.
away from it.
Yeah,
but
I think maybe like one map it's Cinder, but like maybe it's like a permaban, and you're kind of thinking you're not playing it, but you'll still practice it type thing.
I just go. I mean, the
'Cause
coaching booth's already full, but just go Haodong
Well,
mode, dude. Move into
no, but
like a
but-
player positional coach, and then win champions. Just
whenever they have Cinder sub out, he goes into the coaching booth. So like that's the other thing is that
you're right.
they have him go in there to take the place of the assistant coach. So they're clearly finding some value there as well in what he can provide and what he can see. So
cool.
I imagine that is something they want to go towards, but who knows? I haven't like asked them or anything yet.
They had an interview, and their answer was just, I think they just said that Klaus likes to make plays, and I was like, well, it doesn't really give us too much, does it? I was very unsatisfied with that one.
It was pretty apparent on Split that I think Cinder felt kind of uncomfortable with how they had to play on defense, because he was oftentimes left with like the choice of, I need to get contact at some point as the Omen on this side to get info. But then he would always kind of find the wrong timing and go too far and overextend on a peak or something, and then he's caught out. So that's something probably where they'll start to consider, like, okay, if that's the type of play we need in this meta, is Klaus the guy?
Yeah. I think one good takeaway from this game is if you look at like the first kills, first deaths, especially on Sunset. Like if you can do this to Paper X, that's a good sign. I would say they were out aiming them a lot. Go to Sunset and go to overview, top left. And then just look at the fast kills. Like they're so far ahead on fast kills on this map, and it's a pretty close map. Like if you can do this against Paper X, it's a good sign. Obviously, the score actually isn't a good sign in terms of how many are getting close. But I think just being able to do this fast kill wise against Paper X is a great sign.
If you're gonna beat Paper X, you're gonna have to do this.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the quality of Viper that was put on display by something this time did not quite match the first outing.
Well, you were just hoping for a terrible lineup, I think, is what you would have wanted. That's what, he could have done anything as long as you saw like a snake bite on a roof. I think you would have been happy.
I mean, when I saw him the other night at Alex's birthday dinner, he was just like, "Oh, like what'd you think of my Viper?" And I was just like, "Oh yeah, it's looking good." He's like, "You like that lineup?" And I was just like, "Yeah, it's sick, dude. so good." So I was waiting for anything crazy like that to happen, but I just a little bit of an off game from him in that second one. So I don't know. Well, I'm curious if they stick with it. I mean, it's the old comp that they were running on Sunset,
dominate.
but obviously it was Patman playing Viper, and then you had something playing Sova. So there is
honestly that feels more weird. When you said that on the broadcast that he was playing Sova, then I was still like,
no,
even worse.
I mean. He's flexed around. He's played Breach. He's played fucking Brimstone. But maybe this is just going to be like a comfort thing. But also there was quite a bit of trolling from Paper X scattered in here. So I think if they clean this up, this at least ends up being an overtime. But it probably would have been a 3-mapper.
I also think I'm glad they tested this now, because obviously they could look at like historically how good this was in the past and be like, well, we can just fall back on this, but it is good to test this. I would honestly just straight up, with what's going on at the moment, just switch out the Viper for a chamber and just change it up a little bit. I think that would
also do that.
make a lot more sense. I think it does a lot of the same stuff at the moment in terms of like the passive pressure you're trying to create over towards A. You can a lot of the time do that with a chamber defaulting over towards A and get the util out of them. It's actually a lot of the time it's harder info instead of potentially fake info. I would always just swap that. I think the Viper's outdated on this map personally, so I do think they can just go for a. And this is like the best map for Sage Chamber for sure, because it's like one of the better maps in terms of splitting, and normally your attack is like very hard on.
We're about to talk about a Sage Chamber attack side. Though,
oh right, but Sage Chamber attack is like very hard, but it's one of the better maps because you have 3 positions where you can split, so it kind of works a bit better. And obviously the chamber actually like has a role in terms of defaulting over towards A, whereas other maps. You just
I don't know what TMV's
hope you get a
talking
pick,
because this is it for all the matches in Pacific.
Oh no, we got one more. Well, this was actually I'm specifically referring to the map that you won, your team. But yeah, let's go into that.
All right, well, let's talk about. Why is the title this way?
I know.
Why is
I saw
RQ
this
winning?
title and was like,
This was
that's
foul.
harsh.
Kurt's freaking out for
Dude, it
blood.
was
This
late
is-
last night, and I'm
This
like,
feels like
these
something
teams
I
are
would do,
bad,
but I
right? I
didn't
haven't
write
seen
this.
any Pacific.
Oh my god! I saw this and I was like, I just have to ask him. I just have to ask him once we're on the show. But RQ wins the toilet bowl versus Nongshim RedForce.
because your contract, mate.
Now, before we get into the match, for those wondering, so this was the match that also determined whether at this point it would be Nongshim or GE that goes into the playoffs as a seeded team, and then Nongshim lost, so GE wins the tiebreaker, so they are now the 2nd seed, so GE is up there, and Nongshim will be joining RQ in the play-ins. Who wants to begin? Because honestly, listen, I'll just go in and say this. I've been angry towards my team for the past couple weeks. I was the least angry in this match, but there were still,
Really?
you know,
I mean, I checked in on you a couple times, and I
was
you
depressed.
Angry or depressed? Yeah, you were quite
I was
depressed,
depressed.
I'd say.
Yes, I was depressed.
I posted it in the Discord as soon as the thread went up. Kurt, can we play the clip
Listen, I
with
hate to
audio,
break it to you.
please? They do.
They gotta.
They
You're
want it more. And listen, I hate to break it to you, but Nongshim's win rate against Indonesian teams is just kind of unbeatable. I don't know what the actual number is, but Nongshim against Indonesians, it's a guaranteed win. So
You got Indonesians and Japanese, the 2 teams that Nongshim can't lose.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
Kurt. That'll do. Just had to bring that back up as Chober has escaped into a
It's
black void for a brief
a
moment.
guaranteed
I don't
win.
know. I don't know what you talked about. All right, let's move on with the show. Yeah, let's talk about the match.
That's tough. That's tough.
It's tough. I was legitimately thinking about that clip too as the map continued on, and I was like, "Oh no!"
I didn't even remember you
no.
saying that, but I wanted to go back and I was like, "Did I predict RQ for this one?" And then I just happened to click
my
right on that moment, and I was just like, "A gift from the gods." We'll show this on the next episode. This one was a little bit rough, honestly, to try to cast because I mean, good God,
Starhaven was
to see
like a funeral.
well, there's that, but there's also how everything went in the second map and how RQ had an 8.5, and then they looked like they were going to close it out, and then they fucking choked it.
Well,
And then we got to that final map, and then it looked like it was going to just be history.
Exactly. Yeah, it looked
repeating
like it was the same
itself
thing was going to happen again.
immediately.
Same thing. Yeah. Right.
It was-
Let me start on Sunset if you don't mind, Seth, because
By all
this is what
means.
I'm talking about. Because they're also playing the Sage Chamber, and like you said, Sliggy, what is the chamber good at? Defaulting over towards A. You have a job at the start of the map. Did
Yep.
RQ do that? No.
No.
No, they did not. They did one round. I'm gonna let you take a guess of the first 10 or so rounds there. When did they do a top mid split with the Sage on their attack side RQ? Which one do you think it was? Because I'll give you a hint. It's the one that they won in the middle of that sea of green. Was when they did a top mid split with the Sage walling off one side of mid and going over towards B. And then they didn't do it again. They did this round, won after losing 4, and then just decided, I'm going to ignore that. Let's just do a full B main exec again and get fucking shot on again. I was losing my fucking mind at RRQ with this. But then Salvation came on map 3 because you know what this team needs to do? It's another team that is showing the way. Jemkin on Yoru.
Yeah.
It's a free fix for certain things. If you had a good Yoru player,
Well-
put them on fucking Yoru.
That's
You
actually
say
something
that, and then we
Paper
look at the other Yoru in the lobby, and it's not.
I mean,
exactly-
Yeah, they have a good Yoru player. He's on Omen.
He's on Omen. Yeah, that's the issue. That's I will say the teams that are going for Yoru do look pretty good. That's actually something PaperX could do on the Sunset as
Yeah,
well, because the Sunset
yeah.
defense looks insane with a Yoru at the moment. But they did the similar thing RQ where they did it on the Breeze as well, right? Same thing as T1, and they had the cool stuff.
Oh yeah.
Dude, Yoru win rate is very high right now.
Yeah,
if you
it's
take RB
ridiculous.
out of there, I think.
I will throw RB.
Yeah, yes,
some
it wins.
bail.
Yes, it wins. Yes, it wins. Yes, it wins.
I was gonna say I have to throw RB some bail because like he looked really good for somebody who had like not really played
Yeah,
Yoru
yeah.
ever in his duelist career to like bringing it out those first games kind of preceding this one. He looked great. This was a shocker though. This was really real bad, and it was the worst possible timing because I decided to put him in my fucking build diff team, and they absolutely ruined me. And now I've got a 1.5 like advantage over Paper Thin, and if I lose the laptop to him, it's defenestration. Here comes the window.
That's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Because when they tried it last week, I was like, I mean, listen, it worked out. I get it. Francis is back to IGLing. He wants to do it from the smokes position. Okay, like I'm fine with that. RB's original flex, and then this happened, and legitimately all I could think about was obviously everyone in chat is yelling, "Why isn't Francis on Euro? Why don't they just put Francis on Euro?" And then I'm thinking, two weeks ago or last week, Doom Bros dropped by my stream. And he was like, oh, like, what are they doing with the role swaps? And then RB goes on a Harbor, and he's like, this is where he was good, man. Like, he's scary on the controller. Like, RB's such a good controller. And I'm looking at this Haven comp, and I'm like, everyone else seems to be seeing the exact same thing except for my coaches, and I don't know what's going on, and I just can't tell.
They think it's too late, right? Don't they think it's too late?
I mean, I specifically haven't asked about this just because it was like, if their argument's going to be it's too late, like, talking about it more is not going to help anyone. It's not going to help me feel better. It's not going to help them. But
see, I think what would have happened is if they had won this, they would have
Might
spent
give you
the 2
closure.
weeks and they would have flipped it. But now they don't have the 2 weeks. I have no idea what they're going to do. Because I think with 2 weeks,
yeah.
you can easy flip it because you can just go back to everything that
But-
works.
Let me give you the counter argument. So they still have a very good chance of making it to champs though. So
Yeah.
should they even if they don't
flip it
should
now
they
and
just flip
tank?
it and just hope they get either it works and maybe they just do pretty well anyway, or if if it doesn't work, they still, if they go to champs, they're then potentially in a better spot.
What's the time in between?
Got
Yeah.
2 weeks, I think, in the gap between
Yeah, interesting.
playoffs and champs.
Maybe I
Start
would
now?
maybe start now. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. They're very high up on champs points.
Yeah.
So they could
I
have
mean,
just gone for it
there's-
anyway.
because of going into play-ins and like who, I guess thankfully T1 didn't end up tying, so like there is a decent chance. But there's like so many permutations with champs points in Pacific.
Yeah,
But
Paper X would have to really mess up, right?
Yeah, Paper X would first of all like have to really mess up for things to get shaken up. But the thing is I mean the IGLing is obviously a big part of it. Like that is for sure because
Yeah,
they switched
that's the main
IGLing,
bit.
But I don't know.
But why
That's hard to
not?
tell without hearing it.
Here's a crazy thought.
Don't.
Just fucking have
Don't
him
become
IGL on Duelist.
Well,
LP does it on VARREL. Like, he's played Phoenix like 4 times in the last 30 days, and he's just calling from the front lines. Be the.
He's not going to be first in, to be fair.
Yeah, he isn't
just
gonna be
fucking-
first in.
yeah.
Dude,
And he's
just
not
fucking
opping all
send
the
it.
time.
And he can just go, hey, give me this orb. And
Also,
honestly,
isn't
that's
this
pretty
what
good
he
on
was
your
doing? This is what he was doing when, like, Nongshim qualified and ascended
Just
before
do
they
what you
had
fucking
RB.
did in Santiago. Neon
No, he's just
Yoru
playing
can be
all
your
initiator
meta.
before-
You were the best
before.
team in the world.
Didn't he still
Yeah,
play?
well,
I thought he still
nothing much has
played when they went
No, he
back
did
through.
a couple, but it was mostly full initiator at the time. It was
What about the
all
second
Fade
round of
Sky.
Ascension? I thought he was still playing. I thought he was playing.
Remember
Euro
who
then.
you are.
Oh, the second round, yeah, the second round, but then RB was still IGLing. The second last year's Ascension,
Hmm.
yeah.
I thought.
Yeah,
I
RB
thought
was still
Francis was
IGL.
IGLing
Yeah.
that one.
They
was-
did a couple swaps last year too. Yeah.
It was
Well, they
nice
just
to
fucking.
see.
I don't know, man.
It was nice to see RQ actually get some confidence, though. Like individually,
Yes.
especially. Like I felt like they all had their
Zan.
moments. Yeah, Zan especially. He feels like he's getting better and better every time I watch him. It's nice to see all individually them have their moments. There's a lot of clutches in this game, I think.
X-Pharaoh had some really big ones.
Yeah, they're all like just taking turns. So it's like right now, even though they're going to be in play-ins, like the fact that they all probably feel good and they've been shaken all over the place with Zan in, Munyard out, Cushy out, Cushy back in, Jemkin sick.
Fucking out, yeah.
Like it's been a nightmare for them. So it's cool that I think they can kind of like refresh and just go from plans and just go right now. This is actually what our team looks like instead of being judged on the last 2-3 weeks where it's just been roster madness.
Yeah,
all of the
I'm
players
excited
on
that
RQ
they're like confident.
into a bubble. Just prevent them from having access to germs. Do not let them get sick. They are bubble boys now, and they can play Valorant from within the bubble.
And Jemkin's popping, and that hasn't happened for a while.
Back.
It hasn't happened for a while.
No, they look good. They look good. All credit where credit is due. Like, obviously, you guys at TMV, you kind of pointed out the mistake they made on the attacking side of Sunset. But considering that's one half out of the 6 that they played,
Oh yeah,
I think the rest of it they played, very, very well.
they were good.
And I mean, it just looks good. We can kind of see why they brought in Zan, right, and how it's working together. So I think that's pretty exciting for them. Now that they are still, of course, in play-ins because of their previous records. So let's talk about play-ins. Now, we're not going to talk about every single team and their chances, but really the focus, given some of the shakeups that have been happening on other parts of the world, we have to talk about if any of these Ascension teams or Challenger teams, are we still calling them Ascension teams? I'm not sure, but if they have a chance at beating some of these other Tier 1 teams that are now in the play-in bracket. Now, looking at the bracket, does any one of these Challenger teams look like they have a strong... Really?
Look at the top.
TMV.
The top one. Look, I don't know anything about the Tier 2 teams, to be honest. Well, I know some of the players, of course, on some of the teams, but...
Which one do you know from the top one? I wonder.
Well, I'm just looking at this... Well, I'm not even looking at it from that perspective. Just looking at it from... I mean, DRX looks like a mess. A hot fucking mess. And Zeta, let's be real, have looked better, but they're definitely beatable. And if like, what we've seen from the Tier 2 teams in the EMEA, like, these teams can compete, they can hang. That's a pretty favorable run, I'd say, DRX into Zeta.
It is a little... I was going to say, is it not a little different from EMEA? In EMEA, do we not get the top 4 Tier 2 teams because they all have to play each other? Whereas this, it's more in, like, this is a qualifier for this region. So essentially, we don't get, like... So this might not be the best form. That's also something that I think people are forgetting in EMEA. Like all the EMEA teams played against each other. It is like the seeding of 1 to 4.
Right.
Whereas other regions, like this is the best from Japan, Korea. I can't remember what the other ones.
SEA, and then the last one was an LCQ with wildcard.
LCQ. So yeah, you can include like 2 of the best for sure, but you don't know for sure.
I just want to now TMV. I want to get your thoughts because Onside. They're up against KRX. Onside had to make a recent roster change. One of their players had to leave on medical, and they have Hermes. Now, can he pull a Foxy 9 and get revenge against KRX?
Why not?
Why
not? At this point, sign a whole new team of just former DRX players who have been outed by Termi and just left in the side of the road to die. I mean, why not? I mean, I don't see why not, to be honest, because I think that right now, like that, I mean, it's interesting on VLR they got Flicker playing in this, but I'm assuming it's going to be Young. Imagine they signed Flicker, that would be funny. But
Onside just reaches out.
I just think that, like, other than Hyunmin, this team is kind of lost. So I think they've got as I say, I think they've got a decent shot. The thing is, and again, I don't know as much about these teams as you two, Mike, Chober, and Seth, but like one of the advantages I think EMEA teams have, and the teams that have done well in the EMEA Tier 2, is that obviously because of the rules, like obviously Enterprise is the best example of this, they have like Kozi, who's 16, that can't be on a Tier 1 team, but in reality is like a top Tier 1 level player. Right. Do these Pacific teams have
he
like
wouldn't be able to play in champs as well, right? If they qualify.
No, but that is giving them a big advantage right now. Do these Tier 2 teams in Pacific have a similar thing?
Siesta onside is the one from Korea.
Oh yeah, people have been saying that.
He's supposed to be absolutely sick. He's already been signed. It was Gen.G that signed him,
Gen.G Academy,
yeah, and so he is the one to watch in this series. Other than obviously Hermes trying to get revenge.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Siesta has been under the Gen.G Academy, not the team, for already 2 years. This is his 3rd year already. So he's been there since he was 14. and then they
Damn.
finally moved him into and then they were going to have him playing in Gen.G Academy, but then since Academy teams can't get to play-ins in Korea, so they have no shot. And then Onside was looking for it, so I guess it worked out where they were like, sure, we'll let him get the experience because it looks like he might be able to make the run. And then ever since he joined Onside, they have only dropped 5 maps and only 1 match, and they've been on a win streak all the way
That's
through.
sick.
So, insane.
And
talent.
he's what,
Insane
16 then, or
16,
17?
yeah.
Yeah,
Just
16.
turned 16 this March or something like that.
Wait,
so,
that's crazy.
yeah, he's a youngin. But and then I don't know if Endoist on Zipto is also technically under 18. I don't think he's under 18, but he's also like another up and coming talent in Thailand.
They're
and
not so
that's like
up
another
and
star
coming.
player.
They're not so up and coming, but if we look at the our Japanese team that's going to be joining us, there's of course a familiar face from Chobra's organization. Margaret has made his way over, has
Thatcher's revenge.
eliminated Persia to get here. in
Yeah,
that grand
there's
final.
Crazy.
there's some big
Solo
names.
coach. Holy.
Solo coach, yeah.
My poor guy's doing it all.
Yeah, that guy
Crazy.
used
That
to
was a-
coach something. That guy used to coach something on Sengoku
really?
Gaming. Yeah, him and Messiah were on Sengoku when something was still there way back when. So there's like a lot of revenge, old team. Everything's coming together in Pacific. Because Sharper also has old Full Sense members before Full Sense ditched them and then bought out the old Talon roster. And so they've got some of the cores from that coming back. There's a lot. There's a lot going on.
Nice.
But yeah. But going back to the bracket, so top side looks basically you're just saying the tier 1 team's weak on the top side.
Like I think
bottom
like
side's
you know, could
just that much
Zipto
harder.
beat Secret? Possibly. Right? Like that's doable.
Yeah.
I mean maybe I'm
I
putting too
would
much faith in
favor
your
them.
team, to be honest, Joe, but maybe you look at that and say Zipto have got an
I
easy
mean,
Different
bracket.
show, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think this is the first time since Reykjavik that Zeta's been ahead of KRX in a bracket.
Yeah, must
It's
be a
definitely
long
the
time
only
ago.
time in history that 2 Japanese teams have been ahead of
Like-
KRX. That is for sure.
Holy.
So, yeah. All right. Well, I think there might be some chances. There might be some chances then that we see some tier 2 teams go into playoffs. That'll be exciting for Pacific. So let's see what chances we actually give them. It's time for our predictions. And of course, whenever we do predictions, we like to ask you all to join us. We will have a match of the week this week as well. But before we
what?
move on,
A what?
a match of the week.
Thank
But god damn it, we got to get Sideshow back.
Where is this guy, man?
Yeah, where
Our
is this
brand
guy?
new-
I'm
brand
told
new
he's
sentence.
streaming right
We've
now.
gotta
Like,
get
what's he
Sideshow
doing?
back.
Yeah, dude, he told me he was busy, and then I see him streaming. So he was busy.
He's
He
streaming
was
right
busy
now.
streaming Ascension, or Challengers. So,
I mean,
hell
okay.
yeah.
I mean, that's fair. At least he's not
Oh,
streaming
VARREL.
Pokemon or something.
yeah, that would
Yeah.
be egregious.
Yeah.
I'd be
Playing
I'd be
ranked.
He's
knocking
not. He's
on
not
his
dressed
door.
up like a horse girl.
Ranked. Or
on
horse
his stream,
scroll, yeah. All right, so let's check in on how our viewers did last week. The report card, it continues. Nongshim RedForce versus RQ.
Holy fuck. For all
Listen,
the
I just
viewers.
want to thank all of our viewers for believing in a great team. Don't worry, they won't let you down in the future. Continue believing.
Oh
I
my
ask
god.
you. This is just a
80-20.
blip.
Surely.
This is just a blip, all right?
I
My
got that
camera
one right.
keeps dying. It just can't handle what happened this past week. All right, let's
Your
talk
mic
ab-
2 weeks ago. Now your camera.
80-20.
dude.
Holy
I don't have a
That's
camera
yeah.
to give you unless
On
you
the
want
ball
to.
is law for
You want a
Nongshim.
C920, but
I wouldn't
Just
give.
stop
I wouldn't give
emphasizing it.
Nongshim 80-20 against Team Plat Chat.
Stop it. What? Stop it. Stop it. One of these days they'll come back. All right, let's talk about this week's games. We have our play-in matches starting in Pacific. We got 4 matches for you since we don't know the rest of the matchups. And the very first one is actually going to be match of the week, and it's going to be KRX versus Onside Gaming.
Oh no! Whoa! Whoa!
Oh, Slicky with the KRX
Mate.
belief.
I don't know enough about the tier 2 teams, and I was just like, fuck it. I hate watching I hate watching this team, and if they lose, I can just hate it even more. So it's fine.
all right.
That's where I'm at.
Wow.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's actually very fair because, like, Hyunmin might just pop off.
Yeah, Hyunmin
he
might
could
win.
Hyunmin
Yeah.
might just win them the game on his own.
Mako
He might win.
against tier 2
Yeah,
players.
like, it
yeah,
could
pop off.
These guys have a time machine. They just forgot to use it. So
Yeah.
That's tough.
Done it
Just
every
plug
year
it
to
in,
use your
man.
time machine.
yeah, you're probably gonna use that groundbreaking technology.
For those who don't know, one of the other reasons this match is hype is because literally last week, Onside Gaming had announced that they have a new partnership. So they've disassociated from their parent company, Onside Company. They have a new partnership with none other than Kium DRX, and they're doing like marketing collaborations and whatnot. And now one of them has to send the other to the lower bracket. So it should be an exciting one in that sense
So the
as well.
conspiracy theorists
So
will be out for this
basically-
game, no matter
Yeah,
what.
I was
It
gonna
Yeah,
say.
yeah, no matter who
Sounds like
wins.
Well, no matter what, like you could just always just drag if they win, you can just drag the KRX logo over to
Yeah,
Onside.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
paint
sure.
it over.
replace it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like, well, it's the same work.
All right. Well, I think this is fair as is. I don't know, Seth, if you have anything you want to say about Onside Gaming.
Nope.
No, just Siesta. Just watch Siesta.
Let just
Yeah.
if you're gonna win, just let it be a swift mercy for me.
Mm.
All right. Well,
You
let's
casting
see
this,
if they
Seth?
can
I
pull
hope
it
so.
up. I hope so.
This is first day, so no, this actually wouldn't be me.
Ah, unfortunate.
That's,
But I will be
unfortunate.
home to type horrendous things in Sliggy's chat while this game is going on.
Nice.
I
Mods,
look
get
forward
ready.
to it. Yeah, the mods get ready.
They let me go,
All right,
man.
next match, it is going to be RRQ versus Sharper Esports.
Ooh, is that not
I
dumb?
really thought somebody would have gone
Of course
for this.
it's dumb. Of
So-
course it's fucking dumb. We've seen it from
No.
the MEA. We guaranteed the MEA tier 2 teams and it worked.
I don't
Yeah,
like
it's true.
this.
I mean,
Our
are you guys
did look
worried-
better.
They looked they look good. They obviously
Yeah.
the second map they threw, and then they almost threw the third map. But that was
no,
against
they're good,
Nongshim.
yeah.
It's a team that's won a trophy this year. Like this Sharper, like they're very good. But RQ should maybe be able to avoid those same mistakes, I would think.
Yeah, so I can speak on this a little bit because I actually I rate Sharper really highly. A lot of people would rate Zipto, who used to be 555, higher than them despite them losing in the grand finals just because of the ceiling that they have mechanically. But I rate Sharper just because like they still play like good old traditional Valorant, single duelist, double initiator, default heavy, and they're able to hold off some of that SCA aggression. So I rate that pretty highly. PTC is on that team who's been around for a long time. They have a lot of veterans, but that was part of it because if RQ seems to be back in form and the other team's also playing a slower version, RQ would like that. So that's why eventually I was going to vote Sharper, and then I was like, nah, I don't know, given how they looked. I mean, they beat Nongshim RedForce. Like, RQ might just be the best team in the world, you know? So,
Yeah.
And then you
Gotta back
realize you saw that old flame of yours, RQ, and you're like,
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
say
What
no.
used to be.
yeah, this is, yeah, we'll see. It is a bit of a toss-up, though. We'll see. It's a guarantee. All right, moving on. Full Sense versus QT Dig. Saved.
Mm,
Saved. All right, I was the
back
only
in
one
a
voting for
Nongshim
QT Dig.
player.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Margaret, I know he's good enough. I guess I'm the only one, so I guess I have to talk about it a little bit.
What
I mean,
a
Full
freeze
Sense-
frame, bro.
Oh my god, dude, what is going on? I don't think it's ever flickered this
You're
much.
just you're just tech cursed lately.
It's comedy.
Dude,
It's
the crows are
awesome.
coming after me, man. The crows are running into every single piece of tech they can find near my neighborhood. It's all just going down.
Crazy.
But yeah, I listen, until Full Sense, this is one of those cases where until the team actually locks in, like it's hard to continue having Hopium based on what they've
Sure.
done in the past,
It's
right? Like it's
valid.
just so
It-
all over the place with Full Sense. And then QT Dig, I mean, hey, they beat some great players in the finals, right? They beat Depp on the other team, Persia on the other team. I mean, this team also has a lot to
Nongshim
prove.
player.
Yeah, another player, Margaret, Euron. These are all guys that had a chance in tier 1. Eventually, got
Shout out
pushed
Jeremy. Come on, you can't be the only
No,
one.
no,
that
I'm
you
talking
don't
about
say.
I'm talking about QT Dig. Yes, okay. On the other side, Jeremy as well.
Okay.
But
It's-
there's
you're
a
racking
lot
off
more to say
list,
about
and I'm
that.
like, you gotta make sure.
No,
you cover the
well,
bases.
we flipped the calendar. It's August now, so it's no longer a J month. So unfortunate for
right,
Jeremy.
right.
But the Margaret, Euron, they have a lot to prove on QT Dig. I would say probably Messiah as well, right? Kind of watching something pop off after going to tier 1 while he used to be the carry for their team. I think there's a lot on the line, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes for them. But this is more a case of Full Sense losing.
I was on the fence with this one, and the only thing that made me go full sense was that I don't think that Primi could stand it if a tier 2 org came in and he lost to them. Like him personally. I feel like he just will not allow it to happen. So I don't know. I've been
It's the
wrong
same
about
thing
this in
for
the
full
past.
sense every pred. Anyone who
It
ever
kind of
runs full
is.
sense is always just like
It kind of is.
Primi
Primi is not
won't.
going to lose this game. And honestly, like even in that last game, like he actually did kind of pop off. No, in the last game, like
He did.
Like kills
Yeah.
wise,
Well,
he had a
yeah, he
good
was
game,
good.
but
Once
Yeah.
again.
they
But,
like they still lost. They still lost.
This is a very uncomfortable prediction
I
for
mean,
me, and
well,
I'm very
this
glad
one?
to see this isn't. Yeah, I'm
It's
glad
alright,
that
they-
this is not a guarantee, because that would have been.
Yeah. I agree with that as well. I mean, dude, they'll call a timeout this time. They should be fine. We actually get some coach impact.
Will
Save this
they?
clip.
Yeah,
They
save
took
it.
a timeout
Keep
and
it for
lose
the
like 5 rounds in
receipts.
a row.
I'm stamped this very
There's so
moment.
much on that one timeout. He's gonna time out when he has like 5 alternates against an eco. Like, I got this, boys. I got this one.
They won 4 in a row.
Oh my gosh. All right, we have one more that's decided on the bracket. Team Secret versus Zipto Esports.
Oh,
Wow.
Wow.
Mate, I don't know about these tier 2 teams, so I'm down to just find out the hard way. That's it.
No, I think
All
it's
right.
fair.
I think my only thing for Team Secret was I could tell that they understood the harbor comp, they just didn't execute it well. So like that gives me confidence that they kind of know what they're doing and they need more time. I don't know if they got enough
Yeah.
time, but let's see it.
No,
This
we'll see.
for me, I think it's another one where it's like it's pretty close. I think that again, if it was a guarantee any which way, that would be a disservice to how close I think this is going to be. I just will continue to never predict Team Secret. Otherwise, if not for that oath, I would have probably gone for them here, because I think that they still have looked pretty decent.
Do you think if Secret does end up finally placing higher than KRX at the end of the stage, will you swap that and never ever predict KRX again and always predict Team Secret? Are you down for that?
No.
No.
Just straight up, no.
I think that if anything,
Unfortunate.
if nothing else, I would just add them in alongside Team Secret, and I would never predict for either of them. So if they ever did play against each other at like one of the cups next year or something like that, and I had to put a prediction forward, I would tell production to go fuck themselves. So I think that I would just abstain from both.
Okay. All right. I will say,
way
Spin,
to
the
bow
current
out.
coach of Secret, did play. He does have a match against them, I believe, against Zipto when they were 5-5-5 back in stage split 1, and they he won at that time. So he's familiar with the players at least and some of their tendencies. So
yeah.
we'll see. But Zipto has a really high ceiling. So I think mechanically, just they're that cracked Thai team, right? When you think about like Thai talent. So that's why I think they should be a little favored. All right. Well, there you go. Make sure if you're a watcher or listener that you vote on the match of the week on KRX versus Onside Gaming. That's the first one that's going to be coming up. And what day do we start this week for Pacific Achilles? Is it back to Thursday?
It is
Thursday
Thursday.
it is.
Yes.
He's not guessing that. That's why he doesn't know. But it's Thursday.
I'm working Saturday, Sunday. That's all I know.
It's Thursday,
It is
yeah.
Thursday.
Thursday. All right. So back to Thursday.
Yes, this
All right.
is a 4-day week, and then next week we're starting
5
on
day.
Wednesday.
Yeah,
And then the
getting
week
all
after
over.
that,
That's
we're
gonna
also
be the
starting on
busiest week of
Wednesday.
our lives, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a
Wait,
tough
it's
one.
so
one.
stacked.
Yeah, we
Yes,
got Wednesday to
EMEA
Sunday
playoffs
into Wednesday to Saturday, and then a break, and then
2
Busan.
play-ins.
Yeah. All right.
Oof.
Well,
Whew.
that's going to be it for Pacific. Lots of
Yeah,
games
Question.
coming up.
Tough, Sliggy.
Oh.
Question.
It's tough.
Will
Yes.
you be co-streaming in Busan regardless of if Nongshim make it or not? Just wondering if I will see you.
I have requested a co-streaming booth regardless of whether Nongshim make it or not, and apparently the answer they've gotten back is still they don't know. So,
Love that.
Oh, they showed
Yeah,
you on
love it.
stream. They on stream. They showed
well,
you
they
on
were
the
they were
broadcast,
showing
like your
they
little,
were
they're showing a
they meant
comment
to
for
show
the view.
Akame, yeah, but Akame's was lighting was like not there, and it was just
Yeah,
me.
it was just
I got
you.
shocked. I was watching it, and then literally on my screen, I was like, "Why are we on the main stream?" And then they cut away. So yeah, it was a very funny moment. Well, thank you so much, Achilles, for joining us for Pacific. We'll see you on the main broadcast, hopefully in better spirits with KRX, hopefully winning their match. and we'll see you next week
I've-
or some
I've
other
a-
time.
I've abandoned all hope. Goodbye, everyone.
All right. Depression will take him back to the shadows. And now we move on to EMEA. Kakuka, welcome.
Hello, guys. How are you? Good morning.
Hello.
How we doing? How we
Good
feeling?
Morning.
Doing good. How
Where
are
are
you?
you?
Where am I? At my house. Where do you think I am?
You said good morning, so you must be in what, the west
yeah,
coast of America?
no, I just no.
Getting the sleep
I was
schedule.
very tired this morning, so I like segmented my sleep and I just woke up.
Wow.
Okay.
What about you guys?
Nice.
How are you feeling? How's everything?
Well, I've been up for probably like 16 hours, so it's great. It's going great.
You should try napping as well. You should try segmenting your sleep as well.
Thank you for the like pro tip. I'll make sure I use
Sleep
that.
during Pacific.
There you go. Yeah. All right. Listen, let's talk about EMEA. Let's jump right in because what's going on over there? Well, there's a lot going on over there as far as I can tell. But what we're gonna do, listen, I think there's a lot to talk about. There's two sides to every coin. We're gonna talk about what I would like to consider the exciting side first, in general, and then we'll talk about the not so exciting side. Now, unfortunately, in the first segment that we're gonna talk about, I don't know if there's really an exciting side or not.
No.
But let's talk
I
about.
say,
Let's start with it.
I say this is someone whose team ended up coming out on top of this whole ordeal.
Yeah.
And even
yeah, so
I
ta-
was
talk-
I mean, I was losing my mind at times, but at the end of the game, I was just like, yep, easy 2-0. Just as
Yeah,
everyone
so
expected.
GIANTX,
I definitely
they
didn't lose my
get
mind.
through. Yeah, they get through one match, but they quickly lose to Foot. So they get through Eintracht Frankfurt, lose to Foot. I watched a little bit of this first one, but wasn't able to stay up for most of it. But run us through this. What's going on here, GIANTX?
I think that most of the first encounters for the challengers teams, like map 1, they were so nervous, getting used to the stage. Like you can see that they're uneasy because like they've been waiting for this moment for such a long time, and now it's happening, and it's here and whatnot. I think that if this would have been SG's second game, they would have probably won it.
Yeah, I think that's good. So I would say like you know when they do the skirmish as well, I think losing the skirmish is bad because a lot of times you want to kind of start on your enemy's map pick if you're like nervous and you don't have the experience, just so that you can kind of warm up and it's like the map you're expected to lose anyway. They kind of had to do it on their own map pick. I was just watching the whole time and I was just like, dude, they're just getting aim diffed, and then they were just losing all the clutches like throughout the whole thing. I was just like, it's just a confidence and experience diff right now, and like they got there towards the end, but it's just a shame that the first kind of map started in this fashion. I was just like, oh mate, they don't even like, this is what you expected when you heard like of a tier 1 versus tier 2 game, that Lotus.
Yeah.
So,
just a little bit of a gap.
yeah, but it got better.
It's kind of like it was kind of like the game started like that, and then also in the final half it kind of ended like that as well. It was kind of like they were nervous at the start, and I don't know if they got nervous at the end because it was like they actually, you know, were like could have easily won because what was it, 8-4 after the first half on Summit. So it was like, I don't know. I mean, with Summit it's always difficult. I was saying like for the tier 2 teams, obviously like Summit should be an advantage because they haven't showed, like, you know, they've just basically had like a month of practice, right, of like from when the map was first revealed. They haven't had to play on it, but like, and that kind of showed it in some instances of the tier 2 teams where they were able to win on Summit. But then you also got this example where like one side was good and then the other side, I don't know what it is with the MEA, man. It's fucking crazy. In every other region, I'm watching teams just like, what the fuck do we do on attack? And in EMEA, it's like freest attack sides of all time, and everyone's struggling to figure out how to defend. It's like no one can hold any space in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will play A wrong. No one puts it, like if they have a trip or anything there, no one puts it over towards A. They just heavy hold B and then sit in the middle of the site where you have nowhere to sit. So that was like not good. Dude, they lost. They were gonna. I think they were gonna win. You remember that went down to a 2v4 on Summit, and then Monster killed like 2 or 3 on short.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember this.
Dude, that was like the whole pivotal round, and then they lost the 2v4, and like the guy on B decides to swing out, and I'm just like, guys, with just a little bit more experience, like you're gonna win that.
I still think that it's fucking great that the challengers teams, like all of them, have been super down to play the Sunset, to play the Summit, to actually use every single card that they have within their reach to upset these teams that are obviously this is the bottom of the board for EMEA. So it's teams that have been losing and that have not had an easy stage. And I have to go through it, and against teams that, as we're saying, they had the month and a half to prep all these things. And I think it's fucking dope that they were all super down. Like when we got to EMEA, all the teams that didn't go to Masters and whatnot could have taken the same approach, but most of them didn't.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. I like that because they had a lot of time as well, so it makes sense to just get good on like Summit and float it or pick it. So, but if you want like a summary of this game, you literally just go to performance just look at the clutches in terms of performance. It's like 2 to 14 or something. It's like 2 clutches.
Really?
It's
Jesse
meant-
was
that bad?
insane. Jesse
Yeah,
had
yeah,
like
it's
one
insane.
clutch, like 1-1v2.
is great.
Net stood up. He started cheering for him, and after that, he could
Won
not miss a
everything.
bullet. He
Yeah.
could not lose a
Oh, yeah,
clutch.
he was insane,
It's so
yeah.
good. I felt so happy for him because he had been having like not a good stage, not a good situation in general for him and like the
Go,
entire
Going all
like
maps,
environment
yeah.
around it. So
Look at
yeah.
that.
9-2.
2 to
Wow.
9,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a lot of rounds that are flipped on clutches.
Yeah,
Holy.
it's way too many.
Okay. Wanted to ask a question. Did EMEA for these challengers teams were they playing Sunset before this, like during the challengers? Okay,
some of them
so
were
they didn't have it
floating
in the
it.
pool.
Oh, okay.
some of
Yeah,
them-
no, they
was it the-
did, yeah, no, they didn't have it in the polls.
The old map pool.
Yeah,
the
old map pool.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I was wondering because I was looking at that. All right. So so what you're saying is, map pool change, they use that time. That's
They
good.
must have
That's good
been
to
because
see.
they must have been the main ones that people were pracking against, and I think they were like probably beating some of the tier 1 teams on them, and they're like, "Oh, dude, we should just play this." Especially after
Yeah.
watching some of the games that went down, I feel like you would only get confidence really watching it.
Yeah.
So especially when we move over to Fireflux, I feel like they have one of the better ones, at least defense ish.
Is
Do
there
we want to talk about the
much-
other side of the coin though? Because it's like we talk about the first one, but there's also like the second one here and what happened against Foot. All I will say about this match was that 1, yes, it was incredibly quick, and 2, the double timeout from Pipson. I
my
was
God.
Oh yeah,
fucking
insane.
scared.
my
So
God.
bear in mind, when the timeout
The
starts,
anti-frost.
when the timeout starts, we are still like watching the replay of the round and whatnot. What'd you say?
The
He said
anti-frost.
the
anti-frost because he hasn't been calling
Frost-
timeout.
Frost didn't call a timeout in a whole best of 3, and Pipson's calling 2 and 3 rounds.
Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, when we go into the replay, the timeout has already started, so we don't wait for the whole minute. So
Yeah.
we're watching the round, we're going to the replay, and I hear someone. We don't have ceilings, and the coach rooms are pretty close. They're not to each other, but there's one that is very close to us. And I will say that was in this day the GIANTX one, and not the one that was far away, because I just hear someone screaming like mad, and I'm like, we all like look at each other, being like, what is going on? And then we see that the timeout's up, and I'm like, that's Pipson screaming like mad. Like, definitely they did something wrong. I did not
my
want to be
God.
on the other side, and for the sake of GIANTX, after the second one, they just couldn't win a round. I would have been completely like blocked if like I do
Yeah.
something wrong and I just get yelled at for 1
That's why
minute.
Frost doesn't
But
take his time
to
out,
each their
like-
own, I guess.
He's too angry. He's gonna cost them. He's gonna cost them mental. I mean, even
There you
Bambino.
go.
They showed in the replay of that Bambino, the foot, like after they took a timeout after the pistol, he just goes, "What?"
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was not the time where you would expect a timeout. So we were like, we hear someone screaming at the studio, and we're like, whoa,
Fire.
hold on. Yeah.
Jeez.
The thing that I worry about GIANTX is as soon as an op comes out, they don't know what to do. That's like my thing. They still try and like default into it, and they just end up getting picked off all the time. That's like my one thing where I watch them. I'm just like, as soon as an op is out, I feel like this team is done, because they're trying to do like slow methodical defaults like quite a lot. They just get picked off. It reminds me of like C9, where like you're not really there because you're still kind of rebuilding your team a little bit. I think you just have to simplify how you play. I do like watching Pips in these timeouts, so I would do this. I need a heart
He's
monitor on
going
this
at
guy,
it.
bro. I'm telling you, just a heart monitor would be incredible right here. Just
Is the
watch it go
shaking?
up
Look
and
at
up
how
and
the
up and
monitor
up.
is shaking, because his leg is shaking. He's always doing the
Oh, yeah,
and then you
yeah.
sometimes see the monitor shaking because he's making the table shake. And then there's the that he does as well. There's a lot
His heart
of
is having-
Pips in his
Yeah,
character
no,
that
no.
I am a fan of.
There's like loads of ones where like he'll talk loads, and then like normally people would take in like a big breath, but he like holds his breath, he like holds his mouth closed. I'm like, bro, when's this guy breathe? It's crazy. It's awesome to watch, man. I love watching this guy in timeouts. It's incredible. Look at him go. He does not
Pop it
waste
off.
a second.
No. He's like, yeah, throwing up words.
You think he practices like raps and stuff to make sure he gets the
bro,
most words per minute in a
he
timeout?
he talks fast. I remember the beginning of the game we were doing like I think it was like 10 mans or like we were talking with him and I was like, bro, Pipson, you talk way too fast, man. You gotta slow it down for me. He talks so fast.
It's just built in.
I always like their assistant coach as well, and just him having to kind of like, obviously he's agreeing that something probably has gone wrong, but he's always just sitting there like,
Yeah, he's like, holy.
Oh man. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, the group stage didn't go so well for GX either, so I guess nothing too different. Is there anything on the other side of that match, just briefly before we move on?
Yatu popped
TMV?
off.
From Furt.
Do you
Yeah,
want to say
yeah.
something about Foot, TMV? This is your moment.
I mean,
Yeah,
they beat Giants. They should beat Giants. Yatu
All right.
was really good.
He's humble with it. I mean, Sop, I think it was good.
Yeah,
for Sop.
Sop,
He,
yeah.
he'd been a little
Sop's
quiet after London for sure, so I think this was like a good performance from him. Was this the game where they won all pistols? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think they won all.
The pistols are very
Yeah.
good. Mm.
Okay. Just as things should be. All right. All right, let's move on. Now, from here on out, again, just remember, we're going to talk about the good sides first, and then all the bad sides, we're going to collect it in one collective bag, and then we'll discuss it at the end.
Let all the
right?
monsters out. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll let all the monsters out at the end so we don't have to bear through it every single time and go on an emotional roller coaster. So, Joblife, they get a win. It's that first tier 2 win that we're seeing here. They beat NAVI, and then they go on. Now they barely lose to Eternal Fire. Let's talk about Joblife versus NAVI first. Oh, this is that match, isn't it?
Dude, it was
This
fun.
is that clip, isn't it?
I know what you're going to talk about, the unfake ascent clip.
Oh my god.
The night. Oh man,
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
yeah.
the
Oh,
mouse
no.
to switch guns. That
Oh,
was crazy.
no.
That was crazy.
Oh, my
In his
gosh.
defense, not for that clip. The clip's awful. But in his defense, his mid rounding's like pretty nice. I do like when they like go a man down. I love how proactive they are. I actually think his calling is a lot better when they're in a disadvantaged situation than when they're like pre-barrier and have lots of ults. I think when I watch his calling, I'm like, his pre-barrier calling needs a lot of work when he has ults or when he's up against ults. I think there was like a very good example in this Navi game when they're playing Ascent and they have a KO ult, they're going up against a Sova, they group over towards B main instead of like B splitting, because obviously a Sova ult would then kill the Sova that's in spawn. And I actually think they Omen ult like at spawn where he would be, and it's like, dude, obviously the Sova's going to be there. Everyone plays rotate with Sova all these days, so I think his like pre-barrier calling could be a lot better in terms of unfake. But his mid-rounding's sick, man. When they lose someone, I feel like they always do like they would do like a good plan that means they have a very good chance of like converting a 4v5 into a win. So I like that a lot from him. Yeah, I wish he would not. I wish pros wouldn't use mouse wheel to switch weapons. I find that
Is that what
mad.
it was?
Well, I think so. That's what
It
Dome
kinda
said in
looked
the
like
interview.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
And then apparently people still use that, which is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you 100%. Like, listening to their comms is quite interesting because, you know,
Mhm.
when you get a good idea of a team, you know, from these comms listens in, and it's like, yeah, I completely, like, one thing when you watch some of the bad tier 1 teams play, it's just a bunch of people, like, just saying what they're doing, but no one actually has, like, you know, a plan of anything. But when you listen to their comms, he is like, you know, they have a clear plan. He has a clear plan. He's directing people of what to
Yeah.
do. It's quite cool, you know, and like you know, he's quite I like that he's quite forceful with it as well, right? Like, no, go and do this now, do not do this, do this, I want you to go here.
It's it's
Um,
very decisive.
yeah.
It's nice.
Which is cool. But yeah, Kurt, you have to show round 22. It is one of, I mean, because the thing is as well, for the people who didn't watch this game, like Joblife, you know, like we said with the first game, really, they come out on they're going to map 3, and like it's a close map 3. It's Ascent. You know, we're going back and forth all the time. They're on attack side Ascent. It's 11-10. It looks like they're gonna, you know, oh, this could maybe be it. It's a 1v1. There's barely any time left, right? He gets a shock dart kill there. All he's got to do is kill him, and he runs out of the smoke with a knife.
Oh my
He
god,
just
the
says
freeze
that.
frame. Yeah, the freeze frame just stares at
Bro,
him.
I'm gonna say something.
they go on an
Most
eco, I think,
teams
after this.
that round, they do not bounce back.
That's
Mentally,
very
Oh yeah, it was
true.
crazy
Yeah,
that
yeah.
they bounced
Gone.
back.
absolutely made a fool of myself. What an idiot, and they still won. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
the reason this
It
one
happened.
sticks with me is because at the beginning of the year I was a Navi believer, and I see Navi popping off after that clutch, and then they lost the
Still
map.
lost.
I
Oh,
was
but I
like,
felt
I'm
so
so
good
sorry
for him.
that
I
you're on
felt
that
so
end.
good that
I
he
feel
didn't
for
lose the
you.
game on that.
yeah,
Like
for
imagine
Joblife,
losing
yeah.
the game on that.
Oh, it'd
Right,
be,
yeah.
mate.
would've been
I don't think you would
devastating.
recover.
No.
You'd have to you'd have to come back next year, kind of vibes to recover.
Yeah.
It would be one of them. You'd just it'd be think about it for like weeks, mate. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So
But they
it's
won,
cool.
so it's fine.
They did win, yeah. And I think they, again, if the pre-barrier calls were a little better, I think they'd be a very, very good team. To be honest.
All
with
right.
you.
What about now? They come off a win. They're feeling kind of confident. Eternal Fire, keep it close again. Goes to another map 3. Is there anything more positive that you saw from them, or is this where you kind of saw some of those weaknesses really start to show up a bit further?
I mean, they had to 2-0 it for sure.
Yeah, this was the man.
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
Eternal Fire did a good job with Spear. The first couple, the
right.
first week that he was with them, they were just putting him on the neon, and I don't think that it was working for them. I don't think it was working for Fabian either. And they like swap things around very slightly, like it's just a retouch between the two and the dynamic that they have. And Spear is now shining, and I was like, oh, thank God. Thank God. I didn't want another, I don't want to say rotten apple, but, you know, all of these prospects that we keep hearing, oh my God, they're going to be amazing. And then they get onto the stage and you're like, okay. So yes, it's cool to see the Eternal Fire is bouncing back, because honestly, by the end of stage 2, I lost hope. I honestly thought that they had given up a little bit.
Just a reminder to everyone, Kukura is talking about a team that she says thinks that might have given up. They still beat FNATIC and still dominated them. Just
But that's
point that out.
That's a different conversation.
But this game, it just felt like there was periods where like the aim diff seemed to come in. I mean, Eternal Fire also had 3 aces in this game, which is Spear had 2 aces in one game, which is also kind of insane.
Mate, he's averaging an ace a game at the moment, which is insane. It's like he's obviously very talented. He's just a little inconsistent in terms of the rounds and some of the. He just wants to. I mean, which is good in this team. They want to take fights. But they used to be so good at team fighting, and I think this was like the first time we had seen that with him getting involved. So it's good. It's
And
looking
also, the
good
win
for
against
Eternal Fire.
FNATIC was when they had already made the change, TMV. So yeah.
Yeah, so they were already on the up. That was the upswing.
Yeah,
All right.
they were already.
So yeah, so Eternal Fire looks good, and Joblife, I mean, you know, some weaknesses, but some strengths as well. They showcase that. Obviously, they will have to continue in the lower bracket, but we'll see how that goes. You know, they've got at least something under their belt. Now let's talk about another team that is actually now just staying in the upper bracket. Flux Esports. Now, yeah, I don't know how we want to talk about the first match here. They played Pacific and Team Heretics.
Can we just show the round? Can we show round 16 on split? Is it 16? I think it is. But can we
There's a
put
round
Mitch's cast? Because he absolutely loses it.
Is this
And
the-
I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
There's
The
a point where
keeper.
Tom starts singing.
Oh no.
The
The keeper
And it's
win
just
round.
great. I am so sorry that we are doing this to Cupid nonstop. It's like the kind of play that we're just not going to let go of. But
It was
yeah.
crazy.
It was.
I
I mean,
crazy.
yeah, yeah.
You can't do this in the EMEA. They'll slow it down. They'll put a
Yeah.
triple slow-mo,
They will.
Yeah.
multiple angles.
Can I just say, because you set this up pretty well, I think my note from this game is that this game did not deserve how good Mitch and Tom's cast of this game was.
Bro, they've been doing such a good job in the crazy games. This is the
Yeah.
moment. Oh, stress.
This is one of like this game, you know, it's a first game of play-ins between a team that hasn't won and a tier 2 team. They fucking popped off on this cast. It was they were so into it for a game that, you know,
Right.
should have just been like, you know, whatever, you know,
Go
whatever
to the
fuck.
replay of it. I think is the main.
But it
Yeah,
was such
they
a good
kinda
cast.
show it.
They fucking enhanced this game 1,000,000%.
It was a fun cast.
Do you
Yeah, I
want
remember
the
watching that as well.
replay cast or the cast?
Yeah. If you can get, they deserve it.
Sure.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is
I'll
is
just do
banging.
the whole round. Because why not?
Yeah.
Usually
let's
from
just
the
watch
moment
some
that Mitch realizes that he's still alive on site.
Yeah, because I was just watching the
Oh,
video
yeah,
at
that
one
would-
point, and I'm just
yeah.
doing this.
Yeah,
so
I was watching the minimap. And I was like, "There's no way this is still going on." Like I was watching, I was like, "How's this guy alive on the minimap?" I was just looking at it, just like that's insane.
Somehow he's 2 and 5 when I said Ninja on the Phoenix really needs
Just
a bit of
let it play.
confidence.
It's a minute.
In the clutch he lost jumping out. He's still got 2 kills. Yeah. So I think it's 2 and 15 at this point. Not great. Not great. This is good space taken by Denning towards the B site somehow. He's in.
He went
He's not
forward.
dead. He's still not. How is he not dead? What is this? He's reloading. He's got another shot off. He's got the kill. What?
Swap players. We want to look at someone else. I can't believe he's dead. We're moving on. The guy on B is dead.
Man.
The guy on B is dead.
You guys didn't see that either. Maybe some of you were looking at the mini map, but we need that in a replay. How is Dead Ink alive? Pacific, just honestly.
Maybe it's Dead Ink for sure.
Phone it in. Throw in the towel.
Not
You can
quite
skip
dead.
to the replay.
Not quite dead.
Yeah, you can
It's
skip to the
very
replay
alive.
from here. But oh man.
Because it's better.
To the
Somehow.
watershed.
Get the replay.
No,
Get the
it's
replay.
not.
Get the replay of Dead Ink. I just want to see Dead Ink. I don't care about Ninja.
There's that.
Why would you show me that? Look at this. Look at
So
this.
he
Look at
dives
this.
forward, really far away. He's just spinning around. Move out of his way, and then
No, but no, not from Cooper's perspective,
Yeah,
please. Please, unplug something. Tom, pull that cable out. Pull that cable out.
Yeah, EMEA is brutal, man.
God.
EMEA is brutal.
EMEA?
Oh
Oh, it's
my
bad.
gosh.
Dude, if you whiff the replay, guys are absolute
Yeah.
savages out there. But I mean, this
Yeah.
one, this
Our
one.
EVS team is pretty fucking goated, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, good movement on
God.
Dead Ink though. The spin around with the saturate in the
Double
middle.
The fact he
360,
shoots
yeah.
both outlaw bullets
Yeah.
and goes forward is one of those
Yeah,
crazy
I mean, yeah,
decisions of
which
all
is
time.
crazy. You have a double dash, by the way, so he like committed. He could have turned back around, but he committed to that. Oh man.
Oh, it's the little things in life, you know? It's the little things in Valorant.
But yeah, that
keep
game
us
was
going.
not deserving of that cast. It was such an amazing cast.
I think Fireflux are very good though. I like.
Yes, they
I think they, in terms of like how proactive they are on defense on Summon, it's definitely what a lot of teams
They're
can look
everywhere.
at to learn. Yeah, it's just like we lose here, we push over towards here. We lose this, okay, we're gonna retake from middle this time. It's like very, very cool, and they're very good at making sure they have info over towards the sides. So I like that a lot. And then even in their Heretics game, I think they should have won the Summit. They lost a 1v3 eco, they lost a 1v2 to Boo, and they lost a 2v4. And after all of those rounds, they had to full eco after.
Yeah.
Like they were all big money rounds. So I think if they kind of cleaned up those rounds, which is just like that's just the individuals kind of
Bro, in
messing
the
up in those
Sunset.
situations. But
Sunset
game.
in Sunset Team Heretics didn't even stand a chance. And
Oh, no.
this is literally the perfect example of two things. Because we did go to the last one. I don't know if you guys saw the interview that Frankie did with Batu right at the end. But Batu was like, we were so sure that we would get to the third map and that it would be Ascent. We prepped 6 Ascents yesterday, knowing that this was going to be it. And absolutely blown out because the other 2 maps are the two newer maps. The Sunset, they still hadn't played it. Heretics also changed things around. And we had Neil in the pre-show joining us, and they were like, favorite fucking sentence in esports, we're just gonna play our game. And I'm like, well,
Well, I mean, I think
Wow.
Fireflux. Oh man, the Batu redemption on Deadlock.
oh, it's cool.
Oh,
so
it was
good.
what an amazing story. For those of you who might not have watched so much EMEA last year, Batu played for Apex, and let's just say had some comical moments. In particular, playing Yoru and Deadlock, where he's throwing Deadlock walls that don't go on the map, and things like this,
Yeah.
just messing up Util a lot.
It
And
was,
so to watch him play this and just be so
Yeah.
good and like dominating not just with Util but his aim as well, and he's IGLing, it was so sick.
it was everything. Also, to me, it was also proving that what happened against Pacific was like an actual real win. It was not just like, oh, we win against Pacific because everyone can win against Pacific, but more so that they were able to do that against Team Heretics. That was fucking unreal. And as you're saying, like the individuals, the redemption arc for Batu is probably one of my favorite ones. And it's difficult to say that because we have so many players that have been in tier 1 and then coming back, but especially for Batu, my man only tasted defeat time and time
Yeah.
again. So
Well, yeah,
seeing him
well,
like
that's the thing.
this is
Mitch
like,
and Tom in
oh,
that
God.
first game, they're setting it
Good
up
for
as,
you.
oh,
You
Pacific
fucking
can't
go.
win versus Batu who can never win.
Yeah,
And
that's
now to
true.
see Batty
Yeah, that's
popping
true.
up.
Mate, some of the shots he was getting in this, he had like he had that kill there where he randomly gets like a running kill, and then the
my
next
God,
one
the
next one he's like stuck in wine and he runs out of
The
wine. and he gets
sprinting
he gets
Ryan
a-
one is
gets
so
a wine, and I'm just
funny.
looking at Batu thinking, mate, this guy, it's impossible for him to lose. He's not meant to lose today. I do think that like on their attack, they did very good against Heretics in terms of like they were struggling a little bit, and I think the coach called a timeout,
Yes,
and they were
the
doing like a
timeout
lot
was
of
massive.
fake pressure into like site hits, so they managed to like hit the site that always had 2 on every single time, which is like really important because they were struggling a little bit. Which maybe is like Heretics is bad because I think they also went like a little aggro there, the timeout, and then they went aggro. But I think because the comp they're playing against struggles to get
Against
through
double
chokes, they
Senti,
should
yeah.
probably like stay a little bit more passive. So I feel like they did very good, Flux, in terms of the ascent plan and after the timeout, and I think like Heretics didn't, because I don't think you should be going aggro against a double Senti. Personally, you just hold the chokes. It's only a Yori that can get out, and even then, people only use two TPs. So
Right.
I
I
think
have
it's
a
double impressive this ascent as well, because like especially when they went to attack, because Kachao was having a bad game on ascent. I was like, oh well, they're gonna need Kachao. Basically, Kachao is probably gonna need to win them like all of their attack rounds here because of the comp and whatnot. And that didn't happen. And they were still able to win. Right? I mean, Kachao played insane Sunset. I mean,
Right.
one of the
Massive.
most insane games
It
of
made
all
no
time.
sense.
from
He
a
was
player.
like what, like 14-2 or something like that. I
He
can't
finished
remember. I was like,
29 and
just-
8.
he averaged it, yeah, and it was how many rounds? 15?
15 rounds. He
rounds.
averaged
Almost
2 kills a
KPI.
round.
It was a
Basically,
13-2.
but kills.
But the craziest part is his ADR was 310, so he was actually averaging more than 2 kills in terms of damage of every round. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
It's sick. It's gonna be so
getting
fun to watch
that
these
many.
players
I
next
mean,
year.
getting that many kills in just 15 rounds is fucking
Mm-hmm.
insane.
Yeah, no,
I think that's
he
been
only-
it's been the coolest thing about the tier 2 stuff here. It's just like, man, we get to see the talent, and this is like the potential upcomers that are coming to the game as well, like the ones
Yeah,
that are just
especially
Yeah,
next
this
year.
this week
Yeah.
made me think. Wait, EMEA has hope.
Yeah,
Future
yeah,
might
yeah.
not be so dark for E EMEA.
Hope. So do you think that our best shot at champs is if we send one of the challengers teams? Being like, this is the hope that we are sending. Kachao is. I'm so happy that we gave him a highlight reel for all the teams out there to know that he is the truth and he will be chased to be joining teams. So
It is
Question:
cool though. Yeah.
Is Kachao a Lightning McQueen fan? This is very important to me.
Yes.
because
I
he
want
is-
to do.
Is that why?
we need to do a LaRock Kachao interview.
Oh my gosh!
Because he always
yes.
posts pictures
Yeah.
of them, right? Yeah, yeah.
So here's how it goes in my head. We tell LaRock, can you show us your jersey? Because he has the number in the back. Oh, it's a 95. Why do you have 95? Oh, I'm just a massive Lightning McQueen fan. And then you turn to Kachao. So Kachao, and then you just put them to fight, and that's how the skirmish starts.
I mean,
That's it.
how old is the? I mean, Kachao is younger than Cars, which
Yeah.
is a
Okay.
Well,
Crazy
yeah,
thing
okay.
to-
Listen,
crazy
we didn't have
thing
to go
to-
there.
to
That's
say. How old's
you didn't
the
have
Rock?
to something. You didn't have to make
When
me
did
feel
Cars
bad
come out?
about liking
like
my
19,
favorite
I think.
animated movie. That's
Cars
crazy.
came out in 2006. How old's LaRock?
19, I think, right?
He
Oh
might
my
be
gosh,
younger
they're
than
both
Cars.
younger than.
They
Oh my
might both
gosh.
be younger than Cars.
Are they gonna be those kids who are like, well, I like Cars, I
Kachao
like
is
Lightning
definitely
McQueen and
younger than
Cars
Cars.
He's a
too,
baby.
and it's like,
Yeah, he's
what?
multiple years younger than Cars.
Oh my gosh, wow. Well, that's sick.
Crazy.
I mean, he is now my favorite player in the entire world because he's a knower enough to put Kachao in his name. Like, that's great. All right, so they beat Heretics as well. They're looking good. Now, there's I haven't actually gone back through and run the numbers, but I think we'll cover this at the end of this EMEA segment, talking about the Tier 1 teams. But it looks like this might have some implications on the points as well for Heretics. So this was kind of important, like in terms
Yeah.
of being able to, guarantee like further steps in or whatnot, guarantee time to get it to playoffs and things like
The
that.
best thing that
So-
can happen for Heretics, I believe, is like the challengers teams making it, which is like the chance for like most of the teams that are at the top of the board that are above 10 points. It's like you want the challengers teams to do well, make it out of the play-in, but not too far into the playoffs. Like you want them to get rid of the rest of people, so top 2 can go like in further slots, and you can just go in points. You know,
Right.
but they
Alright.
need to get rid of the rest. Give the dark horse.
Which might
Slap in the
happen,
back,
honestly.
get
Which
out.
might happen. They might just get rid of each other, honestly, the way things are going. But let's stay positive. Let's stay positive because there's another match. There's another
Turkey's
Tier 2
doing
team
well.
to
So
talk
we
about.
have Foot versus Eternal Fire, and then we have Fireflux. Who they playing?
Oh,
They play
yeah.
Enterprise.
They play
Enterprise,
Enterprise,
playing
AP.
Enterprise, who we want to talk about. Enterprise Esports. Lots of familiar names on here. Lots of familiar names, but they come in strong. And, well, I mean, they defeat FNATIC and Gentlemates. You know what? Great title, Kurt. I don't know how else to put it. They defeated FNATIC and Gentlemates. Now, how much of this are we giving credit to Enterprise Esports? Like, how much of the praise goes to Enterprise here?
I personally think a lot. I don't even think FNATIC played too bad on this, to be honest with you. I like the Project Hail Mary. Not as much not so much
the song.
Not so much the song, but I like the actual like what they're going for.
Was that Mitch? Oh no, that was Cairo who was losing his mind.
Yeah, Cairo's losing after every single one. But I think they gave it a good shot in terms of the time restraints that they had. It makes more sense on certain maps. Yeah. I wish they would kind of lean a little bit more into alphas.
Have they spoken on why is it that they have kayak but alpha is playing the neon and not kayak?
Not that I know of.
Because to me that is a question. Same goes for like the way
it would make
it
would make sense if they
having
open
Martin
like
and putting
Yoru,
somebody else
Phoenix.
in Euro. Like to me that's disrespectful. That's just not very smart.
The whole of watching Enterprise though, more outside of like the actual gameplay. God, I miss Patty Tech, man. Patty Tech's trash talk is just some of the best ever, bro. It's so funny, man. When the one where he like stands up and he goes, "You and you." Two shits. He's like, you played this horrendously. I was like, dude, it's so funny. He's just smiling the whole time. Yeah. He's like searching for you and you. It's so funny, bro. I'm just like, man, we need this guy.
Oh my God, he's just like horrendous gameplay.
Yeah, horrendous gameplay from you.
Like a coach.
Yeah, it's so good.
Like he's disappointed in them. Oh, it's amazing.
Oh man.
And then he's saying to Gentlemates he's not even going to stand up because they're not worth it.
Oh my gosh.
That was brutal. That was a brutal way to end it.
Yeah.
And screaming, this man, he's 50 years old.
Dude, he was hitting some mad clutches.
Oh, Aluri had like turned into the avatar for like a couple rounds.
He messed up the round before, and then he did like 2 insane clutches, and I was like, what the hell? Like this team is so stacked. It really is. But they're also going against like teams that were changing up a lot of stuff. So I do feel like they probably haven't been tested in terms of that, which just feels weird when you say it's like a FNATIC Gentlemates, but it's just because like the history, I guess, of like this year. But Gentlemates brought in a guy that is an initiator player to go play Senti. He's playing an off role that never really works that well. He maybe was playing one of the best out of their team as well. And then FNATIC obviously with the changing of everything in terms of roles. You've got Crashies obviously on the off role, playing a Viper and then a Cypher. So, but they still look very, very good. And Kozi is great, man. It's so cool that like each of these teams were like hyping up the potential of Kozi and Kachao. We actually get to see them go crazy. And this has always been a thing pretty much when you look at like even just Kayak back in tier 2, you're like, oh, maybe his stats would take like a bit of a hit, and then pretty much just translates, I would say, essentially identical over. So it's cool that we just see it for more kids, to be honest, coming up. It's got such a good future. Dude, the Magnum's so fucking good, bro. Magnum's great, man. Yeah, dude, he's such a good player. I do think the his time in K-Corp like wrecked him a little bit because he was IGL, and I think everyone was just like they just viewed him as an IGL player, but in terms of like one of the hard Senti players, he is one of the best out there. Yeah. At least in the EMEA for sure. And he's funny as well. Dude, this whole team's pretty funny, to be honest, in terms of like replays and stuff they do. Yeah.
Imagine that you're struggling with your team. You've just like finished the stage. You're having to undergo all of these changes, and there's 5 guys across the stage are just making fun of you round after round.
I mean, we are guaranteed a tier 2 team in playoffs.
Right.
They play. That game is gonna. I don't know who to root for. I don't know what my heart will want.
That's
Enterprise or Fireflux. It's too hard. It's too difficult.
I think it's a win either way because you would probably imagine.
I honestly would be happier if both of them made it. You know, like one through the upper, one through the lower.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at as well.
I mean, given how strong they look, they have played each other before, right?
Twice before they came here. Yeah, EP won both.
EP won both. I mean, there's always the first time. Third
time's the charm, right?
Yeah. Third time's the charm. Now, there is we were talking about Magnum as well. You know, he's a little funny guy, likes to speak his mind a little bit. Talked about something after the match, talking about just the state of EMEA. Really, it seems like having a little bit of an honest talk about how things are going. I don't know if we can play the clip here. Can we play it
Right
with
now,
sound?
Magnum, I wanted to ask you about something you said online. You were saying that the reason that so many of these Tier 1 teams are in the doldrums right now is actually a management and a coaching issue.
I mean, yeah, I have one saying that I like to use. It might be a bit swearing, but some teams shit pants, but they change the shirt. You know, and in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense.
But they still stink.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very stinky.
I don't know what's happening in
That
the
is
mostly.
stinky.
Maybe they're just rusty right now. But like overall, like I see this pattern that we do bad, let's change. We do bad, let's change. And prime example is NAVI. Like I don't have anything against NAVI, like anyone. But in my opinion, making this many changes, it's not good for. It's full gambling. Like, and that's why I think the tier 2 teams like us, Reborn, Joblife, I think Frankfurt, they had unlucky, but we are doing good because we are like the core is staying together for a long time, you know, and yeah, we are more hungry.
So, is that an actual saying? Because I thought that was a banger. That
What was?
some teams
Shit,
shit
change
pants
the-
but
change
change
the
their
shirt.
shirts. Like that's actually such an accurate way of describing what he's trying to say.
Yeah,
of,
yeah, it's
like,
really good.
You're just changing random things.
I
But
love
but
steering
also
the pot with this kind of players
Yeah, and then
because
Kukuku just trying to-
Magnum and PCIFIC especially. I'm just there like.
Oh, so they
were like,
stink.
oh, what do we talk about in post? And I'm just
yeah,
like,
they stink. Yeah.
because like they're very talkative and they're very open to talk about these things. I don't know if there's well, I'll leave that for later maybe. But Magnum and PCIFIC have been part of the ecosystem since the very beginning. They've been at the top, they've been at the bottom, they've had to work their asses off. They've been in projects that have worked, they've been in projects that haven't worked. And the fact that they're so willing to openly speak about these things, it might, I don't think that it is something that will backfire, but I think that they're right in many scenarios. One of the reasons that, for example, now that we were talking about Heretics, and despite the fact that they lost this week, they did win stage 1. One of the things that they always say is like, you know, we stick together and we fix things. Like maybe like, you know, you keep your core and then you give it try, and if you change a player, you try and make it work for real. And they're just taking advantage of that situation right now. But I think that the next time we ask them for names and last names.
Yeah, just take down
they
the
will
names.
give them.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean,
Yeah,
Bad
they
Stack
would.
definitely will. He's not. gonna-
Patty, yeah, he would say it for
He's
sure.
not. He's not scared.
I
In-
mean, go ahead.
I was gonna say in terms of like actual just gameplay though, I love just how like polished they are as a team. It's very rare at the moment that you
They
get
are
to kind of see a team like so polished, essentially with like the map changes, and then normally our best teams go to like masters and stuff like that. So and then they end up being a little bit behind on some of the map pools and stuff. So it's nice having like a team that's super polished on like set maps, and they got an extra bit of time. And it's like what we were talking about with DFM basically earlier, where it's just like all of the basics that are really good. Like if you win a pistol, they are getting max value out of that pistol. Like if you look at their bonuses, they will have an ult for that bonus. They're making sure that they're getting like whoever is closest to their ult to get the ult, and then they're instantly popping that ult on the bonus round. Like they're very good at snowballing, they're very good at fighting together, and it's just very polished. And these teams that aren't this polished, they're just getting wrecked. And all these teams are kind of doing what he's saying. They're changing so much stuff. They're just like, oh god, we have to change something here because we've got so much stuff is wrong. And it's just like a completely polished team against a team that's just throwing shit at the wall and just hoping that it's going to stick, because you're bringing in people that aren't playing their normal roles. So it's cool to see them. They're a very fun team, man, to watch. Like one of the most fun teams I think I've watched.
Oh,
Just because they give it
alright.
so much. Just because of PCIFIC, really. He never used to give it this much. It's because he's like an underdog fully now. So he can fully
really
give
own it. Yeah,
Yeah, he can really
just
give
lean
it.
into it.
Yeah. Because he's
I
like,
just want to see
wait,
Patty
we're
Tech
meant to
versus.
lose. So.
I want to see Patty Tech versus Liquid. I want to see Magnum versus KC. I want to, you know, those kind of things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the actual revenge matches. That'd be fun.
All
if we
of
can make
the
that
tier
happen.
2 teams are giving it though as well. Like Batu's giving it. That's fun.
Oh, Batu trash talking is so funny. As
Batu trash talking is fun.
Great.
Different reason though. I mean, getting trash talk. Getting
Well,
trash talk. Yeah, by Batu.
All right.
That's
So now we can talk about the other side. So we talk about the good side. Tier 2 teams, the challenger teams come up in EMEA. They're looking great. We're guaranteed at least one in playoffs because they're playing against each other. But as a result of that, 5 VCT EMEA teams have lost to Ascension teams. 5. That's a lot. That's not like bottom 2.
Is it a
that's
lot
almost
because
half.
it's a lot? Is it a lot because we still have to see other regions losing?
But
Well,
I
I
don't
mean, it's
think
still a
it'll
lot
be
if every
as-
region loses.
I don't think it will
think it'll
be
be
as
open.
extreme over there. I think it is quite extreme in EMEA. I think that there'll definitely be wins in the other regions. Obviously, there's like some good teams out there, but I don't think it will be as much as EMEA at the moment. I can't imagine it'll be as high as this. And dude, they're going to beat more teams as well, so it's going to be more than 5 teams. But,
Yeah,
but
could be.
EP and Fire Flux, when you look at them, like I said, if I could place them now, they're roughly around 5th to 6th in EMEA. So this is at the moment it's kind of looking on par. But it will be interesting to see once they kind of beat one of these teams that has had a bit more time, that is like a top 5, top 4, because they got to beat 2 of these top 4 teams. That's the thing. At the moment they're beating the teams that are struggling. It's still like so hard to beat 2. You got to do it twice,
teams,
basically.
yeah.
Two top 4 teams. That's gonna be hard. But they could do it. That they are good enough.
I said good teams, like he didn't want to call any EMEA team good.
Yeah, I was
You
about to
said
ask.
top
I was
4.
like, does this change anything about the hope in the top teams of EMEA? Like, do you just think the gap is too big, or is it
I mean, but
overall
we've
like a warning
never-
sign for the region?
We've never really had a team outside of, I guess, within the past 3 years, outside of like FNATIC and Heretics that can fully do it. Like in terms of like that you would qualify as a top team. And this one we've lost both of them. So
Right.
we don't have a team that can win at the moment. Unless we see something drastic, maybe Vitality at a stretch if they got like really drilled.
Sure.
But I wouldn't feel confident saying that we have like a team that is like with the Levs or the NRGs or like up there.
We need all these
So-
tier 2 players to age up a bit.
Yeah.
There you go.
We
Get
just
them
need
on
a
a
shout to
super
win that
team.
trophy, man.
There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
I mean, that is the good thing
Wow.
about this. This like essentially the teams couldn't pick up those players anyway because they were
Sure.
underage.
Yeah.
But
So it's not like a you could and you didn't.
it's not like you couldn't
just
do, but
not
it
available.
must feel embarrassing still for sure. But they are also just teams that are in a rough spot, just trying to deal with shit.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the teams that did lose this past week, Navi, Pacific, Heretics, FNATIC, Mates. I mean,
It's big names.
Like,
It-
it's big names, but lots of like shuffling around going on, right? Part of it, which Magnum was alluding to, I guess, but
Yeah,
just lots of changes, no consistency, no stability.
it's also just like I'm telling you, going to an event. It doesn't apply to FNATIC, but going to an event and then having to change map pool and your like whatever you were good at that thing does hurt you. Whereas these other teams have just been grinding the whole time. They're like forced to stick with the meta, and again we do weed out the other teams because it is just the 4 best in EMEA. It is just it's the 4 best in tier 2 EMEA, and then you're playing against the worst tier 1 teams that are struggling. Like, and the gap has never been that far away. Like every time we speak about, like even practice, if you've been in a team, you know, mate, sometimes you get bodied by some tier 2 teams. You're like, holy fuck. Thank God they're not playing as much. like it does happen. Like the gap isn't that big. Like certain maps, like you just get bodied on certain maps. And you just like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, next year we'll see this all the time.
Yeah.
True. Man, it's gonna be crazy next year, and these
It's-
are hints
I think
to
it's-
next year.
Yeah.
It's good for Valorant, right? This happening because all of the
Yes.
orgs that weren't tempted will look at these and go, "Oh, maybe we should actually look into this."
Yeah, just pick up up one of these.
With all
teams.
of the surprises that we have with all these teams that coming together and some of them not having an org and then being picked up, it looks very, very interesting for an organization to even consider it. It doesn't. The good thing is that they don't have to commit to it for the entire year. They can try it for a split. There will be a lot of movement, but there will be new orgs interested or coming back.
Yeah, there's lots of opportunities. I think it's good for viewers too. Like it's a breath of fresh air, right? Now everything feels possible.
I think it's great to watch as well.
Also,
it's nice. I was gonna say it's nice when like all of your like the majority want the underdog story, and this is the underdog story. It's rare that you like everyone in my chat is like rooting for like one team, and even like the other team, like even if you support the other team, you're like it's kind of cool that like a tier 2 team's doing this. Like it's an
But
underdog.
they have
You can't hate
such cool
them.
fan bases. Like the video that the Frankfurt people did, and you see it literally on every single piece of social media that the fans are so crazy about these teams. Like they've been followed the entire year. Like imagine that they get into this point and now they're doing so well. So it is like a collective feeling at this point that you just want them to do good because they've actually fought their asses to be there.
Can I just ask a question about those teams that lost to the tier 2 teams?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm gonna guess that we can possibly agree that Navi, Pacific, and Mates have very little chance of bouncing back or doing too much of note? Do Heretics or FNATIC have any chance?
I heard that Navi was playing with someone else.
So Magnum's point is just getting illustrated even more then. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
so that's what I mean. That's what I was going to say earlier, but I don't know if he meant that or he meant before.
Sure.
Well,
I think you're trying to say,
that's what I'm
do FNATIC and Heretics have a chance? I mean, Heretics have the best chance out of that. FNATIC have a long road, but I will say the road isn't too bad. Like, it's only 3 games for them to give belief. It's just the fact we haven't seen them win for a long time. So
Yeah,
it's done loads of playoffs though.
But I do.
The path doesn't look so bad for them.
No, the path isn't too bad. The path is doable, but it's just with how they've looked. That's it. But I do think in terms of the time they had, they went for the right move.
No, wait, FNATIC, not Heretics, because Heretics have champ points, but don't FNATIC kind of need to finish in the top 2 most likely?
Oh,
yeah.
Don't they
you
need to go 7-0 from
but
this point?
it depends on where. Are you talking about making champs? Because they ain't making champs. Put them in the other group with the first 3 that you mentioned.
Okay.
Because
they could go to like
round.
They could go to playoffs realistically. Even that would be impressive from where they are.
I think that there is also something to concern about, to think about, like, because yesterday right? Yeah. Yesterday when we were at the studio, I was already thinking about next week and how we're going to talk about things on broadcast and how we were going to address certain things. We need to bear in mind that this week we are going to be seeing rosters playing together for the last time in history. There will be end of eras. There will be ugly goodbyes. When we're speaking about, their path to champs and this and that, like, yeah, that is one of the things to keep in mind. But also is like, if they lose, it's
gone.
Over.
It's over.
See you later.
Finito.
Yeah. Especially, this is what I've been saying on my stream, because everyone's like, do you think they're going to stick around for like this next year? It's like, mate, 95% of these teams are done. Like, their contracts are ending.
Like for FNATIC, for Heretics, like, God knows what's going to happen with those 2 teams in particular. That
big shuffle.
Especially, they are, as
HyperX and Lev
was
might
saying,
stick together, everyone else.
perfectly, history of EMEA and the best teams that we've ever had and that they best perform. And I doubt that they are anything close to what they are today next year.
That's true. Yeah.
Could be sad.
Yeah.
Could be sad to go out on such a low. It's close to it.
Sorry.
Yeah, actually, that's okay. That's pretty emotional.
So you see what I was like thinking about it, being like, oh my God, how are we going to talk about this without sounding like, without crying? First of all,
no, but it's you have to you have to point it out. It's such a big deal because the system's ending, but a lot of them, the contracts are ending, and who knows what's going to happen. Wow. All right. Well, on that note, let's see if we believe they're going to stick around a couple more days or not with our predictions of the EMEA matches coming up. Now, play-ins already started, so we have a couple more games we can predict since more of the bracket is set out. But before we get started, again, reminder, if you're listening or watching, make sure you check into the community tab and vote on the match of the week. No one even does this on EMEA. Why am I doing it automatically? Freaking Achilles.
You
got to
keep it going.
I would have.
All right,
I would have
sure.
brought it up to you.
Okay, well, anyway, yeah, so let's check the report card for last week and see how you did. FNATIC versus Enterprise.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I'm surprised that
we guaranteed it as well, didn't we?
Mad respect.
Oh,
but we know what we're doing. I mean, the viewers normally, I think, would have been stupid.
That's actually really big, man. Look at that. Just look at that for a little bit. Let that sink in. That's crazy.
When was it?
That is crazy.
When was the last time that regionally FNATIC wasn't the favorite to win? Because I feel like every time, at least the times that I've been here when we've had like match of the week and FNATIC has been, it's always been.
Wait, what was it, Kukuka?
No.
The pause.
Have performing society. You can't do that to me.
The pause was so good. All right. Well, shocking. The viewers are catching on. All right, let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches to get through. So let's get started right away. We're starting at what, lower bracket then, right? These are elimination matches. Oh my gosh, these are big ones. Gentlemates versus SGE. Ooh, TMV, the sole SGE believer.
I'm a bit surprised there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Really?
I was very 50-50 for this one because I want to believe Magnum and Patitech were saying also on last night that SGE are fucking insane in pracs. That they if they were able to do like 50% of what they do in pracs in an official, all the teams were scared. However, I do think that Martin did a no-show the other day, and that doesn't happen twice in a row.
True.
Doesn't happen 2 times in a row, and it will not happen.
That's
fair.
that's where I'm at. I'm like, if you're getting aim diffed by giants, you're not ready for Martin.
Whoa, that's fucking toxic.
That's true though. You're telling me the giants can aim as well as Martin? Come on now.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
get
done
just
dying.
before.
praise to Martin. Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
praise
but
to
okay, he's
Martin.
Martin, and then he's
What
the
I'm
best.
hoping for is I'm hoping that for Frankfurt to win this, I'm hoping that they can catch Hyber picking up trips randomly 20 seconds into the round. and
That was crazy.
just throwing his Cypher.
They're just about to pop over towards C. There's
Oh
a
my
trip down,
gosh.
and he takes away the trip and then puts it back again. Like, and I'm just there.
Frankfurt
I'm-
players like pinged the trip out before, and he sees it's gone, and he's like,
Yeah, he's
What?
like, what? Bro, it's literal red carpet rolled out. Like, oh, you want to come in? Sorry, let me open the door. Like, what is going on there? Took away the trip. Like, and they just they took like a second to insta hit because they were like, what the fuck is he
like,
doing?
That was nice. That was nice.
brain does.
It was so crazy. I couldn't believe what I was watching. It was incredible. But I mean, he did play good, but he's also playing an off roll, man. He doesn't play Cypher normally. Poor guy.
Sure. Shoot him a little bail.
I thought
All right.
I thought Gentlemen's were really off though. I thought they were mentally out, very, very, very mentally out of it. I can't see them going out without a fight. But this is like a 50-50.
You think it's a
I'd say
50-50
close.
still?
Yeah, no,
Three-mapper.
it is close. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Three
man.
mapper.
All right. Well, we'll see. All right. TMV perhaps saving us from the guarantee. All right. Moving on to the next one. Oh, man. An elimination match in play-ins. Heretics versus NAVI.
Guys, no, please.
Oh. You okay there, Kukuka?
Why are you crying?
Actual pure tears.
If we actually curse this, I will never forgive you. I won't.
I mean, you had 25% power. You had 25% power
Yeah.
to change the curse,
could've been you.
honestly. You know?
Let's be real though. If Navi are like I mean, I'm not forgiving Navi by the way because they turned up for 1 week only against Foot in the first week. And
Bro,
ever since,
every
I've been a
stage.
shell.
Week 1, their
Yeah.
first match.
Yeah, and
Wow,
they've just been a
Navi is
husk
the
of a team
truth.
ever since.
Sivo,
And that cost Foot the
Andrea.
playoffs. That cost Foot the first seed, that loss.
Yeah.
And I'm not forgiving them. If
Oh, so
Heretics
Navi's
can't
the
beat this
KRX
husk of a
here,
team,
okay.
I mean, you're saying that Navi might make a change as well. If they can't beat a team who is just a corpse right now, then it don't matter. They gotta beat them.
Heretics are
How
still a
alive is
little
Team Heretics,
flip-floppy.
though?
That's what I'm
'Cause
saying. They're
it's-
flip-floppy.
Because this, like, again, like we had Neil, and I was like, isn't it scary? Because when we talk about consistency, how would you be more concerned if you were like mates last year, where you would always get close but couldn't get across the finish line, or if like your team was like, oh, I 13-0 a team now, then I get fucked in the ass, then I 13-0 another team, and then I bend over again, and so which one would make you more like, fuck, what do I do with this situation? So Leaky, that question's for you.
I mean, being the team that always chokes
Yeah,
at
it's like, would you
12.
rather bet?
Brilliant. I mean, being the team that always gets to 12 and can't close it out is so much easier because it's just so much easier to identify. You're just using your ults wrong. Whereas the other thing's just like, mate, how are we? How are we fucking shit sometimes and incredible the next day? Like, it's so hard to pinpoint what that is.
It is, but it has to do with emotion, right? It has to be.
Maybe.
Like
mean,
connecting and
maybe.
disconnecting, like there has to be a switch or something.
Well,
It's
better
like most
find
of the
that
teams
switch,
are
isn't it?
always in the middle. But with Heretics,
yeah,
it's like,
they gotta sync
Yeah.
up. They gotta sync up.
They're definitely the worst team that's ever won 2 13-0s in the same stage. I'll tell you that. They might be the only team to ever. They might be the best.
I mean, yeah, the
team to ever- might be
competition
the only
isn't
team
that
to ever
tough.
do it. But
Yeah, I was going to say.
All right. Well, guaranteed. Best of luck, Heretics. All right. Let's move on. Still in the low bracket. Joblife versus Pacific.
Oh, no.
All right. Yeah. Joblife guarantee. I mean, yeah.
Apparently,
it's a-
it could get worse for Pacific.
Yeah, they
So
already
go
broke the
Joblife.
record, right? They broke the record for the
Lily,
most
Joblife.
losses in a row.
Oh yeah,
Oh my
Mitch and Tom were
gosh.
hammering that home as well. They were making
Right,
sure everyone
every
knew.
4 rounds. Like, holy fuck, man.
Fucking
And
piling on.
they're saying that every 4 rounds, and then with slow-mo and Cupid whiffing. Like, fuck, man.
Oh,
I filmed this
man.
there being like, holy fuck. To be one of these players must be horrendous.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what can we say? They haven't
Yeah,
won
there's
a
not
game
there's
yet,
not much
so
more to
it's
say
like-
though, right?
But they could
Yeah.
win. But we say this every week, so it's like, I don't want to be the one to say it again. But they obviously they could win.
Maybe if we have all collectively lost hope, is when it
I
happens.
feel like we.
Well, he just
Did
said
that
they
not
could
happen?
win, so
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's,
but
that's
like
my
haven't
bad.
going
all
into
collectively
play-ins like
lost hope.
match 1, anything can happen, you know, tier 2 teams. But now match 2, maybe, yeah, lost hope. No, it's not happening. What's the point? Are they going to win 7 matches in a row? No. So should we spend time discussing this? No.
No. All right. Let's move on. Guaranteed job life.
All
All right. Another elimination. I can't believe these are elimination matches and play-ins. GIANTX versus FNATIC.
Oh dear God.
No!
Oh my God! I thought this one was happening.
We did
Kukuka, I mean, we've got a range of emotions. The acting talent is off those charts in these pictures. From pure sadness to shock.
Is it
shock?
I thought I would just be a rare, just delirious
What are you talking
hopium.
about? This is a good
smash of
guarantee.
I also
hopium.
think it's
think
weird when
this is a
Alpha's
good
not
guarantee.
hitting, you know? Like,
Yeah,
that
it's a
also
good
doesn't
guarantee.
happen 2 matches in a row, right?
Fnatic aren't like good. They're not good. Don't get me wrong, but like they weren't completely atrocious in their game.
It was a lot better this week. Yeah, it was a lot better. They could have won.
Like they are a better
Okay.
team than Giants. They're just worse than Enterprise, who are also better than Giants.
Okay, fair. That's math.
Why am I
Checks
trying to
out.
convince you? We've
Good
all
logic.
picked them.
No, I
What the fuck
agree.
am I
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
No,
I
no,
agree.
no, yeah. Why? I don't know. Why are we doing this? All right, they're a better team than GIANTX. There's nothing to discuss here. FNATIC are guaranteed to win. Everyone, we're gonna watch them
this
for at
would be
least
a
another
sad
match.
ending.
Do we
though, 'cause
have
this is
more
the thing.
hope
We're
Yeah,
that
this is-
Joblife
this
is going
is-
to win against Pacific? So are we more certain that Joblife is going to win against Pacific, or that FNATIC is going to win against
Joblife.
GIANTX?
Joblife.
Joblife. But that's like, but it's not. But that's more like both sides of that matchup,
You're
though,
so
isn't it?
funny.
Like it's not. Yeah, I don't think that's a fair comparison. Not
The,
you
the
gotta hope
Navi,
it- all
the
you gotta
Navi
hope it-
Heretics one might be closer.
All you gotta hope for if
Yeah.
you're Fnatic is just hope that they mess up their pistol round and their coach will be tilted off the moon, take 2 timeouts, and then they'll be boomed from their own coach. Happened before.
Jeez.
Yeah,
It has happened before. Yeah. Yeah.
it's
I
gonna
mean,
be
but
fun
yeah,
though.
this is,
You gotta tune
this
in
is
for
the
this
one.
one.
yeah.
Yeah,
this is the
there's
one.
no
It
way
can
you
always
miss
get
this one.
worse.
It can
Yeah.
do
There's
this.
one game, like,
Last one.
Seriously,
Last match.
especially because, as I'm saying, like either for FNATIC or for GIANTX is their last
Yeah,
match.
one of them. Yeah, last match.
It is the last. You
Every
cannot
EMEA
miss this
era.
matches. You've not been watching all this fucking long to miss this.
yeah, the ending,
Yeah.
the potential end, dude. Every week for the past 3 weeks ago, they've hit rock bottom, and then we just keep on falling, keep on falling.
Oh gosh.
So surely
Right.
En el
they
sótano de
bounce.
su fracaso siempre hay una planta más, that we say in Spanish. Which means in the basement of your failure, there's always another floor.
Yeah,
What?
Oof.
That's a dark saying. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not really a saying, but if you're Spanish, you know where that comes from.
Okay.
It's from a
Well, on
TV
that
show.
jolly note, let's talk about the upper bracket where they're not in the basement; they're still
Yeah.
above ground.
There's hope.
And yeah, let's talk about Foot versus Eternal Fire.
we're all gonna do this, aren't we? Ooh, respect.
Good
You
job.
were posting
Well-
and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
I mean-
thought it was done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just out on a mission
You're just a
to
hater.
hate watch footy sports until
Yeah, you're just a
TFB
hater.
stops bragging
I've
about his
tilted
team
Seth
being above
and
my
I've tilted
team.
Joe, bro, about Foot. I've absolutely
Just-
got them on the hate watch train.
I'm
Yeah.
glad. I'm glad the Tunnel Fire looked good this week for this.
Yeah,
Like, I'm
yeah.
glad I'm glad it's like actually
No.
gonna be like competitive. Because
I mean, it could be a banger though, right? There's potential.
it
Well,
could-
this is going to be a
definitely be a
scrappy
banger.
mess of
And
Exactly.
taking
It's
the
just
most
gonna be a
aggressive
fight.
timings of all
Clean
time.
shots, brawly,
Exactly.
double duelists running across.
send it
and
through smokes.
Jet
Yeah.
to J screaming, nobody else screaming with him, and yeah, that's
Hell
gonna be it.
yeah.
It's gonna be Jet to
Yeah,
J
that's what
versus
you
the
love to
entirety
see.
of Eternal Fire screaming wise, but the rest we'll see in the server. It's gonna be a
How,
banger.
how, how does it work? Do we know who plays who in the playoffs? Is it like it's seeding based?
No,
right?
I have. There's a draw show
Draw
when
show,
we
right.
finished. So,
Bro, I
so
swear
basically,
to fuck,
what?
if Fuck
Really?
get Vitality, I'm going to lose my fucking shit.
No, espera un momento, tranquilito, calm down.
Wait, they won't
Eh,
though, because they won't win. So don't worry.
Yeah. So yeah, first we need to know which ones go through the upper and who goes through the lower. And o sea, the teams that go through the play-in
Yeah.
from the lower bracket also start in the lower bracket in playoffs.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Do you want an
Sure, so
explainer?
it's just
At the
tough.
beginning of this week, in the first pre-show, I literally draw how it works
Okay.
and who goes where.
All right.
There will be a draw to see what of the two teams goes in
The
the
50-50.
Sure,
top of
they
the
get
bracket.
randomized.
Yeah.
Okay.
And where do
Okay.
we place the other two?
Nice.
I
Cool.
want Sliggy's Liquid. I do not want Vitality. I'm sick of watching Foot play Vitality.
Mate, I feel like the teams with 2 weeks are gonna pop the others. I'll be honest, but
Yeah.
But I
mean,
need
she'll
to
have
not
rev.
see Foot play Vitality again.
yeah,
Yeah, at all costs. All right.
that's been a lot.
I mean,
this year,
listen, just lose this week and they won't see Vitality. So
Oh, shut
it's
the
kind of an
fuck
easy
up, Toby.
solution.
Your team's doing fuck all.
All right. And now it's the grand finale that we have prepared
is
in
it,
terms of
Joe?
predictions. It is a match that is in this week. It is indeed the match of the week of VCT EMEA. And it is going to this is going to be Fireflux Esports versus Enterprise Esports.
Oh. Ooh.
Okay, nice. I'm glad
A
this one.
Makes
Fireflux
sense.
believer in TMV. All right, 3-1.
Bro, they're very
Okay.
fucking good. They're very
Yeah,
fucking good.
yeah.
This
Yeah.
is the match of the week. This is very, very good.
I didn't really know who to pick, and then I just remember Patty flaming, and I was like, yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
That's
just for
that's
that,
pretty much how I
just for the
decided
show.
it. I was just like, ah, fuck it, man.
For this one, I
fun.
honestly want both to win. I know that one, I'm happy that one is making it through the upper, and I hope that the other one
Right.
makes it through the lower.
I think they will, to be honest.
From how they've looked, right?
From how
Yeah.
they've looked,
They-
yeah.
yeah.
I think they both go through.
How
Yeah, 'cause
many,
the-
if they lose, they just have to
No,
play
they
one
play
more
one
match
game.
again, right?
One
Okay.
game, yeah.
It's just
That's the
another
advantage
match.
of winning that
Okay.
first game is you now go.
And
They're
then
in-
You
they're
have
you
both
two
guys,
chances to go through.
They're both in a great spot, yeah. But then they
Are
will
they
go into
flipping?
lower bracket in playoffs.
in the playoffs,
So
would
I
they be,
think-
I guess it doesn't really matter with the teams. They're kind of evenly spread out in the lower bracket for EMEA. But
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, we're guaranteeing a challengers team into the playoffs.
That's
One-
cool.
You know,
Yeah.
Debate, no
either
matter
one
what.
that's looking
On
good,
the upper.
that-
So that's
yeah,
fucking
in the
sick.
upper that could do bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could do damage. So that's exciting. Yeah, this is definitely one to watch. So make sure everyone, that if you're watching or listening, that you tune in to vote. You TMV, big hopes for Fireflux, or you just think that it deserves? a
I
shot?
think it's going to be very close. I just think that I kind of thought most people would probably slightly favor Enterprise, but I thought they would. This couldn't be a guarantee, and I do actually have the
Yeah.
decent chance. I think if Batu is playing that well, and Kachao, who had quite a map on Omen, but if Kachao also starts, I mean, Kachao versus Kazi is an insane matchup as well in this one.
Wait, the whole
Yeah.
team is stacked, man. I'm impressed with that Hezekiah
Dude.
guy.
Oh, yeah,
Hezekiah's
Hezekiah.
Yeah,
really
yeah, yeah.
good.
Very good.
Jeez.
They got a great
Yeah,
team.
that's exciting. That's exciting. You got to tune. Man, there's some good matches to tune
Dude,
into for EMEA.
I mean, EMEA might not be able to win champs, but it is fucking
Yeah,
fun
as
to
a
watch
region,
the other
yeah,
team
it's a
fun
scrap
region.
it out.
Yeah, yeah. As a region, it's pretty cool. These players are
Like, it is fun.
pretty dope. Sliggy TMV, I assume that not you, Chobra, but will you guys be coming to Barcelona?
I will not.
It's too hard to watch all the other regions.
Yes, that was
Mate,
my-
it's just like
Oh,
I
fair.
can't travel there and then somehow at the venue I would have to sleep
Yeah,
at the
can
venue.
I, can I, can I,
surely you
can I
can get a
stay
sleeping
and
bag.
wake up?
Yeah,
at-
surely
I
you
don't
can
think
get
I
a
wanna sleep
sleeping
at that
bag.
Yeah.
It's just like Spain in the summer. Come on.
Yeah, it's too hot.
You could be
That would've been a
happy
cool
for
trip.
once.
Or he
Nah.
lives in Iceland.
You could.
I live in
you know,
England.
Yeah.
Look at us. We would die.
Not gonna, yeah,
You're
dude.
missing out. I'm taking Minnie on vacation after.
To be
I'll
fair,
send
when
you
I-
guys pictures.
When I was in London, we were doing the meet and greet, and then I looked at the stage and had the sun on, and I went to like Jim, the guy from Riot, and I was like, Jim, I'm about to melt in front of everyone. I was like, Jim, I haven't seen the sun for about 2 years, mate. I was like, because we're only get some shade on this. I'm about to burn up real fast.
Oh man. Well, yeah, exciting times. Yeah, I forgot EMEA also roadshow. Well, that should be fun. Well, thank you so much, everyone, because we're all gonna leave. The podcast isn't over, but we're done with it. We're done with it. We're gonna get 4
So
new
done.
people to talk about Americas. So for all of our listeners and viewers, we'll see you on each of our respective broadcasts, and we'll bring in some people. See you guys next time.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.
guys. Have a good
Goodbye.
week. See you next
See
week.
ya.
Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you.
We appreciate you too.
Thanks, Kat.
Appreciate it. See you guys.
Goodbye.
All right,
Bye.
time to press a bunch of buttons to get these guys audio working. We can't hear you just yet, but we'll press some buttons. Probably take less than 3 minutes here. It's literally 4 buttons. We heard the meow.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Oh my
Let
god.
me
Hello.
out.
Hold on.
Oh
I'm
my God,
pressing
what
all the
the
wrong
heck?
buttons. Give me a second.
Beep boop, save us, help us. We're stuck in the Plat Chat back rooms. Please, someone, if you can hear us.
Help.
All right, I think I made it. I think we got there. Team.
Help.
Can we use this and show?
Hello.
Nice, we did
Hello,
it.
hello.
We got there.
Hello.
I'm pressing the button. You guys ready to be on cam?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You know what? Let's do it then.
Let's go.
Hey.
What's up? America's segment.
Hello,
New
hello.
faces.
Hello.
It's Mel, Bren, Zix, Shy Wager, and usually there's a long intro, but I want to do something else a little bit different today. It's going to be crazy. We're going to fix everything about Americas on Plat Chat. This is going to be a banger episode. I've sent you guys each a DM. Do not reveal what the DM is inside. What's in that DM. We're playing Valorant Imposter. You guys each have one word to say about what I've sent you. I sent each of them a map. They don't know who the imposter is. We'll start with Mel. Now, with this map, just give me a word that's associated with the map I've sent you.
Okay. Viper.
Viper. Okay. Okay. Bren, what is a word for you with this map that I've sent you?
Leviathan.
Okay. Zix. What is the word for you with the map that I've sent you as well? That's something I gotta ask you.
Sky.
Okay. Okay. Mel, this is your last word. What? Give me another one from you.
Judge.
Okay. Okay. Bren, you're questioning Judge. What about you?
Judge.
Yep.
Do we all have the same map?
Oh, one of you is the imposter, so one of you has a different map.
Like, I mean, I'm thinking, that's what I was thinking
So
too,
one of
right?
you is
I
the
was like,
imposter.
do
You're
we
trying
have
to
a
figure out
different
what the
one?
map actually is, and the two of you who have the map aren't trying to give it away. So she says Viper Judge. The imposter.
But we don't know who the imposter
But
is.
you guys don't know who the imposter is.
We
Yeah.
don't know who the imposter is.
Yeah, you know the imposter knows who he is or she is. but-
Okay.
Yeah. Last word, Bren. Last word from you.
Bangers.
Bangers. Okay. Okay. Zix, the last word from you. He's thinking. He's thinking about this one. It's a nice
I'll
icebreaker
say
to start with.
Phoenix.
Phoenix. Okay. Okay. Respects. Mel and Bren and Zix. At all the same time, I'm gonna give you guys 5 seconds. You have to tell me who the imposter is. You gotta vote. You gotta vote. Or you can talk right now. Do you guys have any insights as to who you think the imposter could be?
Yeah, Zix.
Zix.
I think it's Zix.
Zix.
There's no Zix. Do you have anything to
Zix.
defend
Me and
yourself with?
Bren, we immediately, no, off of Bren's first word, what was it? It was,
Leviathan.
I was like, okay, so I see my comrade here.
Okay. Well, Zix, any defense?
No.
I mean, that's
Bro, I was like,
okay.
Good try.
So the imposter was Zix. I'm gonna give you a chance to guess what
Okay.
map this actually is, and if you get it right, you win.
okay, I was gonna. Wait, it's just. Isn't it just split?
Yeah, that's so
Is it
easy.
split? It is split. That's crazy. That's crazy. You guys should have
We've given so much evidence.
You guys give way too much evidence.
Yeah, I mean,
should've
I was
clarified
like,
the rules.
well, that's why I
but-
said Sky, and then that's why I said Phoenix.
Yeah.
I was like, some teams play Sky, but only on that map. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know I was the imposter. Because then
Yeah,
I
know.
checked. I checked
listen,
super late, and then I see you're the imposter. I heard Viper. I heard Judge, and I'm looking at I'm like Sunset, Viper, Judge. I was like, it's got to be split.
Yeah. That's listen. It's scuffed, but I just wanted to start it off on a lighter note. And because we talked about split, let's talk about our first team now, Leviathan. Wow, what a segue.
Yo!
What a segue.
His
wait.
writing is this fire. Holy shit.
Starting off a little bit different now. Lev versus MIBR, I think, was starting off as a banger and then quickly devolved into, okay, Lev are kind of better. It is what it is. But in coming through to like just prowess of this team, I want to just specifically talk about Lev first in general. Are these guys getting even better than before? Or are they still primed to be the best in the world, shoo-ins for playoffs and champs? How are you guys feeling about Lev right now? Mel, I'll start with you, at least on the split map first, because it was a bit rocky. MIBR were in there, but they didn't get the win at the end of the day.
I will have to clarify. I will have to preface with this was the one game I wasn't able to watch.
Hold on, I'm taking this wheel. I'm taking the wheel. Zix,
Yeah,
what do you think about this split game with Lev?
Can you pull up those stats again? Pull up those stats really quickly, like from the VLR. Yeah. So if you look here, that's double pistol bonus. Let's look at the first bloods. Yeah, that's looking like about a 15-8 based on my notes. And still LEVIATAN won. So I mean, yeah, they're pretty damn good. I like my TLDR was like LEVIATAN looked a little rough around the edges first like 6 rounds. Wasn't like great team play. MIBR had really good prep. And then LEVIATAN woke up. And they just started running over them. Like there's just too many insane rounds from Lev that it felt like basically you have to have like a perfect plan for the refights that they do on split, which it felt like MIBR did. They baited out a lot of refights by like faking some control. And then later on, it's just the floods were just too much for MIBR to handle. Like simple as. It felt like no matter what, you feel like things are going well, you get a first blood in the round, and now there's 4 people on your screen. And it's just, I don't know, it's just so oppressive playing against a team that's this well coordinated. Just feels like MIBR has to do everything perfect to be able to like prevent LEVIATAN from playing their game. It's just too hard. I think that NRG, to shout them out from like when they beat LEVIATAN, did an exceptional job at like kind of preventing that swarm, preventing that flood from happening from LEVIATAN. And it's kind of feeling like that was the only team that was able to do that against them. So yeah, it's just MIBR, not too shabby, but it's like just Lev's flood is too hard to deal with.
Yeah, I think this team, they are undisputed best team in the world on split easily. It doesn't matter. Like the last time they ended up losing it, I'm pretty sure was when they played against G2 months ago now. And the first time G2 came out of a lot of anti, the second time they came out with, I think, again, very good prep and anti. But LEVIATAN are the type of team where I think they live and die by just very simple game plans. They have a great simple default that is robust as anything. And even if you do something to try and punish, for example, King on the attack side when he's lurking over towards the A side, they'll just maneuver a couple of players around and they'll work around it. It's actually a joy to watch this team when they play on split. It's their bread and butter. Ziggs, you already pointed out, they won double pistol, converted a bonus. The gun rounds wasn't even close when it got down to the actual weaponry. When they actually had weapons in their hands, I think it was like 8 rounds, 1 versus 4. Compared to MIBR when they actually had, straight up buy rounds. It was, this team is genuinely unstoppable. And unless they completely gut Phoenix heading into champs, I know it's a way off because we haven't even gone through playoffs yet, but they genuinely don't seem like they're slowing down.
Do you think
it's crazy?
Even with the Phoenix changes, because they're obviously not in the game yet, they still like 6.
I mean, another thing, the ult by 1 point.
Yeah, that's not going to matter in your opinion at all. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All the things that they do really well around Phoenix are still going to be relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think to me, it's so interesting because I have seen them play split against so many different teams and everyone knows what they do, which is so strong, which is just their B main control. And so many different teams have not found a counter to it. I don't even know what you do against it. I'm going to be honest. I've watched so many and I'm like, I don't know if there's something I could come up with that's different than what G2's come up with or what NRG's come up with or what Paper Rex has come up with. It seems like they've really found like the checkmate form of playing that map. I genuinely don't know what you can do against it.
Yeah, the protocols are fantastic. I want to say as well, so many teams have tried to anti them at this point, by the way. I did a telestrator on the Americas desk where I was talking I was basically bigging up EG because EG played against Lev, they got smashed. But in it, they had a load of ideas of what they wanted to do to try and anti, like B main refights or trying to punish. I was looking back at some of the old things. Blows was playing on Heaven for 11 out of 12 of their defensive rounds in the exact same spot at the beginning of their defense rounds on split, in that little Heaven spot above A. Almost every single time. And then EG cooked up something to try and beat it, but it's the player quality too that you get from every single individual where they just know how to react when certain situations are coming towards them. It's absurd to watch, genuinely. The amount of talent that this team has in every single player slot, and their ideas are very robust and great. And I think they've just hit upon as well the clear winning formula to me at the moment, which is this double duelist revolving around a Neon and a Phoenix. They are just leading the charge in that regard, but they're unreal to watch, genuinely unreal. And despite the fact that they've played this map so many times now that you would think that eventually they're going to crack or something, but it's just, they still find ways around it. It's unbelievable.
Then one critical question I have about just this map in specific: what is the weakest link for them on this map? Like in terms of a player, like who do you think on this map could be punishable or needs to step up a little bit more, still has room for growth? Because in my mind, I do big up the double duelist, but in performance at least, I feel like Spike doesn't have like the highest of highs on this map, is a bit more sacrificial. And that could be something to like ante a bit when it comes to like just Neon in general being an activator for LEVIATAN, playing more like Vice comps against them, or just switching things up to just stop the dash and the space creation. Is that a take you guys would agree with? Is that a vibe for just specifically Split and Lev? Would that be a weak link?
I think the fact that he plays more of a role duelist, like trying to counter him is like you just can't win, right? So like you try to specifically carry, if you try to counter him, the whole purpose of him going is for Sato and the rest of the team to follow through, right? And I think whenever I have seen them play against Vice teams, they've done a really good job of like fleshing out the util or not hitting the Vice's site. They've done a really, really good job with like their protocols around like comp V, comp win cons. I would argue, I think in a lot of cases, like the weak point with this comp for other teams is like, how strong is your Viper player and how abusable are they? But then you look at King, and I don't think there's another player that wins his 1v2 at A this consistently. People will push into him. Their game plan is, we're going to go kill King. This is the time. We are the 10th team to think of this, but it's our time. And he just kills both of them. Where do you go? Like, I don't know where you start. It's really difficult. But maybe like trying to kill the Neon and then trying to like spiral kills from there is probably the best idea. But they can't even. It's hard to even do that.
The only reason I mentioned Spike is because in segue to Sunset, the next time I want to talk about that these guys played against MIBR, like this is where they kind of use Spike and he gets to be a little bit less of a role player, more of like still creating that space. But again, it's Neon on Sunset. You get to do so much more. You feel like you have a much more impact when it comes to being able to get kills as well. And I think he stepped up between those maps and being a bit more of the guy activating a few rounds with like some good first bloods and good trades as well. Again, if you have this big of a repertoire this deep, and you know your IGL is also not performing kills wise at every on the map, the rest of the team is doing the best. Their Sunset was dominant against MIBR.
Yeah, I think what's so hard about playing against this LEVIATAN team is like, if you could pull up the clip, Kurt, it's just ridiculous, man. Like, it feels like you have to do some crazy unorthodox setups that kind of like bait them in a bit. So like there's the pistol round here. I know we're jumping kind of halfway through the map, but like here they quickly understand that Cypher's here on the bomb site. So what they do is they know they're just going to walk scale this whole pathing. They find out exactly where the Cypher is. And you can see the teamfight ideas flow so quickly. So one way on the left, stun on the right. They're just like basic, actually it's a blind, but it's just a full-on team fight, like deep in your spawn as soon as they figure out your setup. They know to not execute the bomb site, where I think a lot of teams would execute the bomb site here. It's just like they're so fast to recognize everything that's going on and completely counter it that it feels like you just have to like hide where your Cypher's playing. So like in this case, you like put your cam on the bomb site where people are actually defending, trips go on the other site, and it's like you're like making it so you're baiting a little bit for your trips, or you're like baiting them to contact into your bomb site when they think it's Cypher here. I don't know. You just have to do some voodoo magic against this team, it feels like, to be able to like really pressure them, because I don't know. It's just all of their protocols are too good. I know it's simple game plans, but it's so effectively executed that it's like, it's just disgusting, man. It's so crazy how a team can be this good for this long. It's mental. Yeah. Oh, and then for the B main on split thing, I wanted to add, some teams have been adding Cypher. I think that the Cypher is actually good against LEVIATAN's comp. And I'm surprised that the LEVIATAN comp is the one that everyone's copied. I know that they're the best team in the world at split, but it felt like that was such a good comp against the Vice, because you're like trying to pump fake out and bait the wall toward B. But now that there's like, double duelists from every team, it's like you're kind of just trying to bait out a blind or something. You're not really like the B default doesn't do too much unless you're able to bait out a blind. But the Cypher, like you could put a cam above B main, spot the walkout, play a trap, but we haven't seen it yet from any of the teams that have played Cypher. So it's like, I do think there's some counters to this comp. It's also really easy to spam both orbs. It's going to be hard to like kind of get orbs going on Phoenix. So, I mean, I think there are counters to the Leviathan split, but I don't think they've like, people haven't explored it, or they don't have like the means to beat it, I guess, from their comp if they're not running like Cypher or Vice and current meta, which it seems like the majority of teams aren't, right? So it's like, in my opinion, it's like, I'd be interested to see what happens if there's a Cypher cam above the choke,
directly above, because a lot of them
spotting
just
down,
the default one.
Yeah, a lot of the times it's just wall, smoke, spam, but nothing. I mean, sometimes the Prowler as well, but obviously the cam, if you never get off of it, they're just going to know that you're not out the whole time. And if you do go out, now you're getting blinded and refought through it. Could be like kind of interesting, but yeah, I mean, even the ciphers that we've seen, they haven't even had that approach. So it's like, yeah, I mean,
I also think teams don't do a great job on, like, when Lev are doing their retake protocols on A, for example, like a team gets into a post plant.
Yes.
They're so fucking good at just, well, for one, Blows is amazing at just calling for backup at the right times and holding on to heaven control so they can play retake, but they are so fast at just already taking ramp control away from the teams and just making sure that the post plant has to be played entirely on site. And teams just aren't, they don't have good game plans for like refighting ramp control. Like even if they get into the post, they just end up sitting there on the site, getting surrounded by everyone because you've just given up complete map control. And this is honestly way back in the day. I remember when Sen used to be dominant in this map. I'm talking like 2024. That was one thing that they used to do really well, was just understanding to prioritize like that heaven control, ramp control when you're on retake to just completely, you're basically starving them out onto the site. And Lev are currently doing that really well. And I'm noticing a lot of teams just lacking in that regard, I think, and just thinking about the next step when they get into a post plant, thinking about how they're going to disrupt either Leviathan or even just other teams, to be honest, in general. But yeah, Lev are definitely doing that aspect really well. And I mean, we're kind of jumping all over the place as well, but I just want to say their Sunset too, so much of it, I think on the attack side, is like Neon getting posted onto these deep lines in B main, A main. And even if you have a game plan to push him off, he's still getting one because he's Neon. It's just, I actually genuinely don't know how you beat this team, because I'm watching it play out. I'm like, if you're only, like, you're just looking at the minimap, and I'm wondering, okay, well, they're getting so much free information here. Like, Neon's just posted in Bs, giving them an option to go back into it. And I see teams try to cook up something to try and push him off the line, and he'll just get one, get out, and then still hold on to the space. He'll like post back up sometimes onto the line after he's been pushed back and away, because he's just got that much confidence to him. It's like, I don't know. When you have such quality like this, how do you even beat it? You know, even if your ideas are all correct in how you're approaching the map, theory-wise, you can't get over the hurdle of the player quality.
Yeah. The last question I have on Lev's thing is, Dion obviously was the MVP in London, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. That was the wave when it came to what's going down. After, like, this is, you know, league play done, by the way, forever in the world now. This is the last time we ever get to see, you know, league matches gone. They're done. In terms of Lev, who is the MVP at the moment right now for the team? Who is performing the best? Val, I can start with you. Who do you think is number one on the roster? Important in every single map, every single game.
Your intuition, zero statistical backing. My mind's going to Sato, and if not Sato, you'd have to say Neon, I think.
Okay.
But in my mind, it's Sato.
Sato, Zix, Sato, or someone else?
I mean, I feel like I have such a bias towards Spike.
Okay.
I've always thought that.
Lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, being like such an explosive player, but at key timings, it feels like he is kind of like the Neon. Like he's like the, what's it called? Like the systems Neon. He's just too good, bro.
Okay, Bren, do you have with the system, with
this
the flasher?
This is an impossible question, bro.
It is, and I want to make it
possible. No, it's
possible.
actually an impossible question. I'm not, because I can give you an answer for almost every single player.
Exactly.
We already have right now. Your answer could change in 5 minutes, but I want the 1:48 p.m. Eastern time, August 10th Bren answer. What is
okay? Well, I think they
now?
demand a ton off Neon.
Yeah.
As a player individually, he's often alone in terms of his setup, where he's playing like his anchoring on Omen. I think he balances that incredibly well. Whenever sight hits are coming through, when he understands when he needs to stand his ground, put down an anchor smoke, and actually flood him with the rest of the team, follow him through on that, or just completely vacating, or if he's just playing the chamber or whatever, you just get insane value. But then I could also make an argument that, I don't know, I think Blows is one of the most underrated players on this team, just in terms of how he plays Initiator, because this guy, the way he weaves in and out and understands the danger of when he needs to, also his stall util. Bro, when this guy's on fade, he is not missing a seize. Every single time he is cutting 10 seconds off the clock to buy time for the double duelist to come in. Every single time. And not just that, if he's being approached onto his angles or whatever the space that he's holding, he's often going to be getting one too. He's such an intelligent player. Why would you propose this question, Shile?
Listen. I want the soundbite. I just want to know. You're locking in blows. The last thing I want to mention on this one, real quick, before we jump into the next thing, MIBR, who were their opponents. I want to make sure we're also talking about some of the losers here in terms of the teams, real quick, because again, end of league play. Well, some of the notes I have in the early takes we had on MIBR. Ospas has to kind of find his identity as, does he want to be the guy going in? Does he want to be, enabled for instead? Like, should we be playing the system around Ospas, or should he be sacrificing himself for the team? Tex as the bottom line for the team. I think he was the biggest difference maker in terms of if he's performing well, MIBR can get wins. In just the MIBR ethos right now, do you think they found their identity, Bren, like in how they're playing now, and they can work on it in the play-ins? Have they improved?
Yeah, dude,
from the
this
start?
team's so much better. I haven't been on the episode in the last few weeks, but I've been so pissed off at the general community narrative. I think it's turning though. I think people have woken up a little bit to it, but MIBR are looking so much better than they have in the past, man. Like this formula that they've cooked upon, in the past, we used to see Tex playing on a different fucking postcode, bro. He was never getting active into the fights. Now he's actually playing off his team's pressure. You're seeing Aspas actually take fights. It's being alternated with the other duelists. I think one of the key components, if you're going to play the Neon Phoenix, whatever double duelist comp you're going to play, your duelists need to be in sync with each other in terms of when one creates space, the other one's taking it and actually following through on most of it. They're doing that in their own little way. It's a little bit tepid here and there, I think, because you can tell Aspas isn't as comfortable playing that hard entry, but he's putting his body on the line way more than I've ever seen him do it in the past. Genuinely. I have to give my props to Aspas because I think he's completely reinvented a style from where he was comfortable playing for years and years and years. So I think MIBR, they have something, despite the fact that they lost to Lev. I'm not going to read into this too much because I think genuinely there's an argument to be made that Lev are the best team in the world right now.
Yeah. Okay, respects. Any other thoughts last second on MIBR in general? Because I think they did level up a little bit, but
it felt like they came with pretty good prep. They expected the refights, baited it out. Even on, in a bunch of moments, they had good re-clears, they had good team fights. It just felt like I said, it's like if you're not perfect against LEVIATAN and you're not having some sort of plan to deal with their flood, yeah, you're just gonna kind of just lose track of the round, and they're just going to end up with 4 people on your screen. So I think there's some details they can fix to prevent that, adding util or a guy being in the spot to multi-kill the flood. But I mean, yeah, it's a good learning point. They probably should win with 15-8 on first bloods, 2 pistols, 2 bonuses, or 1 bonus. But yeah, the other thing I did want to say, bro, Phantom in this meta is disgusting. It's just so disgusting. I don't know if you guys were keeping track of the amount of spam kills in this series in particular, but it's just crazy, man. It's crazy. Any fresh smoke timing, it's like you must wait 2 seconds. You cannot instantly go where you want to go off of a smoke going up. You will die. You will die. Stop going instantly. You will die. Simple.
Yeah. If you guys want to know more about just MIBR in general, they will be playing in the play-ins, and we'll talk about more of the nuances to where they're bracketed later. But let's move on to EG, who are playing many games this week. One against EG, one against FURIA, playing against themselves, I think, half the time as well. I'll get into that. And then one against NRG as well. This team, for me, is like DG Zin in the round. Is he opping or is he not? Because they look so different when he is versus when he's again, not. I think against FURIA first, we'll talk about that. A lot of it was DG kind of dashing around, playing with the Phantom, not opping as much until I think the latter half of the match. But I like that identity from EG, Mel. I felt like when they were actually on the server, moving fast, moving first, they look like such a different team. Zerona is activated even better as well. Against FURIA, they look really good.
Honestly, I completely agree with that. It seems very hot and cold with EG. I can see that what they're thinking in these rounds. Sometimes they do look really good. I think Zerona is really good, and I think he is a huge win condition for them, along with DJ Zine. I think there was a point where they were against FURIA, and I remember after the first half, it was Zerona. He had 3 kills, and I'm like, damn, they kind of need this guy to wake up. This guy's kind of he's a huge win condition for them. And then he started shooting. It literally was just shooting back. I'm not gonna lie. And then they win the match. I'm like, okay, or that makes perfect sense. But Bro, honestly, when I'm looking at like on VLR, just purely if you open up the map scores, bro, it's kind of tough to be on this team, bro. Like they either get obliterated or they lose or win in a very, very close match. Like there's no in between for them. Either they're getting destroyed or barely losing, barely winning. It's just tough. I think that they're doing some overcooking on some of the maps. Like I think the Vito is a huge overcook. Sorry, Shayo. I think DJ Zin is incredibly underrated though. I think if he was on any other team, like he would be placing really, really well just as a player.
I'd say like yes and no, because then like against NRG, it was kind of the opposite of the FURIA stuff. Like Zix, like, you know, you've watched these games. Without an op, this guy and the rest of the team protocols were so weird. Can't break haunts like on timing as well on half these maps. Like they're just getting decimated by NRG. And then you give him an op, and like he is finally has a bit of a voice. They're gonna slow it down, but the cost I think was already a bit too much, right? Like AG versus NRG, you got to see the tier gap again. I feel like in Americas.
Yeah, I think that I don't know. How do I simplify this? Their comps are really interesting. EG, it just feels kind of all over the place. Like sometimes Zerona's playing like he was playing Yoru on Ascent. Now he's playing Viper on Lotus, but he's playing Phoenix when he's on Breeze. It just feels hard to play like so many different like comp styles, comp roles. Yeah. But it's for me, what's interesting about this team is like they're very clearly, if you listen to that interview that Pancakes had after Furia, he was talking about composure as like a big theme that they're trying to approach their game with. And you can definitely see it for sure. I think the problem is when you're playing with that kind of comp and you don't have like, I don't know, a very consistent pacing and understanding that like you literally, if you have that pace, you have to pretend that smokes are sage walls. Like you cannot go through them. Because as soon as you see those and you try to go with some of these comps that have very little execute util, you're just going to die. Like there's like a round in particular in my head from the NRG one where it's like they were getting punished so often over and over and over on their contact play because Energy did play kind of a bit of a micro masterclass against them. Where it's like they eventually wanted to just speed up into a round and they're like, blocked by a vice wall, but they're still fade ulting. They spent all their util, and then they have nothing left for when they actually go through, and they're going through a Viper orb with like no smoke on the the bully smoke on C that helps you cross. So it's like it's just like a thing of quite literally, I guess, composure is their like best asset, and also at times they're kind of like worst asset when they're like not composed. I guess that's probably why they focus so much on it. It's like one of those self-help things, how it's like the people that talk about self-help, it's like they always relate mostly to the thing that they're bad at. You know what I mean? It's like that's kind of like how it felt for EG, where, yeah, I mean, slowing it down was nice against Furia. It's pretty good. You slow it down against NRG. Yep, these guys do off angle. Like you kind of are walking into your death over and over. And then they're like, oh, let's just run it down here. This is the round exactly. It's good that you found this.
This was just so like, look,
look at all this util. Yeah, we're still vice walled. Oh, there's another PC util. Oh, it's a fade wall or a fade ult. And we're mollied off. Okay, now we're going to send it with what util? Let's see what we have. And it's one guy and everybody's run through dry. It's like, it's just so hard, man. It's like you have to have like, when you're playing these comps with very low exec util, obviously, I mean, basically EG is playing like a standard comp, but instead of Vice, you're using Cypher. But I mean, still, if you think about it, it's like, how does the standard comp really take that space anyway? It's bully smoke. You're going to walk into the bomb site, a bit of contact play when the smokes go down. You're pressuring B so that you're burning the smokes and the Viper gas. And then you're going to walk into the C bomb site. It's like they're skipping so many steps, just chucking all that util without any purpose. And yeah, I mean, if you use a bit more composed, slow it down, treat smokes as walls, then maybe they could do it. But
I think there's an important caveat to all of this as well, though, and it's, I mean, I think there's an argument to be made with the groups that you have like possibly 3 of the top 4 teams in Americas in that group that EG played against, like NRG, Lev, MIBR. Might be a hot take, but I think the other, if I was to put the other 4th team, would probably be maybe 100 Thieves currently.
That's fair.
And I think that it's very difficult to get to grips on how well a team is playing when they're so mismatched in their group. Like they ended up losing pretty resoundingly to all of those teams, with the exception of FURIA, which was the most recent test. But from watching their games week on week, I can tell that EG are improving. This is much better than the previous EGs that we've been seeing. I think that the firepower addition as their owner has been working out well. I think you're all making compelling points though as well about the roles. They're currently a team that are in the middle of trying to find their footing and their identity, and they don't have the luxury of that because they're playing against some of the best teams in Americas. So of course you're going to get like smushed down. If you compare that to Group Omega, you've got teams like G2, Loud, Crew, Cloud9, all going through experimentation phases where they're trying to find what works for them at the moment.
What do you swap here? What's an easy swap? EG for Crew, EG for C9. Just do a little swap a roof. This was if you could go back in time.
Honestly, does that even change much? Like
before the stage, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Group Omega was Omega stacked. Like look at the teams in that before this stage. Yeah, it's like now we can say it's not stacked, but like, bro, I'm looking at this. I'm thinking like Cloud9's the only freebie, and they weren't even freebies. Like they kind of stepped it up at the end.
They've definitely.
I'm looking at like the reality of EG and some of the teams on the left side is that like it's Wile E. Coyote versus Beep Beep the Roadrunner, right? Like whenever he paints the wall the first time, it's very cartoony. That's the envy game, right? Like you can go through the wall. And then it's like, okay, I can chase a Roadrunner through the wall. I'll try that as a Wile E. Coyote. And you ram right into a wall like they were in the Sea Choke, right? They just literally get smashed. It's like, welcome to reality. This is not a cartoon. It's NRG. And I want to talk about NRG now. If we want to move over to NRG, they also had their super week. So looking at, you know, the actual brick wall, looking at, I think, the team that stops everybody on the defensive sides as well. These guys flip-flops out by the pool, sunscreen, towels, because they faced Envy and then EG. And they were laughing the whole time through. Brock didn't even want to buy an Odin. That thing got stopped in the TSA.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
crazy.
They didn't let him bring it over on vacation. It was kind of wild. Look at the green here, man. Is it a lawn or is it their match history? I don't know. It's wild.
I mean, goes without saying, they look really fucking good. But I think it helps doubly with the fact that they didn't realize that Summit wasn't in the map for EWC. So their Summit looks incredibly good. I mean, it's so funny that they ended up cracking on it, and that's how they're open. Like that's the reason why MIBR opted into it when they didn't have much prac, because they assumed that it would be the same for NRG. But genuinely, with the map pool changes too, like they have a very, very solid map pool going into playoffs now, and they have what is going to be like 2 weeks to watch some of these playing teams as well. NRG are a very anti-heavy team too. They love their preparation. I think that they are potentially on a fantastic course to just sail through playoffs. They've got all the makings of it, and I had this suspicion, I think, when the patch change came through and initiators got buffed a little bit to a degree, because that was the bread and butter of NRG. That's how they lifted the trophy, was off the back of that archetype, you know, having Matter as that solo duelist and having double initiate comps, so that they were getting constant mid-round information easily. And they're running it on some maps here and there. I still don't like their Haven, don't get me wrong. Like, I know Ethan's been talking about he likes playing duelist and things.
Yeah.
I don't really want to see it, but I understand they don't have many good options, because you don't want to be playing double initiator in 2026 on Haven. But yeah, outside of Haven, that's probably the one sore spot for them, I would argue. And even then, they've been finding some level of success on it. So I don't know. They look to be in a fantastic spot, genuinely. This team is class currently.
I think you've pretty much nailed my exact thoughts. It feels like, to me, it's really interesting how we talk about like team identity and how you want to see generally the same agents the players are running across a lot of maps, right? But Energy has found not only their own way of skill expression in this meta, which is double initiator, right? It's like leveraging Ethan's like knowledge on the KO, but also they're blending it with just switching it up and doing double duels on other maps. And they are able to swap between these two identities with relative ease and be able to also execute their game plans and the anti-shredding they have on the other team. And I just want to give them props for that. That is insanely difficult. To even find one win condition in this meta on a map is incredibly difficult. To do it on multiple different, like completely different comps is another thing entirely. I just want to give them their props. But I agree with you. The Haven one is the exact same thing. I get a question mark every time I see the Phoenix, like an IGL on like Phoenix. It just, I feel like it doesn't bode well, but they keep winning, so I can't say much.
Do you think with the change they swapped to like Yoru or something? Because Ethan used to be a Yoru player like forever.
You're cooking.
You are
fucking cooking right now, bro.
Okay. Let me give you my thesis here. Okay.
Shit.
I have a guy that likes to do stats. His name is JT. I had him look up for me. What is the average amount of orbs that a Phoenix gets in a half? because I was curious, like, how much is the one orb change? Okay, does it actually impact getting one extra ult in the round or in the half? And surprisingly, okay, you get 20.69. Funny number, 20.69 total orbs per half. Okay, you divide that by 3, you know, and it's a little over 7. You kind of see where I'm going at here. It's like you can't get 3 on the average Phoenix ult, like half, unless you're able to really just orb farm, like, you know, Asuna. So I think that a lot of the teams that play Phoenix on these like not so Phoenix heavy maps, maybe like Split, where it's like the orb is a bit more contested, yeah, it might genuinely make a difference. It doesn't seem like it does, but you get a guaranteed 3 basically with how many orbs are in a average half. And if you're not intentionally farming it super hard, then yeah, you may only get 2. That is kind of impactful. I think the rest of his kit is really broken. The fact that he's, you know, every role in the game in one character is kind of
Swiss Army knife.
yeah, a little bit not balanced, but I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe they could pull out the Yoru. They have a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
They do.
They do
Well,
have
what
a
maps
time.
could you see them pulling it out on theoretically? Like, do
I
you
think
think they
just
could just do
Haven.
something on Haven crazy, like what Jet,
Just Haven.
Yoru?
Maybe they added to
to
their
change the chamber.
split. We haven't seen their split, right? They stopped permabanning it though.
I don't see it here. No.
They could maybe play it on split. Because I know they stopped permabanning it at some point recently. And yeah, I mean, if they're not permabanning it, then maybe they do have something something prepped like that.
And if
Ethan
it
on Yoru
happens, you
used to be
called
kind
it.
of fire. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it used to be kind of fire. Maybe they could make something like that work. We'll see. We shall see. Because I think, bro, because he was saying something after that one match last week about KO on Haven. Trust me, been there, done that. You don't want to do that. You do not want to do that.
Everyone sees the short knife. They're like, "Whoa, this agent's
No,
awesome!"
literally,
And then
literally. A
something
lobby
just
is
goes so wrong.
5 scanned. Whoa.
Whoa.
No, for
Yeah.
sure. No, but I think that one thing, NRG, because I do want to shout out just from that series. I think the idea that they have in the game when you watch them play is that they have such active information in the rounds. They're either doing some level of like a proactive push, or they're holding an off angle on you, or they're doing like a pixel hold where they're looking to get a kill on like just one little crack, and then they're giving timing peek here from Brock. This is a beautiful clutch, by the way.
I
So well
knew,
played.
bro. When I saw him in this, I'm like, he's winning this, man.
So good. As soon as I saw the timing peak, I was like, yeah, he's got it. He's got it. But
I
I,
like
mean,
the
yeah, it's
little
just
details.
they're really good. They're really, really good energy
Yeah.
for sure.
They've always been one of the best teams, I think, as well, of exploiting some of the things that other teams haven't picked up on. And it's not a major thing that will get you a win combo like Brock with the Odin, or prioritizing the Outlaw, or really managing their economy well so that they have a full buy for the bonus. Like these tiny details that when you put it together, add it all up over the course of a map, you end up with a team like NRG at the caliber that they're at. Which I think really was. You guys talking about the Ethan Yoru made me think as well about their Ascent, because we haven't seen them play Ascent at all in God knows how long. And actually, I kind of mess with the Yoru on Ascent, I think. Especially with how prevalent double Senti comps are these days. It can cook, I think, with your attack side defaulting. Just some way to trigger some of the util. And then not just that, you get some very nice like TPs into sights of the XX. That if they were going to play double duelists again, because I'm pretty sure they were putting Ethan on Neon on Ascent, which is just
That could
I don't know.
cook. That could actually. It's kind of
Yeah, I think-
crazy.
I think
Energy
you're
go
right.
through the group stage not showing 2 maps. Sorry, go ahead. It's just
Yeah.
mind-boggling to me.
They only showed 4, right? Only 4
Yeah.
the entire
Yeah.
time somehow. I don't know.
That is wild.
I will say, this is another good point for the EG series. If I'm NRG and I see that my map veto is my number 1 map into my number 2 map, am I not feeling insane? Like, I'm like, yes, thank God, man. Even Bonkar says it in the interview.
But,
He's like, bro, I'm like, surprised that they've left open Lotus. Oh, surprised that they picked our Breeze. Like, whoa, I was kind of caught off guard by that, but maybe it was a match that didn't really mean anything. So VG wants to, like, I guess, maximize their reps against a good team on Breeze, see how it fares, I guess, across like the overall like level of everybody's Breeze. Maybe that's the idea. But I was like, whoa. I mean, I guess the match didn't matter. It is what it is.
I think Potter was talking about the entire idea of like they just want to make sure their mental's good, like, you know, trying to just find the best ways to be under pressure and still play well. Well, the one person that was also playing inside the NRG Envy match was Demon 1, and I think, what was it, last year or last stage, he subbed for a team. what was it? Where they went really well on Pearl? Do you guys remember what team that was? Where D1 subbed in?
Cloud9.
Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves is another match that went down. And this one was an absolute banger. So many cool things on both sides. We're talking about, like, our Zix brought it up, you know, Cypher on Split. I mean, you could rename Cypher when Fireball Ops plays him to the Terminator, because this guy's aim, bro, like, just to start things off at top ramp, the one taps, like, this was individual performance overload, I think, from Fireball to give these guys an edge on this map. And 100 Thieves still, like, kind of brought it back and kept it very close in the OT. But dear God, some of the just 3Ks back to back from this guy, and then Oxy on Breeze as well, owning the entire map and activating like multiple rounds over and over again. I'm not sure they can do this again. That was the one question I had to ask. It's like, can this be a consistent thing for C9 to like thwart teams like 100 Thieves? This was like galaxy levels of power individually that I don't think is the norm for like Oxy, Fireball, and Jack.
I feel like, well, one, Oxy did absolutely turn the fuck up, and they definitely don't win without like him doing that on Breeze. But I want to say that if C9 just simply simplify their macro on attack on map 1 split, they win that easily. They win it like 13-6, 13-8. I'm not kidding. Like, when they simplified their macro, they were easily winning their attack rounds. But whenever C9 calls these really, like, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, super layered rounds. I'm not sure if they feel they need to call that way because of their comp on Split, because they're running they're running Senti and Viper. They don't have like a lot of dive, but they have to do these multi-layered, triple layered rounds. But if they just simplify once they get an advantage, their attack would be so much more seamless, and they would win like map 1 way more handedly. I think they won map 1 playing at like 70% in my eyes.
Damn. Yeah.
I really liked it, to be honest, from Cloud9. I think from their perspective, like, if we're looking for improvements from a team, every single week they've been doing really well, and I think they came in with some good ideas as well. The preparation for Split was fantastic. Breeze at hard agree. I mean, that's not consistent. They won double pistol, double bonus, and Oxy dropped over 30 kills. That's not going to be happening every time, right? That's just not. But you take them where you get them, and they definitely put the hard work in on Split. I hard agree. I mean, they made it difficult for themselves, but I could see little details, little examples of where they were adjusting their setups. Like, there was one on round 21 on Split where you never see Vipers really pit in B main ever, right? Ever. But they had a custom curated little setup. They had the Zelsis had a pit into B main. They had trips to defend it just in case there was a hard push to punish him while he was pitting. They had a trip up into B Heaven too as well. And the attack side defaulting, a lot of it revolves around B main control with this Neon Phoenix comp. A lot of it does. So they had like a lovely little setup here where they were cooking. And there was probably more examples. I wasn't paying close enough attention. The reason this one stuck out in my mind was because it was so unusual. You just never really see Vipers pit in B main. I was like, oh, that's weird. Why are they doing that? And then, yeah, I think that they clearly put a lot of work into this game, and they've got a good attitude moving forwards into planes, despite the fact that these matches might not mean much to them, like in the grand scheme of things. They are improving a lot at a very rapid rate week on week with the coach swap around that they've ended up going for. I think that this team could potentially do some damage in play-ins.
Yeah, the one thing I want to mention for C9 as well, generally there's like nature companies that are like looking at, you know, tree damage around their organizational building. They must have made so many pages of strats in terms of defensively how they're playing the game. They've raised trees around them, because what you're mentioning, Ben, right? Like the Viper spit in B main. Sometimes I think at the very start they were conditioning a deep smoke in B main to challenge the timing of everything. Then they would paranoia it. They had Cypher sometimes anchored on the B side, but then switching over to A. Like 100 Thieves could never find the right read or a good pattern to kind of punish C9 entirely. And it felt like because of all their switches, their defensive strats, like the deep playbook that they had, it was so hard to, you know, penetrate, do what they want to do on the attack side. On the defense part of things, you can talk about both these teams, I think, on this map and in the series in general. There were some really creative things from them, like their A retake flooding through screens, where Austin like walls up, mollies in. That molly gets like seized at its extremity to keep everybody there for a perfect paranoia. I think that was on the pistol, and then everybody swings and kills. Really good protocols. They keep swinging through screens over and over again, and then, you know, C9 decides to pit in screens outside of where the spike is even. It's usually a really bad pit, but that makes 100 Thieves like get whammied a little bit. They take too long, crowd coming in on the flank from late. Like
that pit to the site one, to be honest. I think the site one just cuts, especially if you don't have good post-plant control, like on ramp or other areas. When you pit deep like that and just, it doesn't suffocate you, which often the intention of putting the pit down is you're going to be winning into the post. But I find that more often than not, like teams are so good now with their Viper pit protocols on the retake that all you do is just cut out sightlines and give the complete map control, complete site control to the retakers. So I'm leaning more onto that side of things. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But
no, sure. The last thing too, like one of the comms check-ins on Breeze from 100 Thieves, I found really interesting. Where like Vora is calming the entire round and how they want to go on the attack side. They find a pick in middle with some weird like harbor Viper trap wall that like I think C9 was trying to do and it failed. And then in the comms, they call for a Cypher ult, but before the information's even revealed, like Vora's already calming, we're ending B, like no matter what's happening. Like there's intention before the information. If you look at a team like Vitality, which, you know, the famous, what are we doing guys calm, or like any other team after a Cypher ult, they wait for the info first, but these guys have that set plan for the round no matter what, and they'll be moving while the info's coming in, and then using the info to just support it. Like they still saw two people on the B side, they still went for the hit. Like Vora and the team had a plan for that round. So I feel like that's like just what's it called? Outlier of just a very confident team, like just really good calls. And I like that a lot because a lot of the times, I mean, you look at KC, Vitality, look at some of these other rosters like NV, everybody's so like vibe coded, you know, like not Claude AI to the extent of that sense, but what are we doing in the round, guys? What do you think? What do I think? I just like the fact that Thieves have a nice immediate game plan. Even with a Cypher ult, Vora is not tempted by these seductive points of information. Guy just wants to hit the side he planned for. It's lit.
Okay,
it's
counter
so lit.
or devil's advocate to that is wouldn't that just be not good?
No,
like,
it
simple
seems
as,
like it, right?
But like if you're saying like you're not waiting for your info before you make the call, isn't that just like not good?
But here's the thing: it's like look at the context. It's like 120 on the round, right? They're already calling to move towards B. If you see a 3 or 4 stack, you always have the time to cancel double back. But it's just
you're
nice
saying
that
you're just cheating like an early timing.
Yeah, they always cheat an early timing based off the objective they already have planned for the round. I just like teams that have a plan for the round and don't always have to, even off like immediate success, halt, stay, and kind of put themselves in the struggle mode. It's always their turn when it comes to 100 Thieves, I feel like. And that calm check-in really showed me why. Like,
been a big fan of 100 Thieves comms for a while.
Yeah.
I think like the C900 Thieves series, it was really, really good. I think from like a team fighting level from both teams, I think that the only big thing from 100 Thieves was they did take, I mean, like you're kind of saying with the confidence, they do take a lot of duels these days, like ones that they don't necessarily need to, just because they think they're going to get kind of like a multi. They'll just take the risk in the round. But I think that C9 overall, like they just really caught them off guard. Like some of these team fights are just so weird. If you could show the clip, Kurt, like this one is so unorthodox. So most teams, when they go for this doors retake, if you start the clip, like they'll usually just all flood into backside together. It's a super normal thing. They see the harbor ultimate here, and they actually decide to dart bricks and hard slide peek on this side of the fight. And when I saw that, I was like, that is something we've not seen from any other team. So like 100 Thieves, all their protocols, I'm sure, are built around this like backside fight. You know, the cove that goes, I think you even see it there. The cove that goes like near that backside like slanted angle. And then you try to just hard hold the cove and maintain the backside space. C9, like, I don't know. I saw this and I was like, wait a second. Like the C9 team is low key cooking some shit that we haven't seen other teams even try. Like most teams, like I said, it's so formulaic. Like it's just a blender inside of that cove, usually in a post plant. And C9 just completely foregoed it. And it completely caught them off guard because you could tell the positioning from 100 Thieves was kind of to punish backside a bit and then play the post like normal. But C9 just kind of, I don't know. It just felt like the whole series, narrative wise, is like 100 Thieves, super high confidence and getting caught off guard somehow by the C9 like crazy micro team fighting that we haven't seen from them almost ever, which is like big props to C9. But like I was also, I mean, it's kind of been the trend of 100 Thieves anyway. They're super confident, as you're saying, for sure. The confident like micro play has in some ways kind of, I feel like punished them a lot more these days. And it feels like 100 Thieves, even in the Loud series, in my opinion, there's like a lot of the individuals stepping up. And when there is like good team play interactions, it's like a big group or it's like Asuna in combination with one more. Does that make sense? So it's like a lot of individuality or big team fights. But it's like what I would like to see from 100 Thieves is just trying to find more ways for like, I guess, Vora to coordinate fights, or like, I mean, Tim does it at times too, but just to kind of see everybody get involved with that same idea, you know? Because right now it does kind of feel like I'm worried a little bit about how much 100 Thieves might rely on Asuna to create coordinated plans. That's like my only like, and once again, I'm very pessimistic with 100 Thieves because I really want them to do well. That I'm like, I'm looking at them with a microscope compared to other teams. I'm just like always like, I'm just so worried about them slipping too hard in the direction of individuality, you know?
Do you think this is what gives Lev that slight edge or just normal edge over 100 Thieves? Is that ability for all 5 of them to kind of make those plays with each other? Is that we're kind of missing from them?
It's like the only player in terms of form that they rely on, which I think Brent said earlier, is Neon. Everyone else on that team could have a bad day, still do their job, and it feels like Lev would play pretty well. Like if, let's say Spike's having a bad day aiming-wise, he's still going to be slide entering, he's still going to make the good decisions, but then maybe he whiffs a shot, but then Sato's going to be there to trade every time. And then Neon, like I said, it's like they're fully relying on him in terms of form. You kind of have to, right? He's playing Chamber every map. So, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the difference for sure. Because, I mean, think about the 100 Thieves series against Loud. It's like, I mean, bro, the first map, it's like Austin is just kind of running around killing everyone. Beautiful. Bang as well. Had a pretty insane ace. And then the second map as well, Bang's just running around killing everyone. Which is insane series by Bang. But
I want to jump into 100 Thieves versus Loud 100%. We can talk about that because these guys, you know, we're asking about them to fix certain things. Definitely did. And I feel like, you know, for Loud as well, not the most high stakes match. They had their real one that they needed to win happen before, but these guys kind of locked it in. It was really nice for Thieves. If we want to just wrap up, you know, any general extra thoughts from this one on the fix up, they looked really good.
Yeah, no. I think that once again, there's 2 teams right now playing super active info, and it's 100 Thieves, NRG. They like take duels while getting the info. Whereas a lot of teams I guess in the comparison would be like how 100 Thieves was a little bit on split where they're like jiggling, C9 Fireball Ops able to just contact out and kill him for free on the jiggles. It's like, it's so hard to play against a team that's off-angling you, proactive on defense, holding pixels, taking a shot and giving. Just hard. It's hard to play against that. And 100 Thieves is definitely one of the best at it. And that's why I think Loud that mostly contacts kind of had some trouble.
I think one of the big things on this one is the Sage Chamber thing. I was watching this along with like TMV and Josh, and TMV was mauling at the fact that he's watched so much Sage Chamber just walk in and die over and over again. Like even on splits, like they're not splitting the map properly. Like Ivy's not being taken in. Like you're just watching like 40 minutes of pure walking, opping gameplay that is getting, again, run into brick walls over and over. I feel like there was a bit more just not even complicated, but extra things done to have better splits or more control, like on the A side for the Sage Chamber comp from Loud. It'd be nice. But if you're just going to run like execy type stuff, just run a double duelist comp. Like if you just want to go fast or even just contact pop, like why run Sage Chamber in a sense?
Yeah, they've been struggling. I mean, they definitely are finding way more success putting Luke Shaw on Chamber.
Yeah,
as that just being their identity now moving forwards. I mean, they've said it themselves. Like basically, I mean, all the coach interviews of the teams that have been struggling, it's funny, they've all just kind of came to the same conclusion. It's like, we can't play double duelist very well, so let's just play our comforts. But I think that's fine for a team like Loud, where, I mean, they obviously have high aspirations themselves, but we're not expecting them to make a run all the way to champs, right? I think that's fair to say. But I do think you kind of need to be a bit uncomfortable. You need to find a way to make the certain meta picks, like in the way that NRG has, where some maps they're defined by their style that was really good in the old days, right, when they were lifted that trophy. But they also are willing to opt into the meta on some other maps, whereas a lot of these teams currently, where I don't have a lot of faith in them, are just trying to brute force their style, their comfort picks, no matter what. And I'm like, you're just going to get outvalued at the end of the day by a team that's going to be playing the meta, but actually making it work.
Yeah.
Whatever you think the meta is these days. So
yeah.
Well, you talk about meta really quick. Well, you talk about meta, but like when you see stuff like this, the clip that's playing behind the screen,
so
does meta matter? Like this, Timotino with the first ever like dashing frenzy, like spray control while moving. Like, what are we watching, bro? Well, sorry to cut you off, man. What were you talking about?
No, this is a very valid, like, Yo, screenshot that. That is bad. That is bad. Oh wow. Dude, honestly, my brain just got completely hijacked. What do you do against that? I also think this is another tally in the anti-IGL Phoenix on Haven camp, because Erde, again, IGLing, playing Phoenix, it's not looking too hot. It's just hard for me to say. I agree, like they don't really have that, like, I was thinking in my head, could they just not just play kind of NRG style where they do their own thing on some maps and then they do meta like what you were saying, Bren, but I don't know if they even have like the players for it. It just looks really awkward. It just looks really, really awkward for them. Although I don't know, it's still a close game from them, so it's hard to say. Like
No,
I feel like there's still a dark horse. Like I can agree with I don't expect them to make champs over, you know, like Lev, MIBR, NRG, 100 Thieves, but I mean, like,
okay,
if I'm really wrinkling my brain, like maybe
let me ask you this:
if they're gonna have this close of a game and they're not even like super like thorough with their game plan.
Here's the thing: there's one team that you omitted, right? Loud versus G2, and we can talk about
G2, right?
Yeah, that series here real quick. And I'm wondering why you omitted them, because in terms of what teams you don't expect them to make it over. Do you guys think that Loud have a better chance than G2 to go further in these playoffs? Don't even worry about play-ins, but yeah.
But I know I always believe in Loud, and it always kind of bites me in the ass. But I think that okay, like some S tier copium here is that they didn't win a single pistol against 100 Thieves, and 8-13, 10-13 is like not that bad when you put it into that perspective. You know, like you can just win pistols, and that changes things. Even getting bonus, by the way, on the well, that's a bit of a thrifty round there, but this is also them picking up a new comp, this Haven. And they still had some pretty good rounds in here. I feel like Loud is, even from like what you hear from players and interviews and this kind of stuff, Loud is kind of that team in scrims that has just been dominating everyone. So like, I don't know. I'm always so hesitant about Loud, man, but they are pretty damn good, and they definitely showed it against G2.
I think I've been too negative on Loud, to be honest.
For sure. I think that Loud is... Loud, in my opinion, based on how inconsistent everybody has been, does kind of feel like somewhere in the like 4th, 5th kind of range, which is like weird to say because I would not put them there at all. But like, for example, against G2, felt like G2 had so many details that were kind of missing throughout the entire day. I don't know if you guys saw the amount of like blinds they missed, people that were solo dying kind of for free, or like they naded an area, but then they didn't intentionally hold the area, so the guy kind of swings and still gets one anyway. It's like just these little details of things that you just never really see out of G2.
I have been the biggest hater for G2 these past few weeks, and it hasn't been justified at all. And I've felt like a hater, but this was the moment where I was like, yeah, I mean, this whole year I've just been talking about G2 and how I've just not been liking the way that they've been running their team, I guess, in terms of the way they want to work it around with roles. The whole year has been them experimenting with trying to play double duelist at times. They started with, you have Leaf on duelist, Baby on duelist sometimes, and then eventually they always concede back to the comfort roles. And at some point, way earlier in the year, they should have taken a hard look at themselves and said, wait a minute, the changes we made did not work out in our favor. We're inflexible as fuck, and they are ingrained into this style of play where Leaf is going to be playing Senti, Viper, and Bebe is going to be playing Vice Chamber, and Jorg is the one who has to essentially have the onus of being the person who flexes in terms of the role that they play. Which I'm not saying he's flexing off a duelist, even though they did try it out once or twice. I'm talking he's the one who has to change from Waylay to Yoru to Neon, whatever it might be, and expected to pick up that level of it, whereas everybody else is just playing kind of the comfort roles. And it's just a style that G2 have ingrained themselves in now for years and years, where they found success. And I think they're just, the way I would sum it up is they're playing not to lose, not playing to win with their approach to the game, where they're scared of one little loss in the regionals because they've always been the regional dominant team, and they immediately go back to the comfort stuff. And I'm sure that there's other elements to that too. It's probably going to be the scrims as well that played a part, and it's not going to be just the official match that they played. But I can't help but feel like they have missed the boat in terms of what they needed to change to lift an international trophy. We forget that was the whole goal of G2, this year was to make changes to lift that trophy eventually. And we've only seen them kind of slip and regress and just barely scramble back up to that form they were at. And, you know, credit to them. They've made the international events. They've actually got there. But it's hard for me to watch this team where it just feels like they've kind of missed a trick. And yeah, there were so many things that went wrong in this series. I mean, to just focus in on the Loud game here, Loud were cooking their asses because G2 looks so out of sync. They look so out of sync.
You've nailed it. I feel like I'm also a G2, like I'm a huge G2 fan, so maybe like complete opposite. Like I am like fanatical about it, but I think there are so many levels to this shit, bro. There's actually levels to this shit. Okay, I feel like we've talked about it in person a bit, where I think number one, you nailed it with the whole, I think Jogamo's in such a tough spot, and I think he gets a lot of unnecessary flack, considering he's now the person who was pressured to have to fill the gaps that they didn't think would exist this year, because they had all their chips in Leaf being a flex player and being able to not only flex, but like play all of it really well. And we all thought it was going to happen because he played Breach, and we're like, damn, he's dropping 30 on Breach. Shit, he must be good at this shit. But then this meta has been, or this year has just been defined by like, can this flex player play Phoenix? Can they play this? Can they play that? Or are you gonna be a flex player in the way that Ethan is a flex player, where he's like double initiator KO, like support? Or are you gonna be a flex player the way Sato is a flex player? Or you could even argue like Neon to an extent, where he's playing like Omen in Chamber and stuff like that. And I feel like all of those have been like a pretty resounding no from G2. And then that is what's making Jogamo kind of put into these really awkward spots. And then it just messes the whole year up for them. And now we're back to where they started. But the problem is, when you go back to where they started by not making it to the very end by winning and finishing an international. So I feel like we're all just going to go back to where we started. So I just wanted to completely agree. It feels like, to me, when I watch them, it's like a Pyrrhic victory where they win in the regionals, but is it even worth it to do all that just to lose it at the international? And it also 100% shows in their gameplay too. Like you said, they play not to lose in a lot of situations where they're a man up and they are not playing how teams like 100 Thieves and Lev would be winning rounds. It's really, really obvious.
Yeah. I mean, okay. In terms of Loud, then, as being like one of the successful teams and what they needed to do this week, and C9 also thwarting them, just as a final question for this topic, which team are you guys more confident in making it through this stage, going deeper? Although one is guaranteed playoffs, the other one is now playing in. You know, it's supposed they both make it to playoffs. Who are you more confident in, Loud or C9, in what's going down with their changes and their success in this week?
Wait, you said Loud or C9?
Yeah.
Oh, Loud.
Oh, I thought you said Loud G2.
Man, I was trying to take like another team that was good, and then another. No. If I said G2, that's because my my favorite team's on my mind. But
no. You said C9. I was just clarifying. You didn't mean G2. I mean, Loud's solid. Loud's solid for sure. I think that I like against 100 Thieves, they easily could have won. I think.
Okay, just a random one.
I'll play a small amount of defense for G2 because I think it's like. There's a world that it's overblown, the perspective here. If you really think about it, Lotus, I was trying to like also go back because I rewatched it twice, like just the 13-1 to see what really happened. I think first the question should be around Sky, because it is interesting that they're playing Sky instead of Scan on a few maps. Lotus being one, Sunset being another. It is unorthodox for sure. And it puts a lot of onus on G2 to play a very like high pressure, like refighty style that they're not always really actively doing. And then the other point was, I mean, that listen in at 8-1, their 1 round win, that was pretty good. That sounded pretty nice. Like their communication was pretty S tier. I think they'll be fine, bro. I think it's just, if you look at like every swing round, they always got caught off guard. It was actually kind of nuts. Like Loud did play exceptionally well. They had some like idea that always stun locked G2 is kind of how it felt. Every single swing round, they just instantly got stun locked by something. It was an interesting watch. We'll just put it that way. But yeah, the details were off. They can fix it. I think. I have faith that G2 can turn it around. It's not unfixable.
I have one thing. Can I nerd out with you guys about? I completely forgot to bring it up, and I looked at my notes. I don't have the round like timestamp, but if we could bring up like round 4 and round 10 from Sunset, Loud versus G2. I wanted to ask you guys if you guys believe, or if you guys think that there's any validity to this concept in Valorant of there actually being an existing Pyrrhic victory in Valorant in the sense that you can win tactically, like you can win a duel, like you can go and take a certain area of the map and win a duel and end up in a 5v4 situation, but the map control that you give up after winning that duel, you end up losing the round purely off map control, despite the fact you have a man advantage. Like, it's almost like a fake man advantage. And I feel like there's been situations when I was competing. This is back when the meta was like spam and like ping the bomb and spam. It's especially notable in those metas where it's like ping and spam or Teo meta, where my team would get into a 3v5 and we'd plant, and I had full faith we were gonna win the round every time. Like, we would have an 80% win rate, even though it was a 3v5 on paper. It was that the other team vied for kills that did not actually give them a higher chance of like winning the round. Like, this is one of them where they have an obvious advantage here, and then all 5 of G2, this is what you were talking about, Bren, where they're just playing not to lose. When I think teams like 100 Thieves, like they would still have like scouts in like a, maybe not on B, but like a little deeper in spawn, like scouting and taking 1v1s and like looking for information. But what ends up happening is you see G2 have to retake the entire map in this, like, was this a 5v3 or 5v4? And they end up losing because in Valorant, you have these get out of jail free like agents where they can just get up to a position, get 1 kill, chamber TPs out, that procs the crossfire trap, his second teammate swings, kills your other teammate. And when you're at a pro level, you're gonna die. You are gonna die. Like, these situations are gonna happen. You are gonna lose like 2 or 3 people just getting to the bomb site. It's like, it's just really weird how it works though. It's just so odd because I don't know what you do against it besides you just need to man the fuck up and take 1v1s in certain spots before you end up in this position where you're all 5 on A.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It feels really, really odd.
Yeah, space is important for sure.
I had agree. I mean, I don't want to see G2 fail as a team. To be clear as well, it's just something I noticed, and I think that it's that round is it made manifest. I think in terms of just the fear of losing that state and just trying to play as optimally as possible and not take risks, but at the same time you end up conceding that much space in the process. And there was I do feel for them. They are trying to reinvent themselves to a degree with Trent playing Sky on a lot of maps, because they are, I've noticed, especially that comms listening, you can tell like Trent is like basically screaming when he's flashing, just trying to get these the ping pong approach where people are playing off of his util to try the actual micro elements that are, I think currently that's what defines the best teams in Americas that we've seen, is how they're team fighting, basically how they're calling off of each other's utils and setting that up. So I think they've recognized that that's probably what they're missing, and that's at least some level of why they're introducing it, even though it doesn't really make too much sense. But in terms of it being like a meta pick. And I do hope that they do well, and maybe they can. Like, I could be here right now eating all my words, and I'm happy for it. Listen, we could get into
pass it over. I'll
yeah.
too.
Listen, I'm down for that. I don't want to see these teams fail, but I just feel like they may have potentially missed a trick with it, but hopefully not. They are skilled enough players that they are probably going to be able to find their own way forwards. To be honest, maybe you don't need to play the Neon Phoenix on every single map like the current top teams in Americas are. Maybe you can actually approach it in a different direction, like NRG are, where they're just finding little piecemeal approaches to different maps.
Yes, and that's, I think, good for them to hopefully come back at some point. That's all the matches, right, that we have. There's no wait a sec, give me 1 second. Give me 1 sec.
Where's he going?
Oh, wonderful.
Where is he going? Cowboy hat, sunglasses? What are we thinking? No, never mind.
I've sent crew here with me real quick. I forgot to take these guys out, so I guess we can talk about them. That's my bad. Let's see what's up. Dude, this Breeze map, dear God, if I could put it in the dumpster outside, it's garbage day for my entire complex as well. Holy shit. I've never seen a team retake A, retake B, retake mid, and retake their lives and brains at the same time. Sentinels found a way to do it. They somehow were just not on the map as 5 players alive, and this happened multiple times. I've never seen a team. They were the Rosie. You know when they're talking about ring around the Rosie, they were the Rosie, bro, in the OG days. Oh my God, sorry. That's my crash out on this map and this match specifically. Crew we're finally able to do some good things, but I feel like it was just Sen being punished for some of the strangest decisions in every single map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like they rely on individuals right now, Sen, for sure. Yeah. And it kind of like going back on my point about composure last week, just feels a lot like the same. A lot of their like team fighting scenarios, they still have so much utility. They opt into like hard retaking without using all of it. I guess so that they could save it for like a later moment, I guess, during like the fight in case they win. I don't know, like I'll give the clip. I'll give the clip. But it's like I have like a really like I know it's not from the breeze, but like I have to go over this clip because it drove me nuts when I was watching. It's just you have Cage, you have Molly, they're doing a backside B retake. I sent to you the clip, by the way, Kurt. But like you have so much utility left. You can just the way that these situations are designed. Like here, they have Cage. You see it on Cypher there. They have Molly that they throw kind of into the open. It doesn't even really prevent the peek, and they just all send it instantly, first timing, and just get peeked and die. Like they're just. It's like so easy to play against. You see, he used the Cage later. They could quite literally throw a Cage where they threw that Molly, walk out together. Molly like the left side angle so they could slowly isolate the fights and add util in a much more composed way to be able to convert rounds. But right now, when you're watching a Sen game, it really just feels like who's going to have a hero round? That's kind of the best way. Like the last two maps felt that way for sure. And like even the context of this Sunset is kind of crazy if you think about it. It was 9-3, I believe, on the first half. But like two of those rounds are Cortesia dropping it. Absolute nuke 1v3 like twice in a row or something to like close out the map or close out the half. It's like, bro, like I don't know. That's my only gripe with them. I think that at least to give some copium, I think that the summit was looking pretty good. Had a few like melon rounds at times. Few melon rounds at times, I'll say, that were like kind of weird. But I liked that listen-in we had with John's Calling. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, but
too shabby.
The summit was like not just them looking okay, good, but like sick trips from Cortesia. But what the hell were Crew doing? Like some of the protocols from Crew, like you're playing against what is it, Harbor Omen, and like you guys are taking A and then bunkering in main while it's like not planted for you, not accessible.
I was pulling my hair
Cove. Multiple times. Also, they're coming in through Ivy, like they've done a mid split, and somehow just give up Ivy, thinking it's better to play double box. Never have an M mid there. Zix, I like the fact that you say Sen need those hero rounds because what Crew were doing was putting up the Sen signal, giving them like an eye mask, a cape every single round. Man, they were letting them be heroes.
No, this round actually
pushing.
No, that round on screen actually made me mad.
No one's playing for Ben.
Oh my god!
Like, dude. What were Crew genuinely doing on this map? It's the protocols are just it's insane.
That round that was just on screen made me mad. Sorry, go ahead.
Positives for Crew. They're another team that was funny. I was listening to the interview from Sadak and said I was like, yeah, we just decided, we're just gonna play comfort roles. And yep.
We
Heat on chamber. I mean, I was a little bit worried about this because I was talking about it constantly because Dante was having tons of issues playing the Neon recently in their previous games. And the double duelist, and I was like, maybe Heat should just take up the primary entry and Dante moves into something else. They tried it, didn't really work too well. But they've settled on something, and Dante had a really good game. I mean, I'm hoping it's not just going to be an outlier, because I do have to give like certain caveats. Jerwin was having a tough time in this entire series, and Dante ended up having one of the best series that he's had.
Yeah.
So it's, there's that element to it, but I don't know if it was, I can't remember the stakes at this point in terms of Sen Crew, if we knew that they had to win this in order to even contest potential top 2 make playoffs, right?
If they won, the whole thing was Loud beat 100 Thieves, they would have made it, and that's what happened.
That's what happened, right? So
like, we didn't know. The biggest thing with this one, in context, is that the most impossible stages already went through. Like I think C9 already hit their upset. Like I think Loud already hit their G2 upset as well. So for Sen, it's like, whoa, the most impossible stuff has happened. And then like, if that's happening, then the Thieves upset could also happen towards the end. But they fell short on their own like laurels, I feel like, at the very end.
I think that might be a part of it because they were constantly talking about how important it is to make playoffs for them because they understand the advantage it gives you. You get to skip the play-ins 2 weeks of it. And we're going to get on it and talk about the challengers teams and play-ins from other stuff. But I have some theories that I haven't really seen or heard anybody talk about in terms of all of that. But it is really important to be able to skip that make top 2. I wonder if that played a part in it too, but they were genuinely looking lost at times. It was like especially when it got to Breeze, and Crew's comp is not ideal. They're running a solo Viper as the controller, right? How many times have we ever seen that recently on outside of like you're playing like 100 Thieves, for example, they played a Harbor, but they also supplement it with Cypher Cages, a Phoenix Wall, a Neon Wall. So they have other ways to get in. They just have Dante's Wall other than that. And it felt like sometimes Sentinels were just being drawn like moths to the flame. As soon as the wall was down, like that was their read of like, well, of course they can only really end here. And they were getting caught off guard, like the pistol round on Breeze, the very opening pistol round is an example of that, because when they get into the post plant, when crew get into the post plant there, they don't have the Viper Wall playing on the pyramids at all. It's on the other side because they were trying to condition earlier and slow play, and they just don't even anticipate that they could be fighting back site because they literally don't have smokes to do it. But crew do it. They push up this far, and it's like the expected notion that they're going to have to play in a certain way because of the limits of their comp, but they just don't even think about this. Like, look at this position here from Dante, and they're just it's so mishandled. Like, it's normal for teams to fight up to yellow like this when you get into a post plant, right? It's normal. But normally, there's a second wave of smokes. There's be like a harbor wall that will be used, or even like omen smokes. And it's just, I saw little details like this where I think they had the horse blinders on. They were locking in too much onto these little moments, and it was like they couldn't even comprehend that crew could make some of these plays that they were making.
It feels like, to me, that's like a yellow card where it's like, okay, I can understand where Sen's coming from in the sense that, like, you don't want to give your opponent any more respect than they deserve. So it's like, if crew is gonna hit the same sites where they, you know, place their Viper Wall, then don't overreact and overcook and overreact ahead before they show that. But after the pistol, if they continue to look lost and are like confused and taken off guard by how crew is playing when they aren't playing, we're not hitting the same sites as their Viper Wall, they're playing up, that's the red card for me. Like, the first one is a little bit more acceptable, but like continuing to fall victim to like not reading the patterns at all is like, that's a bad look. It's bad. Yeah.
The biggest thing about this one too for me is there's just so much to talk about. Like, I want to do other things in August. So listen, if we all want to get together and stream and talk about Sen crew, we definitely can, and Sen and crew in general. But I think clearly Sen a little bit more consistent work to do to find things past being heroes, and crew lots of work to do, man. Identity, I mean, there's a bunch. I mean, it's rough, but we have planes coming in. So let's talk about the planes really quickly and look at the best chances for some of the teams, because again, Sen crew, C9, a bunch of other teams, EG, they're going to be here, right? When it comes to the overall kind of LCQ to get into the playoffs. 4 teams though entirely, so a lot are being cut down, and then some tier 2 challenger what's it called, teams coming in. Looking at the bracket right now, the first question I just really want to ask, top side, bottom side, what is the harder section of the bracket?
I think it's the bottom side,
right?
Bottom?
Oh.
C9.
I have a hot take. Yeah, I think that's a hot take, and I'm not talking about G2. I'm talking because of 2G and Lamasia.
So?
Oh.
Yeah.
Like but also I think Cloud9 have been making a lot of improvements, and it's a tough side of the bracket in general. I mean, I've got some hot takes about this, to be honest. I don't know
top
if
side personally.
Are we going to do the pick'em for it? Is that the idea here? Is that what we want to do, or like just top side pick'ems?
We could do the pick'em real fast after the Preds, so we can get the first.
After the Preds, okay,
anyway.
cool. Yeah,
makes sense. But other people talking about this with the upsets currently, because it feels like the narrative at the moment is people are taken off guard by the fact that the tier 2 teams are winning in EMEA and whatnot, right? But to me, I think this was the most likely outcome, because these tier 2 teams have qualified for these play-ins. There's been sometimes a month gap, sometimes more. The map pool has completely changed. So if you are trying to prep on your opponent, your tier 2 team that's coming up as your upcoming opponent, they have footage as recently as a week ago to look up what you were doing in the group stage games, and you have got nothing. There is a complete blank slate, essentially, on both Summit and Sunset for a lot of these teams too, and I know that it was available for some portion of the LCQ, but the teams ended up banning it because it was so recent. So for me, I was expecting a lot of upsets because it's just such a sizable difference. And the team that I thought about in regards to this as well was your team, Mel. It was like years ago when you guys were playing in Game Changers and you ended up playing in a Challengers qualifier. You had no footage on any of the teams you were playing against. They had all the footage from you guys playing in Game Changers. And I was just thinking, like, this is the exact same scenario where it's just a complete disconnect in terms of the amount of VOD footage that they have. It's almost natural that you're going to get some of these upsets, I think.
Yeah, I think that definitely is in line with what we saw in EMEA too, with what you said. We're guaranteed a VCL team, for those that don't know, because it was Enterprise and I don't know, I'm forgetting the second team.
Fireflux.
Fireflux, thank you. Yeah, it definitely plays a factor. I think that plays more of a factor the higher in play that you go. So like, I won't sit here and argue that it had like a tremendous factor like on our games back in the day. But when you're playing in like tier 1, you have teams of like, you have an analyst, you have a coach, like you have people that are actually going to like dig through it. 100%. You can't ignore that part of it. It's I see your point. But I have my question though, is do you not think that like Beastia and M80 could do the kind of the same thing in the upper bracket? Do you think like the opponents they're going up against are too much more stronger, and more so that the lower bracket is like equivalent skill by like nature of like the bottom kind of averaging out, versus the upper bracket has like really like they have MIBR and Sen, I think. And I would say M80 a bit more top heavy, and it's going to be harder for Beastia and like M80 to make a stronger run through.
When I reviewed M80, I was actually pretty down on them. To be honest. I know it's kind of crazy
I
to
like
say.
that. I'm kind of in that boat, man. I'm kind of in that boat. I'm not sure. It's like
here's the thing: they've been boot camping in Korea. They've had like more than a month basically to fix up things. But I'm just a little bit worried about the. I was watching their split, and I was like, wow, their split. Their attacks by defaults are just essentially 5 hits. Basically, they don't really work the map at all. The defensive protocols and like setups are not great either. They don't play. You know how it's kind of almost been distilled at this point, where you have like your initiator playing on A Heaven, and you know your Smokes player who's like anchoring but getting information. You heavy setups towards mid so you can react to the noise, whatever. They had some weird setups. I didn't really like their split that much. I felt like they won in the finals because of a lot of hero plays. Like Alvin was insane.
Yeah.
Like he was actually insane, and that's not consistent. But it's also like it's been like a month since we've seen them play. So
yeah,
who the hell knows, really? I mean, but it's a great opportunity for them to come out with some very fresh looks and take some teams by surprise, I think.
When you scroll down like that, it looks pretty good for M80.
I'm just going off of what I watched, which was the maps that we know they're going to be playing.
For sure.
I didn't end up looking at their Pearl or Fracture because it's just pointless at that point. And they have been playing it a lot. They've been leaning into it. I think their permaban is like Haven as well, which again doesn't bode well. It's like another map in a pool. So they've had a lot of work to do in a month. It's definitely doable, but yeah.
Okay. I want us to each co-sign one team inside this plans. I'll start so you guys can think. I've had my chance to think. I'm co-signing 2G, and I know I said I'd hate watch them. I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be two-faced doing this the entire time.
How could you do
Shio
this?
Dent. It's gonna be crazy. I'm so sorry, Mel, but I loved what I saw from Brinks, and like when Gobera had the op, like even through lag, these guys were playing in some insane ways. I love some of the set strats and whatnot. For me, I'll be praying on their downfall. But I hope they have their downfall after qualifying is pretty much my entire, it's such a weird relationship I have with this team. My cosign is 2G though, through this whole bracket. Does anybody, after thinking for like 20 seconds while I stall, have a cosign?
Oh yeah, M80.
M80? Okay. Nobody can co-sign the same team.
Down on
so
them, like, okay, I'm down then.
Nobody can co-sign the same team. So Zix has M80. You're
no,
locked
I'll
in
have M80. I
M80.
stole that fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mel, any pivot? Brent?
Can I go like a record label and just pick up multiple and just hope one of them makes it through? Can I do that?
That's toxic. You can't do that. No.
Yeah.
Listen, I want to hear albums. I don't want no Frank Ocean doesn't release anything for like 9 years type piece. So.
Oh
yeah.
Wow. I mean, I'm gonna still say C9 because my Govier. That's my only reckoning if we're gonna take M80 away.
Co-signing C9, Bren.
Who do
take you
2G.
co-sign? What?
Yeah, I was going to say 2G. I think that, assuming they don't have visa problems, I think that they've got a pretty nice path in the play-ins.
Okay, I'll
going up against FURIA and G2.
Wait, we weren't only doing tier 2 teams?
Oh,
no, we're doing any team you want.
Whoever?
Oh,
yeah,
shit,
you can pick any team.
Okay, I might. Hold on.
Wait, you guys.
You want to give up your M80? Do you want 2G from me? Do you want?
No, well, okay, I'm looking at the route here. NV into Sentinels. No. I'm staying with M80. Never mind.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't know. Envy are not a fantastic team, but they are not the team that they were a few weeks ago, where they looked like a bunch of ranked players just being thrown into the mix. They are making improvements.
No belief in G2 MIBR? Is that for
MIBR? No,
honestly?
I would take MIBR.
You'll take MIBR?
I thought we were going for like low key picks. I didn't know if we were
No,
going for
co-sign the
overdogs.
team. Who's making
I didn't really
it?
get what we were doing.
Can I do MIBR then?
Wait, shit. I was gonna change that.
Okay, we got M80, we got MIBR, C9, and 2G. Very nice. Let's go to the viewer report card then really quickly. Look at how that last week went. We'll see if our cosigns hold into what's going down. And we'll also jump into our Preds. I think the biggest thing in this upcoming week, the plans, is that finally we have like the proper stakes on the line, elimination, double elim format as well. No more league play, no more pointless matches. I feel like
storylines in these matches.
I'm regurgitating the points that like Leo Faria said in the beginning of his video for 2027. But like I feel like I'm reading up the same script. But it's nuts. If we do have it, I do want to check in with the report card and see how the little members did.
Wow.
And wow, okay. What a hard choice, guys. Who would have thought Levin win? Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. The overall grade for the report card this week, only one wrong, is drum roll.
Oh wow.
C plus.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
What's the week
I'll
of
take it.
upsets?
It was.
Yeah. It was a bit crazy.
It did well. But the narratives and storylines we got coming in for the Americas playoffs genuinely are so fucking good.
Yeah.
They are so good. You've got like Crew versus Bestia, Melza versus his former team, Taco Leah back on the stage, playing against, a lot of players that they played against. There's a lot of history there. M80 potentially, they get to go up against Sen if they can get past MV, and that's Kaplan versus his former team with Caio. Oh my God, we're going to be eating good. Furia 2G, I'm pretty ignorant of the Brazilian team overall, but there's a lot of tie-ins there in terms of just the players and the history that they've had between Basic, Artsin, all of the rest of them. There's we're being treated, I think. We're being treated in terms of the narratives and the storylines. And it's also coincided with some of the like bottom feeders actually leveling up, like in partnership side, which means that hopefully we get some like really good quality games.
Let's tap in and actually eat. You're saying we're getting treated. I wanna eat it. And I want to pred. First off, Crew versus Bestia. And we've gone with only Shio wager. Sticking with tier 2.
You saved this.
Wait.
You guys all went Crew? Listen, just on
I thought I would be
right
the only
now,
one on Crew.
My thing with Crew is just their own ideas to me don't make sense. It's not even about the ante. I feel like for a lot of these tier 1 teams coming in, like Brent said, not as many VODs to watch. You have to really have your own identity locked down. And Crew don't have that. Crew are struggling the most, I feel like, out of all of Americas with that. And even with some of the most basic stuff in game, like you pop into playing against a double controller comp on Summit, you can't be making some of the decisions they're making. Granted, Breeze looked a little bit better with their push-pull and whatnot. Sometimes the most basic idea thwarts Crew, and I like the way that Breeze are playing. So I'll lock this one in as me winning.
Well,
I don't hate it.
I think that Crew, to play devil's advocate, because I didn't get to say the defense for Crew Sen. I think they actually have a majority like good team fighting Crew. They take a lot of walk timings too. Like even that round that you showed where Sen got caught off guard, they got multied by the guy walking up yellow. It's like at least Crew's taking those risks. You know what I mean? And they're doing good double peeks, slide peeks, flash peeks. And they're playing to like the same kind of comps. My only gripe with them is I can't believe Les is lurking on Omen, not using his blind in the round. But we'll move past that. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Crew's going to win.
This is the defense, right? Okay, cool. Nice. You guys have anything else to add on Crew at all? Is this a tier gap for you? Because BCR are a weaker team. Sorry to jump in.
Yeah, I was impressed with Takulia on Neon. I think he was doing pretty well when I was watching Bestia. I made notes, but they're in my backpack. I'm not going to pull them up. I'll be here all day, I think, if I did that. But I don't know. I'm just happy that Crew are getting somewhere now, I think, because they were just constantly chopping and changing and experimenting. And at least they found some level of success. So it's something to build upon. But yeah, I would have... This one I was actually 50-50 on. I kind of wanted to go Bestia, but I just went Crew because of that last game. So I could be getting recency biased, but who knows?
Okay.
I think Crew, their new identity is in the pressure cooker. I think you can definitely tell that the Crew camp is like, what the fuck is going on, guys? Can we do something different? Because you see they're putting less on Omen, and he has 4 games on Omen total ever. I do like that they're putting Sadak on the KO as well. Like they're kind of going for that, like the energy niche where if you have a good KO player, just play him on some of the maps that are KO like oriented. It didn't work out on a Summit, okay? I could see that, but I thought this could work for them, and I also think they're gonna get that that honeymoon a little bit from their new identity. So I think it should at least carry them into one match and play-ins is my thought process.
We shall see, because coming up next we have the match of the week.
Oh wow!
Let's tap into NV versus M80. What do we think? Where do we lie? We want to see the timeline. Go high. No, Bren.
What?
Bren, I wanted to mention this. Everyone's talking about M80 versus Sentinels as being the storyline. This is one of the strongest rosters right now. M80, by the way, winning split after split after split, whatever it is, in what's it called, in tier 2, versus the best roster of all time in tier 2 in terms of the rankers and the remnants that are left over. That's also a bit of a narrative between the orgs. So why envy, Brent?
I think that they might get. Honestly, we're also tunnel visioned on the M80 Sen game. It's the funniest and most likely outcome that MV beat them and deny it.
Actually so
and
true.
I think it's just going to happen. I think everybody is already calling it like MV are out. MV are going to be, despite what they say, they're going to be reading social media. They're going to be seeing all the fucking comments. They're going to be angry. There's going to be a fire in their bellies in this game of being essentially like an undercard match before a premium fight. I think that I don't want to disrespect this team too much as well, these players, because I think that even though they have been looking fucking lost, they are gradually improving. Like the difference in their comms listening from, I can't remember what week it was, but they were all over the place with their post-plant positioning. They had players, they had like 4 or 5 fucking players sometimes playing in the same spot in the post-plant. And like, they were lost. They had no idea, man. There was like 50 ideas going on at once. Nobody was really listening. They've cleaned it up, actually. They cleaned up a bit of their post-plants. They cleaned up the comms. You can tell from the listening. And I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, this team hasn't actually given up. They're all competitors at the end of the day. They all want to win. And I think the extra element is everybody talking like this match is already a done deal. It's probably going to fire them up. And we know the caliber of some of these individuals. We know that Envy shouldn't be slouches. It's just they've been only showing us that, really. But yeah, I think that it's not really based off of anything I've seen from Envy. It is partly based off of M80, where I was watching them play, and I'm like, well, Haven's their permaban. Their split didn't look too inspiring. So I'm thinking that their map pool might be weak, but they do have a ton of time. So M80 should be the favorites, but everybody's looking forward to that Sen M80 game, so it's probably not going to happen.
A lot of people, I think, are saying, like, it'll just be Demon 1 and Kesnet, aim diff and everything. I think there's a difference between, like, just overall prowess of mechanics between some of the players in the rosters, but at the same time, I don't know. I think we just want to see this end game badly. I think everybody just wants that. So maybe Bren's right. I want to chug us along to the next one, which I honestly think could be contender for also a match of the week, but FURIA versus 2G. I might just be a 2G fanboy, and a hater.
Yo! That's not No, I don't know why. I don't know why I freaked out like that, because to be honest, it's probably expected. FURIA are the one team that have looked like they are the ones truly lost at sea. There is no hope.
Yeah. Honesty type beat, like they're not. This is not going to be the 20th year of them coming back. Let's talk about them in Troy. Let's talk about Kickoff for a second. What made the team so good? Like, why were they?
We were in a meta where initiators got nerfed. Teams were adjusting to lack of mid-round information. They had heavy scoped users with opping and outlaw using, and they understood how to play towards the strengths of the meta with Yoru the most. That's literally it. And since then, they've been scrambling to adjust. As initiators got buffed again, as Double Duelist is getting played, they could have gone in many different directions, and they've decided to essentially blow up half the roster in at various points. And yeah, they're the one team out of all the Americas teams where you're seeing Crew, Cloud9, like find their footing towards the tail end of the groups. FURIA are the ones that with every game I just feel more and more despair for this team. I do feel for them. I feel sorry for them because they're trying their best, but they are lost currently.
Is Jenem playing, by the way, in 2G this time, or is
I hope so.
If he gets double visa issued, oh my god.
I mean,
Gabby's not bad though. Like he was kind of cooking. Like,
but
what if FURIA does it though?
Yeah.
What if FURIA actually wins? Is there any win con here? What do you guys think? Basic drops plus 40?
Okay, here.
Basic's been good.
Basic drops plus 40.
Yes.
They walk around a bit. 2G over peaks. Like I could see the world maybe.
It's the
my team has walls and the other team. If my team has walls and the other team does not have the keyboard plugged in, maybe it's a possibility. Let's go to the Clouds then and try to think about what could happen with Cloud9 and Flux show. Formerly known as La Masia, I believe. But let's see. Ooh, I'm the only one who's been informed by his chat last night as I was VODing everything that this is actually going to be a stomp on C9. Do not doubt what's happening. from the
Oh.
tier 2
You
team.
mean,
So
who
this is
told you
informed many
Take some
people. Like, you know,
Benadryl before
Zix
you
was
went
the one who
on
hosted
live?
me, so it's actually Zix viewers who were telling me this. But he's gone with C9. So
Yeah.
I don't know. These are also familiar names like Tui's, JZZ, Paya. Like these guys have been here in the past. I feel like if I'm looking at these names too, players that like to play fast and cause some chaos, I'm not sure if C9 play well in that type of circumstance. If that's going to be the aim of the game, I have to just go back after this and watch a lot of these VODs too. I'm just the voice of the people. I don't think this is a guarantee. Because remember, again, recency bias, C9, good against other Thieves. The Zelsis Highway was under construction for a majority of stage 2, and you weren't able to drive on it that well. In play-ins, different lanes, different ways to, different stakes. It might have some issues, no?
Yeah, I mean, from the maps I watched from Fluxo, it was like they're pretty aggressive, like individually, taking like a lot of timings, but like their details on like defaults were like kind of really off. Like, like I don't know, just certain things that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like I was like, I don't know if this is gonna like actually be that successful. I guess I don't know. But I think, yeah, if there was a world, I think their win cons would be Zanatsu. Zanatsu is pretty insane. It's pretty insane. And catching C9 off guard is kind of like the way I see it, yeah. Pretty proactive team, aggressive. At least from what I saw from like the few VODs I did watch.
I'll play some defense. I liked the Breeze defense of La Masia, of Fluxo, quite a lot. They were running the Omen Harbor, and they were like locking out a lot of the map early on, just from the luxury of having double one-ways, which you don't actually get when you're on the Harbor with Viper normally, is how it's normally run. So they were like locking down a lot of the map on defense. They have the Vice as well as an added element. They were really choking out some teams, and it's a map that Cloud9 like to play, Breeze. So I think they will be tested in different ways because, yeah, we don't really see teams opt into the Vice too much in Americas. We haven't seen too much of that on Breeze, but I still think Cloud9 are making enough improvements recently where, like, week on week, it's pretty clear that they have a lot of structure. The anti-strat has been good on a lot of teams. They're moving in a very positive direction, to be honest, very positive direction. But yeah, the guy who said that there's going to be a lot of tier 2 upsets also primarily the partnership team. So, yeah.
The full screen on.
Wait,
Kind of got
but
yacked.
But I'm actually pretty down. I'm pretty down. I'm pretty. I don't know. I don't really think that. Whatever, it's fine. I think M80's pretty good. M80's pretty good. I was pretty like high on 2G too. Funny enough. And when I was watching Fluxo, there was like good moments.
Dude will
I'm mostly high on M80. I'm mostly high on M80.
Against Envy and Furia, but when it comes to like the actual 50-50, he will not go for the tier 2 side. But let's see what happens. If you guys want to vote on the match of the week as well, you can go back to our community tab and check out to see what the next week's match of the week might look like, and you can see what's good, vote to see who wins and whatnot. I'll move on to the best segment from Plat Chat in general at any time. Wyatt's Weekly Award.
It's Wyatt's Weekly Award.
Sorry, I pressed the button way too fast there, Shy.
Listen, I think it was a mistake for Philadelphia to sign LeBron when Wyatt is right there. That's all I'm saying. Like,
True.
I know Wyatt's a bit more expensive, but at the same time, it's a whole thing. This award, by the way, is going to Joe McCloskey. Sorry for messing up the first name somehow. For making a well-made commentary video about IGLing in Valorant. It was very interesting. You guys can check it out, Joe McCloskey. And that's the video there.
Wait, what was that thumbnail? Can you pull that thumbnail up again? Was that Pujon? Wait, it said washed, toxic culture, no aim is crazy.
That's crazy.
Dude, when you're starting a YouTube channel, you gotta clickbait. This guy does a good job.
It's a good thumbnail.
It's like this guy's YouTube channel is very similar to like really well researched like topics that are not like small communities like Valorant. Really well made. Would recommend.
Can I ask about the boaster part of this? What does that mean? 013 blamed.
Well, they lost
13
Oh.
I think it's a timestamp. It doesn't look like a timestamp.
I was thinking like, is it a joke that FNATIC calls the rounds down to 13 seconds?
It did kind of look that way.
Wow.
No, I had the same vision initially.
Oh, it's a whole thing. Well,
do you guys want to do the pick'em real quick? We said we would do it, and then we lost track of it. Do you want to do the pick'em real fast for Americas?
I'm down.
Can we acknowledge that Zix has cat ears first before we go forward, or no?
Wait a minute.
Can we acknowge this before moving on?
It's just a cat tree, bro. It's not that deep.
It's very
I wish it was that
suspiciously
deep.
placed behind you, though, in such a way that I can't unsee it anymore.
It's part of the bit.
Let's jump in. Let's
Position
quickly
my
do
head
like a
perfectly.
You're gonna rapid
let's do a
fire.
taste. Rapid fire speed run. Now we started with crew, we go crew. Started with M80, go M80. 2G, lock it in. For the uppers, where do we want to sit? M80 crew. Okay.
Oh.
Do we agree with this?
Ooh, should we flip a coin?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I would
MIBR.
go.
Does
MIBR.
anyone have anything
100%.
against MIBR winning that one?
No.
No? Sick. M80 or Sen? Zix, M80 or Sen?
M80.
Bren?
Yeah, if it gets to this point, I'm going M80.
Okay, we're locked in. Don't even need to ask them all because I'm M80. G2, 2G. Where are we going?
Oh, this is actually.
I'm going
It's actually a
2G.
hard
Fuck it
one.
up. 2G
I'm
to the
going
moon.
2G.
What? 2G over G2 is a little
Yes.
crazy. No,
I'm gonna do
now
G2.
you're
I'm gonna
tweaking.
do-
Now you're
To the
tweaking. Now
moon.
you're tweaking.
I be
now you're
tweaking.
tweaking.
I think it's G2, bro. I think it's G2.
We have to fight back, guys.
How about
we
this?
have
How
to
about this?
flip
Let
a
me
coin.
make
Isn't it
you
2-2?
a
We can
trade
flip a
deal.
coin.
Let me make you a trade deal. Trade deal. G2 lose this, but then they never lose another game.
That's
No, I don't think
Okay,
so.
flip the
I don't,
coin.
I don't
It's like
think
the
so.
opposite
Flip the
of
coin,
bro. It's gonna
Flip
be
the coin.
Who's who?
Heads is 2G, tails is G2.
It's kind of funny we're flipping a coin when
Thank God.
It's like-
God.
if you think about it, it's like
That's 2G,
G2
no?
and 2G. Like it's like flipping
That's
a coin
G2.
literally with their
Literally.
tri-code.
Yeah.
2G and G2.
NVC or EGC9. Shout out C9. Let's get it done.
Yeah, I
Yep.
got that 9.
I'm with that.
Okay. At the bottom, Beastia EG.
You want to just do the uppers?
Yeah, I was gonna say the bottom's.
Whoa,
a
wait.
little
That's
crazy.
suspense. Let's suspense James. Hold up.
Oh.
Hold up. We gotta wait. We gotta wait.
I think MIBR actually wins that. I
Yeah.
don't know about you guys, but
Oh yeah.
We're all over
I
the
think
place.
it's.
Yeah, I'll give it to MIBR.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think so.
Yep. And then give it to G2 over. No, give it to C9. Give it to G2.
No way.
It's really low on G2,
I mean,
huh?
If Loud can beat them and they look that bad,
5 seconds.
like why can't C9 do the same thing?
that bad. It's
Wait,
crazy.
Loud's kind of nice.
I was
in
gonna say,
that
wait,
one.
you're saying Loud's
Loud was
that
kinda
bad?
nuts.
No, I meant G2 looked that bad, not Loud looked that bad. Like on the
okay.
yeah.
Okay, but counterpoint, that was G2 on a like if you would like right off the one map, just pretend they never played Lotus. We're like still in the studio waiting for Lotus to be played. We'd be thinking, oh, that was a pretty close map between G2 and
You're right.
G2 and Loud.
You sold me. G2. Sick. EG Beastia, is there an upset from tier 2 or no?
I could see it.
Yeah, I
can
could see it.
over here.
Even though we were glazing EG, I could see.
Yeah, I could see it.
I'm give it to EG. Give it to EG. Come on now.
What?
I'll give it to EG. I'll give it to EG.
Wait, this is 50-50.
It's 50.
You want to
I think
coin
so.
We're
this?
gonna be here all day. We're gonna be here all
Oh
day.
my
I was
God.
going.
We're
I was
going fast.
Bestia.
Bestia is heads, EG's tails.
Sick. It's gonna go heads, isn't it? Yes. Sick. Okay. EG
Okay, no more coin
survives.
flips.
No more coin flips.
We have to go fast.
NV2G.
We're running out of time.
2G.
NV2G.
I think
Mel.
It's a 2G. It's a 2G angle. for
Okay,
me.
Brent,
That's a
you
2G
decide. NV or
angle.
2G?
2G.
Okay, sick. Furia Sentinels. Give me Sentinels. Sick. Fluxo Crew. Goodbye Crew. Give me tier 2.
Bro, it's just a Shio pick'em.
There's
I
no
like
way.
Crew.
You know,
I like Crew. I like
No,
Crew.
you
I
can
like Crew.
disagree. You can disagree.
I like Crew. I like Crew.
You like
Yeah,
Crew,
you know,
Brent? You
Pro
like
Crew.
Crew?
Yeah, I like Crew.
Give me Crew. Give me Crew. That's fine. Disagree with me. This is the script. If
Okay.
you don't like the script, it is what it is. EG 2G. Give me
2G.
2G.
2G. I'm down for 2G.
Nice.
M80 goes
M80
through.
over 2G.
And then
Give me
C9.
C9 over Sen?
Wait,
Wait,
did
we
you guys
instant
just,
Sen over
I just
Crew.
skipped this real quick. Do you agree with
That's
this?
fine. That's fine.
Wait, no. I think Crew win, actually, unironically.
Okay.
I'm saying Sen get revenge.
Dang.
I
Okay,
think
so
Sen
that's
win.
1-1. That's 1-1. Mel?
You know, I'll say Crew too. You know what? I have to offset all of the down battery that I
Give it
have
to
on
Crew. Give it to Crew.
I'm not
That's
gonna
fine.
give
You
it
guys are crazy. Keep going.
It is wild, Kurt. Listen, genuinely, the craziest things are happening. C9 Crew. Who's winning?
C9. Go
C9.
Veer. I'm definitely not coercing you guys. You guys are definitely not under duress.
Give me C9. And now let's look at the teams really quickly. C9, M80, G2, and MIBR. Who the hell was smoking the ganja making this pick? Holy shit.
What is this even out of the ordinary?
That's not even that
Too
bad.
bad. Maybe the
like-
exact matches that brought them there, but
I will say, America's right now feels so fucking random. Like, Last week was like the middle, like pushed up a bit. This week it's like the floor's pushing up a bit. I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore, bro.
Yeah.
It's just flip a coin and figure out to pick them that way. You'll probably have a better chance at guessing it.
The easiest way to guess it is to not to guess and watch. The games will be going on, and we will also be talking about them next week. Thank you so much for tuning in. Mel will be streaming. Ben might be casting, streaming, whatever it is. What are you up to, Brent?
I think I'm doing something. I think Josh has abandoned me for the first day, so I'm casting. I don't know who I'm casting with yet for the first day, and then we're casting, and then I'm going back home, and then I'm doing other stuff, and then I'm casting again, and then I'm on the desk. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm all over.
Okay, Mel, are you co-streaming it?
Yes.
Shout out Pro Minds.
Shout out Pro Minds.
Sick. Zix, are you going to be co-streaming it?
Yes, sir.
That's so cool. I'll also be doing that, and you guys are now free. What is this?
Dude, this guy hates Plat Chat.
Dude, this guy is not going to be casting it, apparently. He's doing a Fall Guys tournament or something. Like, he's not even...
What?
That's why he's not casting it. He's not going to be in the studio casting play-ins where lives are on the line to play Fall Guys.
Lives are on the line?
Mid-episode, he sent me a message. He says, do you know what the fuck would cause this op shot not to clat all 3 players? And he sent me a link. He's asking me questions mid-episode.
That's disgusting.
All right, well,
absolutely vile.
275 episode in the bin, in the bag. We'll catch you guys next time. Remember, eat your water, drink your vegetables. Goodbye.